Abaste, Danse, Anin, Oki, Etlenete.
Welcome to Treaty 6 territory and homeland to the Métis Nation.
Treaty 6 territory is home to many indigenous peoples, the Nehewak, Nitissapi, Métis Michif, Nakota Sioux, Dene, Inuit,
and many others whose footsteps that walk these lands.
So to wow,
Tanshe,
Abuaste.
Welcome to Indigenous Lands.
TGS and NorQuest College acknowledges that we are located on Treaty 6 territory and respects the histories, languages, and cultures of First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and all First Peoples of Canada, whose presence continues to enrich our vibrant community. All right, folks, welcome to the cast. NorQuest hosting us today on some League of Legends action. I'm Johnny Esports, one of your play-by-plays. I'm joined by Random Minion Caster. How you doing, my dude?
Doing great, super hyped and happy to be here. Always a good time here with NorQuest, and especially with some of these teams. Our first matchup already features some pretty interesting hype matchups here.
Yeah, and I'm excited to get to that. But first, I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors in NorQuest, Explorer Edmonton, and Pepsi. We will be shouting them out throughout the day as we go through our broadcast. But we got a lot of action ready for us too, as we are getting straight into it. These two teams, we're starting off hot. These are actually some two pretty darn good teams, and it's gonna be a fun game to cast.
I mean, their average elo is like Diamond 1 here. And the two teams, we've got a Huevos del Equipos on the blue side for this game, I believe. And on the red side here, it will be Glaive Purpur. And if you followed the Gaming Stadium games, or you follow tournaments, you'll often see the Glaive name pop up because this team has been together for a long time and runs through a lot of these tournaments.
Yeah, Glaive Purpur are super hyped team. I love watching a bunch of these players play, including like their jungler Conk Gronk Zonk is like one of my favorite players kind of in the amateur scene, and it's fantastic that we get to cast him right off the hop because he's really fun. It's kind of a little bit of my player to watch to kind of get this whole thing started. But we are jumping straight into champion select already here as we can get this going right now. Kled being banned out immediately by one team.
And I mean, for Huevos, they've done a little bit of their homework here. Klonk Gronk Zonk, your player to watch here, Johnny. Kled is one of their signature champions. No fear, no pain, no mercy. This guy goes in hard here. So you want to stop him getting the engage tools. And I'm curious to see if they continue to throw bans, because it's not just the Kled here. The Scion, is another huge pickup for Klonk that can do the exact same thing as that Kled.
Yeah, certainly there's. We see more bans coming through. We have Seraphine's banned out. Caitlyn's banned out, which is a little bit funny because we had a pre-broadcast discussion, and I'm like, I don't think Caitlyn's good right now, but clearly good enough to be banned out in this game.
Yeah, the range on that's a little good, and it does well into the Tristana and Kai'Sa, which are sort of the meta ADC picks, the ban-worthy, the pick-worthy picks here. And for Huevos, I think I've just been told that Diopa is actually Brando Dio. So pieces of the UBC squad here, Shin in as well. And if you follow the Gaming Stadium, UBC was the team that won the Signature Series, not the last one earlier this month, but I believe the one before that at the end of 2020 there.
Yeah, that's extremely exciting too. Yeah, some clarification is always fun because people change their names all the time, get confused. You're like, oh yeah, I know that guy. All right, cool, we're casting them. That's gonna be fun to hear. As we get to the last ban here, the Hecarim will be banned out there, kind of basically one of the top tier junglers. Will be strucken out from the game today.
Yeah, and with the Tristana ban, with the Caitlyn ban as well, that does leave Kai'Sa up and open. Did get some nerfs, but still considered one of the strongest ADCs here. And instead, they're going to look at the jungle. Udyr is still messing things up here. Still very strong. Hard to mess up, and that's going to be the first lock-in we get.
Yeah. Udyr just can't get away from the meta so far this season, ever since they kind of changed around those items, and that's going to be locked in right away. And surprise a little bit here, Aphelios will be the AD carry pick over here for Glaive Purpur, and they will match that with Thresh.
And Aphelios Thresh, that deadly combination, everybody knows it here, but it has been more prevalent in the East, in Europe, in Asia, than it has been in North America here. Down here, we apparently favor the Jinx, but I mean, red, white, don't fight. That's been the saying that's been going around since Aphelios came out, and it still remains true here. As long as Vart can remain safe on this Aphelios, they can definitely rip through a team fight.
Well, Twitch is then locked in there, which is again just kind of the surprising with Kai'Sa kind of just still up and just so prevalent in the meta for everyone. Everyone has Kai'Sa almost, it feels like, in their champion pool. But instead they're gonna go for the Twitch here to try to potentially surprise the other team a little bit.
Yeah, and okay, I'm pretty sure that's going to be an AD or a bot lane Twitch, whether it be AP or AD, has yet to be decided. But there's always this small chance that jungle Twitch shows up. It's very locked. Well, no, actually, there's no chance. Udyr was already locked in, pardon me. So.
Yeah.
I was thinking for a second, maybe we see the jungle Twitch, because I've seen it really punish Aphelios or immobile ADCs before, when you just pop up and suddenly you unload all the damage. Even a Thresh can't get you out of that. But in lane, at least, in teamfight potential, the Twitch is going to be able to pump out that damage. You pair it with that Rel, that Magnet Storm to pull everybody in, and that spray and pray is really going to hurt.
Yeah, that is certainly the thing that makes me ban Twitch. Like, it's fun. I only have to get into like one Twitch game. I'm like, I don't want to play against Twitch for the rest of the day. I freaking hate it. So that's gonna get it taken care of. Meanwhile, Lilia will be the jungle answer over on the other side. As we get into the next bans too, as well, we do see the Vlad banned out here by Glaive Purpur.
Yeah, so they still, I mean, the Vlad could be at mid, could be at top. Neither have been really selected here for the side of Huevos. And likewise, for the side of Glaive here, their solo laners are still open. So a lot of targeting going on. And given the priority we've seen already against Klang Grong Song, potentially a little bit against Diopa, I wouldn't be surprised to see more top lane bans being leveled here.
Yeah, and I fully expect Klang Grong Song to basically just use that counter pick to their advantage over here on the red side. So yeah, they're going to try to ban him out, but Klang Grong Song can play a lot. And I just like saying his name a lot, so I will continue saying
I agree.
over and over again. Shed also being banned out there. So speaking of top laners being banned, that was taken out. And then Fiora. So yeah, they really are trying to do their best to drop Klang Grong Song on his pick pool there.
I'm just thinking too, like with so many target bans to the top lane here, it really does feel like the mid lane might have a chance to carry. But one thing before we head off there, the top lane Camille, which has been such a strong pick across all regions, blindable pick, is still open here for both these top laners.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot of options going there. Orianna being grabbed here for the mid lane, just to basically does save that counter pick for the top lane, as we mentioned, and Orianna is just basically one of the safest blind pick mid laners out there. But Yone is a pretty decent answer, just because Yone can potentially really blow things up. In fact, they got a crazy explosive team comp on one side here, as they can do a lot of damage and potentially really mess up a plan if this team gets ahead.
One of the things when you have sort of an AD mid laner like that right now is the fact that you might overload on AD damage, physical damage here. But because you've got the Twitch, which can build magic in the bot lane, still pump out a lot of damage, you can afford to sort of drop physical damage everywhere else. So that pick already looking really solid for the side of Huevos. The Gnar pickup as well, another safe, blindable pick. Generally, it's punished in lane by things like the Jace, potentially even a Camille here, but generally a very, very safe lane.
Yeah, we'll see how that ends up kind of shaking out here. But here is the last pick about to be locked in here, and it will be the Wukong, which gives you some wombo combo potential going on here for Glaive Purpur. Of course, you got Wukong jumping there, Orianna all to follow that up, or maybe Lilia gets you from long range to get that started, puts everyone to sleep, and then you go in with the Wukong and the Orianna, and then Aphelios does Aphelios things right after that. So, yeah, this could be this game. I love this draft by both teams right now, because they both have just explosive potential.
And I love the way, you talk about Aphelios do Aphelios things. Normally, when you drop an Aphelios, when you drop the Jinx, you want to have a solid front line in front of them to try and buy them time. But the alternative is you forget the front line. You just go ham all the way in, all the chaos there. And they're so distracted trying to stay alive that they don't have anybody to send over against your 200-year-old osteoporotic Aphelios down there, which would be blown over by the wind. There is, however, the Twitch as well, who can fire from range. So I do like the adjustments from Glaive here to try and find the enemy ADC, make sure that they can't fire and match the Aphelios.
Yeah, because that's going to be what it comes down to. We've all kind of been in that game where you just kind of watch a Sophios pop off, and they're really trying to set up for that on the other end. But they do have ways to get to the Sophios. And like you mentioned, the Twitch, the Yone does have a very good way to travel towards the back line to be able to get on top of that. But yeah, it kind of comes down to if you get all trapped up in that wombo combo, though, you're not going to have the opportunity to jump towards that back line. So that could potentially be really interesting. This is usually I can kind of get my hands on who I think won draft, but there's so much nuance I think in this draft that it could be really interesting for either side.
Yeah, a lot of executional little intricacies, micro interactions here. And we didn't touch too much on Huevo's composition. They've got the Gnar, they've got the Rel as well. They're both absolutely huge team fight monsters. I've seen Shinshin specifically play this Rel a lot, and it is ban-worthy here. So definitely, I think Klong Grong Zonk, Baby Powder might have a bit of a harder time trying to get into the back line. But my eyes are going to be more on Diopa in that top lane. Brando Dio on this Gnar. Can you play around the mega form? Because I think that's been something that even pros struggle with a lot of times is that rage bar. It's a very visible indicator. And when you have mega, teams just need to walk away here. So it feels like it comes down a lot to can Diopa play that, and Mippo on the Yone. Of course, anytime there's a Yone in the game, you got to watch them because they can just pop off at the drop of a hat.
Certainly. So while we're waiting for the spectator delay, I do want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors in NorQuest College. Did you know NorQuest College has a growing esports scene from Rocket League, Super Smash Bros, all the way to Valorant, and hey, this game, League of Legends. Their community server is a host to many of this and more. So what are you waiting for? Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below the stream. Join them, folks. It's a fun time. It's always so great of being part of a community in esports. Even if you're just kind of like casually going by and you're like just getting into esports and stuff, community is the best part of it. It is really what sets esports apart from like basically anything else out there. So definitely give them a shout out and check out the NorQuest community.
With COVID, I mean, you can't go out anyway. So where else are you gonna hang out? I gotta acknowledge that, like, for myself as a gamer, as a caster, somebody who spends a lot of time online, like COVID hasn't really been that big a pain for me, honestly. Gives me an excuse to spend time.
Cool.
Exactly. Yeah. Get to hang out with my friends online. Get to play more League. A lot more League.
Yeah. I don't have to make up an excuse why I don't want to go out. I just can't. So there's all that. There's positives that can kind of come out of this whole thing, and community, esports communities is one thing that's out there. So I look forward to seeing you all there. All right, back to the game at hand. So this is the second game of the night for these teams here as they're coming into it. It is a Swiss format if you're unfamiliar with kind of our format. So basically you win, you kind of keep playing against better teams on your march towards the playoffs. And these two teams, like I mentioned it right at the top of the show, I'm excited to see these two teams go head to head against each other. So there are just some names that we recognize through the amateur scene that are really hype players. And it's almost like, oh yeah, one of these teams are basically got to take a loss right now, and it's a tough best of one for either of them.
And with the Swiss format too, a single loss doesn't mean you're out here. I believe the top 8 teams will go on to tomorrow. Will go on to tomorrow here. So there's still hope even if you lose out here. And it's early days yet, right? I believe they've got 5 games total. Both these teams have already won their first game. So right now they're still on the winner's track.
Yeah, they're certainly well on their way there. Both these teams obviously want to keep their tournament going really, really strong as they got to win through these and then get into the playoff format tomorrow. But we're into the match now. We're into Summoner's Rift as we're watching Huevos and Glaive Purpur go at it. And so, just looking at the drafts, knowing the players, like, let's get an early pick out of you, Random Minicaster. Who do you like so far?
Ooh, that's a tough one here. Who do I like from seeing this? I personally am a UBC alumni, so I'm looking at the supports here, Shinchin and Trivia Boy, both from UBC here. So I'm liking that already in terms of that. But so is Brando Dio on the top side as well. I feel like in terms of who I like and who I'm expecting the most out of, I'm going to say the supports this game.
Yeah, that is certainly something to look at. A lot of playmaking ability coming in from Shinshin and Trivia Boy possibly, so it'll be interesting to see kind of how that gets going.
Yep, and we are just looking at the pause here, but it looks like we will now actually be getting right into it. The teams are spawning onto the rift here.
Yeah, they're getting in there now, and I'm excited for this one. I've been waiting all day. I played some warm-up games of League and got tilted because I lost and I'm bad. But now I don't have to worry about my own play. I just have to worry about how good these teams play against each other. And yeah, excited for a full day of League of Legends today and tomorrow.
And one of the formats that we should talk about is today's schedule as well. For our first 2 games, we will be watching the Contenders division here, but there is also the rookie division running on. That is a one-day tournament, so we will be cutting over to that later on today to watch the semifinals and finals. And so we won't catch the entire Swiss for the Swiss portion of the Contenders division, but tomorrow we will get to watch the playoffs in their entirety.
Yeah, it will be awesome to see, and it'll be awesome to cast, and I look forward to all of that today. But into this game, we just have a line of scrimmage set up. No one doing anything crazy spicy. Usually kind of actually get that when you get to the higher levels. No one wants to throw the game at level 1 because you can't, because these teams are good at snowballing a game off of even just a single kill, while Mippo is just going to stand here, take a little bit of damage in the mid lane. But they are going to get basically pretty standard jungle starts.
I love it, Johnny. Just as we're talking about, at higher levels, teams don't take the early risks. Mippo just stands there and takes a bit of early poke. Little bit sad. We used to see Rel invades very commonly with that Fermency, with the crash down the mountain, dismount over the wall, early cheeky invades. But everybody's seen it so often that unfortunately, it's no longer a good sneaky tactic, and so we don't see it quite as often anymore.
Yeah, we don't. Even though when I play, I'm just like, we're invading every time, no matter what. They have Blitzcrank. I'm like, I don't care. I'm going in. I'm Jinx, I guess. But that's why I'm stuck in gold. But to these players that are actually good at the game, they are taking things very seriously. As we're watching Baby Powder over here trying to steal these chickens from Ricky, and successfully doing that, because that's basically what goes on over here. They're getting a big fight over, and now Baby Powder trying to run away. He will not be able to get out of that. We already have a first blood. Ricky now going on further, trying to get on top of POS, who's down to about 100 HP. Flash comes out now, but will it be enough to save them? It will not. Ricky picks up another kill. That's a double to start the game.
That's a really rough start there. And I want to point out, it was Glaive who decided to play aggressive here. Baby Powder looking for the invade, and against an Udyr, I'm not sure that's safe. When your mid lane doesn't have prio, doubly risky here.
Yeah, certainly. Trivia Boy hits a hook onto Beta Boy. Oh, we got 2 boys playing against each other in the bot lane. That's always fun. They are just pushing in this lane right now, getting a ton of priority for that as they continue to get this. We look into this trade. We're talking about Mippo. Mippo's taking a decent amount of damage over here in the mid lane, and that's kind of like what you a little bit expect, at least in the first couple levels in this matchup here. But we'll see if Mippo can, use this potion here and find opportunities to start trading back now that he's like at least level 3.
And for the side of POS here, it looks good, but you always have to be super careful with that Orianna. You might run out of mana early. We're not seeing a tier start, for which I'm glad, because tier starts are kind of risky. And Yone, his damage can just absolutely spike out of nowhere here. Once they start playing aggressive, that's where I'm going to start seeing problems. Also, Ricky, because of that early double kill, POS has to be super careful for just those bear ganks running out the bushes here.
Yeah, we'll always have to watch out for that. We're seeing Baby Powder take down this Scuttle. Is going to be able to grab one for themselves. There was a hook in the bot lane, but nothing happened off of that. So far, this early game, we had those 2 kills going over towards the Udyr. Now, how does that impact how everyone's going to play on the map, knowing you kind of have this double kill Udyr? Never mind, there's already a fight going on here in mid.
Yep.
Never mind, POS looks like they're going to get out of that. Ricky is going to continue to chase them down, but POS will be able to walk around that rock and get back to their lane.
That's your answer right there, Johnny. That's how you gotta play very carefully around Sid Udyr there. And I feel like it's especially bad for POS right now in the mid lane, because there's lots of just ganks, bot side.
Shin going for the 2v2 play. Exhaust gets onto Beta Boy. Exhaust, by the way. Just noticed
Ricky?
that now. But here comes Ricky coming in from the jungle. He's got those 2 kills, like you're saying, and he can continue going forward. But actually, they kite that very effectively and are able to avoid anything from Ricky there. So even though they're the ones pushed up very far ahead, they're still pushing the tempo over here in the bot lane is Vark and Trivia Boy.
That's what I was saying. Watch the supports here, Johnny, because Trivia did amazingly well with that exhaust, just constantly peeling for Vark the entire time there. So really, really strong top side. Baby Powder here.
Yep, Baby Powder is in on it now. Gonna get on top of that. Watch out, Eep. A little bit of damage, but they're gonna back off in the end.
That's gonna be one of the hardest names to use, Johnny. And I love
like
the way you just so
saying it.
nonchalantly. Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
watch out, Eep.
Honestly,
Awesome, buddy.
it's such a dumb name for an ability that I'm just like, I'm saying it every time I see it. It's stupid, but I kind of like stupid sometimes.
No, man, it's awesome if you can use it right. And it actually does a lot of damage. I think the name's actually quite fair because you do have to watch out. If you're dead center of that, it hurts. But Diopa not really getting punished too hard for that, just getting forced off the wave. But with the Gnar, with the range right now, Diopa's doing perfectly fine into Clonk, Gronk, Zonk. And unless we start seeing, you know, a couple items come through, I don't really see a reason for that to change in the top lane in the short term.
Yeah, they're kind of just... they're playing top lane. If that's going to be my analysis on that, too. It's just like, yeah, that's just going to be happening. But you get that little bit of a lead there for Zonk in terms of the CS, so that is nice for them. But watch that eventually kind of start to explode when they start putting a little bit of priority over there, when they kind of have the Rift Herald potentially to start taking up there. We're at the 6-minute mark. We do see that Lilia is making their way over by this Dragon. I don't think they're going to start anything yet because they don't have that priority yet for it, but they do have a reset kind of going on. But there is some action in the mid lane as Mippo went in. Baby Powder, though, shows her face, so Mippo goes back.
POS is running out of mana. This is actually not a good situation. They are 6, which means the Fate Sealed can come up. They can just sort of scoop POS up, and then Ricky comes in to finish them off as well. So without teleport, they don't really have any Dragon control right now for the next minute.
Yeah, they're gonna have to kind of surrender that. Mippo challenging over here by the chickens. Ricky in the area too wants to take this red buff while Mippo is kind of playing with Baby Powder and keeping their attention. So it looks like Ricky's gonna be able to get this, but we do have a fight going on in the top lane as Gronk Zonk is using their ultimate on here. Diopa, I believe, already used theirs just now to get down. There's Fate Sealed, though. It's a wee bit of a whiff, but Baby Powder has come back into this fight unadvisedly. Shin is suddenly over here. Question mark Pig missing from bot lane. Shin is over here in the top, secure in that one.
This is how you know that we're watching high-level League of Legends here. The way the support roams out as well. They can't call the missing ping, right? Beta Boy and Shin went back to base. You just have to be aware that, hey, there's a pretty good chance the supports roam out. Trivia Boy doesn't match the roam this time. And it's an easy pickup onto Baby Powder, who's already been killed once, was catching up in terms of CS, and will now once again be behind in terms of pressure, in terms of tempo.
Yeah, they continue to fall behind in that way, but the one lane that is going well for them is this bot lane. That's a little bit what you kind of sacrificed there with Shin going up there. Beta Boy just kind of had to back off and just wait for this wave to come to them, but that does mean they're down 17 CS, which is essentially like a kill worth of gold that they're down. And, you know, Vark 0-0-0, but they're going to enjoy that gold lead, and if they're going to give Aphelios this much priority and not punish it, it can, in the end, still be that for you.
For sure. Aphelios is one of those late game hyper carries. That's why you pair him with the Thresh there for safety in lane so that they can skill up once they hit that sort of 2-item power spike, whether it be that Gale Force or the Kraken Slayer, or even the more rarely seen Immortal Shield Bow to keep them alive. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's the Runans which usually does even more in these team fights with the right guns.
Yeah, so that will be something to continue track. So yeah, we have one side with an 800 gold league, but you have this fairly strong right now Aphelios that's just going to continue to get stronger and stronger. So definitely continue to watch that, especially once team fights start breaking out in there. So that all being said, like we said, we do like the plays that Ricky have been making and that play by Shin we do overall like anyway, because it did give you so much pressure in the jungle and it gives you a lot of things. No neutral objectives taken yet in this game though to note. So we'll see if either team kind of starts putting on that. They do start looking at this Dragon. Trivia Boy's going to get a ward down onto that, but Mippo is around, so we'll see what they're going to go with it. Oh,
he showed.
Awkward.
Oh no. Yeah, they don't manage to find that. A little awkward. I mean, they were sat on top of a ward for a while. The ward expires. You think they can make the play. It doesn't quite pan out, but they do get Scuttle in exchange, and that does mean that we're likely not to see Dragon go down for the next little while because neither team's confident with it.
Yeah, and again, that is one of the other things you do gotta get at this higher level of play. We do watch Ricky walking into POS over here, gonna stun him up, because how do you run away from this champion? Fate Seal comes in from Mippo. How do you run away from that champion? The ultimate is gonna save him for a moment here, but Ricky will flash in and secure the kill, but Can they deal with Baby Powder? Ricky now down to 100 HP, might be giving up the shutdown. Just kidding! Udyr's ridiculous! Just kidding again, because Baby Powder does take him out. I actually thought he was turning that fight around. I would have been super triggered, but Baby Powder does get it down. Meanwhile, Kongrong Song over here is dealing with Deopa, but is over the wall and is totally fine. So in the end, we finally get the first kill here for Glaive Purper.
Okay, so lots happened up there, and I think what kind of baited us was the smites coming through. The heal was huge, kept Ricky alive initially, and then that was what turned it for Baby Powder as well, smiting the jungle creeps. But let's not forget, Flash just got blown by Deopa there on a clone. That is actually really, really huge. We've not seen the top laners get into the team fights yet, which is where they are really going to start excelling. But not having that flash here for Deopa might affect their ability to set up that perfect engage, that perfect Gnar ult into that scoop into the wall as well. It's only a little bit of CC loss, but I feel like being able to chain that on multiple members is going to be critical in huge fights.
Yeah, you kind of want to get that going for you here. So we're at the 11-minute mark, and again, no neutral objectives taken yet. And one thing I was trying to talk about earlier was that essentially something you get that at this level of play where you don't int for the objective, which is something I do in my Elo. And again, maybe if you're only you watch amateur gold games and stuff, that is something people do all the time. But neither team willing to do that so far. But maybe POS aims for that. But again, like you mentioned earlier, there's a reason you have Thresh on this team. It just gets you to safety.
Yeah, Trivia Boy, this time roaming well, saving POS here. And more importantly, I want to talk about the opportunity cost for Beta Boy here. That roam up now means that bot lane discrepancy, you said it was about 17 CS before. We're now staring, looking at roughly double that here. So that's 2 kills effectively in Varg's pocket when we compare head to head.
Certainly, basically approaching that 10 CS per minute mark. That is just... yeah, just you're happy to do that as an AD carry every single time. But speaking of CS though, only 10 behind them with their own mid laner too, so Orianna's doing a good job of that. It's keeping this game very close despite the kill differential, but we do watch despite breaking out over here in the bot lane. Teleport is coming through as well. Let's see if that's going to be enough to turn this fight around. Chin is trying to go forward, but it will not be a great play as Bark secures that kill. So now along with that CS lead, they also got a kill.
Now that they've called the TP down to the bot side, they've got a numbers advantage. That would have been the best time to go for Dragon, but Baby Powder wasn't there, so they don't have their jungler. The Cyclone was still available as well, and now that they're sending Kongrong Song to that top side of the map, it feels like for the side of Glaive, they're kind of abandoning this Dragon. They completely don't care. Deopa still has TP, can rejoin the team, and that should give Huevos the advantage here, if they're looking for it.
Yeah, like no one seems to care about it. It's 13 minutes in. Not a single person has taken a mountain dragon. It's a pretty good one. But we do see the Rift Herald, at least one neutral objective was taken as it's being used over here by Mytho to get a bunch of plates over here. So that like is essentially buying a kill for pulling that off. But now, someone's on the dragon. They're doing it, and no contest will be had by Glaive Purper. So they'll take this Mountain Drake to kind of add a little bit to their lead here. They're ahead 1,000 gold. Dragon worth roughly 600 gold in the early game, so they're still in that lead in that front. But you do again just have that ticking time bomb of Aphelios on the other side.
That feeling of just waiting for the other shoe to drop here. Ricky's been controlling the early game. Yes, they got both neutral objectives. Deopa's dominating top side here, just shredding that turret, but I'm just waiting for Varg to be unleashed. Kraken Slayer being picked up here. So Varg obviously feeling comfortable enough with the rest of the team healing for them, being able to cause the chaos. And if they don't manage to focus down Varg in team fights, you don't even need the 2-item power spike necessarily. Yes, it's where you get really strong, but even just sitting on that 1 item compared to that Twitch is going to feel really good.
Beta Boy deep behind Baby Powder. Shin Chin's going to help with that engage here. Trying to use that lantern, help him out. Baby Powder just walks out instead. They get them a little bit of sleep here, but here comes Varg now trying to join the fight. Nice hook will be hit onto Mytho as they're being taken down. Meanwhile, on the back end of the fight, Beta Boy is having to deal with POS, and Baby Powder will secure that. Bark ends up killing the other target on the other side. POS will grab one more kill, and it's a 3-4-0 for Glaive Purper.
Really well played, and that's your Aphelios unlocked right there. And it's just, it feels the contrast, the comparison feels especially bad when you see how Beta Boy was able to perform in that fight. Wasn't able to get the damage down, didn't have that first mythic completed, and just basically kind of got hunted down, ran down like the rat they were.
Yeah, and they tried to make, that aggressive play that you see Twitches make. I'm stealthy, I get behind you, and then my teammates are all here, and we're going to do the thing. But, oh man, when Aphelios comes and joins that fight, he's now currently like 1,600 gold ahead of you in just like talking about the ADC matchup. It is terrifying, honestly, because Aphelios is just like, yeah, he can't come out of the shadows or anything, but he'll just walk up to you and kill you, which might be scarier.
For a second there, Johnny, it got real close as to who was going to get first break. I felt like if Bart got that, it would have been really bad. It just feels like it's compounding an already bad situation. But thankfully, the demolish from Diopa was sufficient. It is going to be Huevos picking up that first start in what was a very, very close match. And right now, I think Beta Boy isn't even the main carry for the side of Huevos here. Just forget about Beta Boy in fights. You need to find some way to kill Vark. And if you kill Vark, then I think the sustained damage from Diopa, from Ricky, from Mippo should be enough to clean up the rest of the fight. Should be,
yeah. But the scary thing is here right now, like, yeah, you're maybe your most best person to be able to get towards Vark is Ricky, right? But you have to deal, if you go on top of Ricky by yourself, or sorry, you go on top of Vark by yourself, that entire wombo combo that comes from the enemy team to help peel for Vark is huge. While we're watching Shinshin get hooked up here a little bit, but no follow-up is available.
And that isn't the priority target you want to hit. So far, that last fight went really well because it was Beta Boy, a squishy target getting taken out. If you go for Shinshin here, you might not have enough time to burn down Shinshin before they can find their way onto Vark. Diopa about to go Mega.
Yeah, it does have that initially available. It looks like they are going to be able to take down this mid turret, and they will leave that be, but they're pushing the side lanes on the other parts of the map here for Glaive Purpur, so sometimes you're like kind of okay with that. Let go of this kind of turret and get some solo gold on your solo laners.
Yeah, but we're getting a slightly interesting situation right now where for the side of Glaive, they've lost their mid lane turret, but they still have one of their outer turrets here. They still have pressure top side. So they lose a bit of control in the mid lane, but they're still strong on the sides. Whereas for Huevos, it's the kind of the opposite here where their mid is still strong. Actually, hold up, Long, wrong.
Ooh, yeah, he's in trouble. Has pushed fairly far up, and Diopa is just shredding him down now too. Can't get out of that. Diopa will secure the solo kill.
Scratch that, they don't have priority in that top lane here for Glaive. They do manage to answer the mid lane turret, so that's really good. But right now, they don't want to split push. Vark is your strong point, and Vark cannot split push. Grongzong can apparently no longer handle Diopa in the 1v1 at all. That was just a straight rundown, and so far from what we've seen, Ricky handles Baby Powder really well. So Glaive needs to start grouping up and pushing their leads in team fights.
Yeah, they definitely want to start getting that happening, especially when you have dragon spawning in a minute and a half here. I'd like to see, there's been like almost no priority in dragons in this game, but I'd like to see a little bit at this point, because I think either team could shred down a dragon pretty fast. So you have to make sure you have control over it, or else it's really tough to contest. But they are trying to set up this trap here, the old Fnatic Death Brush right here. They got a pink ward for themselves too, so they know no one is spotted out here. But we'll see how long they wait for people to come over there. They're actually just going to go take the Rift Herald instead while you're setting up for that. But here's Mippo, does find Sonk a little bit. Here's going to try to jump on top of them. Ultimate comes up from Sonk, but here's the face sealed from Mippo. Shinshin is right behind to potentially follow up, but he will have to back up. Sonk will just live with that, but again, they are just taking the Rift Herald during that time, so potentially that is more valuable.
It's not just the Rift Herald either. They're also losing their top lane turret. POS has just been hammering away with that clockwork passive on that turret there. So not only do they get a Herald, they get a turret, gets answered on the bot side, and that's all the outer turrets down now. The whole middle of the map is opened up, and I'm really not sure who that favors. The Huevo seems to be there first, sets up the terrain to their advantage, but Glaive, I feel like, has the slight edge in these team fights. So kind of neutral, kind of balanced.
Yeah, it certainly, and it depends now basically on that use of the Rift Herald, whether you get like kind of the full value out of that. 'Cause that's one of those things, like sometimes getting it and then it doing nothing, what you traded for it is bad. So it's still kind of like up in the air on what it'll be worth more. But yeah, like you mentioned, you're getting more solo gold onto Orianna as they push the top side. And yeah, getting solo gold on your AD carry pushing the bottom side is normally a good thing. But again, they're fairly behind in this game. Like they're playing catch up. They don't have a mythic item yet. Of course, like going the AP build, they build an Astral Suit first, which makes sense. But it can be potentially tough for Beta Boy here, but they're going to try to make a play over in the mid lane. They're also going to teleport. So this 4v3, POS has made their way into it as well. The Oriana ult will slow down for a moment, but the Yopa's going to get on top of you, and POS goes down. Shinchin ends up securing that kill. I believe the Night Tick was what made that go down, so they got some pressure now onto this tier 2 turret.
Yeah, they expended a lot to make that particular pick happen there. That's 3 big ultimates down, as well as Shinchin, I believe, used Flash to initiate that as well. Didn't quite find anybody with the Magnet Storm. So there's no major objective to get off of that. It is just a pick, almost like exerting dominance, if you will, from Huevos right now. Because they can't even follow up. They can't even get a turret. But they do at least punish POS a little bit. Warn them that, hey, think twice before coming up against us.
Yeah. This is an extremely interesting game. I feel like at this point you have kind of like this 500 gold lead, which is like it feels fake. like the gold lead and the dragon lead, it feels fake because you just know how strong Vark is too as well. They're just like, look, no one can kind of contest this push that comes out for them. So it's a situation where it comes down to, I think it's going to come down to an execution on a very important team fight, and then gold leads or balance or dragons be damned.
Pretty much here. I'm not exactly sure what Glaive is waiting for here. For the side of Huevos, it makes sense that they're the ones stalling. As you mentioned, Beta Boy doesn't have a mythic. Did go for that Nashor's Tooth because that is what you go first as AP Twitch. So they want to stall till you get that mythic, and then you can kind of pop, burn people down, surprise them with the burst here. And you aren't safe in the back. As long as you're in range of spray and pray, you can absolutely get popped. Whereas for Glaive, you've hit your power spikes. You have all your mythics. I'm not sure the POS Everfrost is a very strong mythic, don't get me wrong, but I feel like, you know, if you go with that Luden's Tempest, for example, you can pop a little bit harder. There's a lot of squishy targets, or maybe the Liandry's with the burn, but the Everfrost gives you a little bit more damage, a little bit more CC, which I don't think you need here. And what are we waiting for? A Seraphs? Like, that's not going to be as big a power spike.
Yeah, but I don't know, maybe because that utility, it's another tool to help peel for Vark. Maybe that's the idea behind the Everfrost for that. So it just seems like if you're going to not put damage on yourself, you're basically putting all your eggs in that Vark basket. So we'll definitely be interesting to see if it comes down to an item build discussion. It's always sometimes hard to figure out. It's like, oh, the reason lost was because of an item build. That's always usually an oversimplification, but it is something to continue to watch and keep note of in this game.
And right now they're not losing. It just feels like they are, because they've lost tempo, they've lost initiative, and they're letting the game happen to them. All the moves we've seen have been coming up Huevos.
True.
Huevos blew 3 ultimates and a flash, and almost all of that is back up right now because it wasn't punished. And Herald usage, Johnny. We talked about Herald usage. That is not ideal Herald usage. That feels like we ran out of time. Drop it top. We'll distract them, that he still gets something out of it. And they're setting up for Inferno. Not a bad trade because Diopa doesn't have TP.
Yeah, certainly he's going to continue to deal with that. Just Dragon still 30 seconds away as we're waiting for that to kind of spawn up here. But yeah, this could be kind of that important fight. Remember, like, we're talking about continuously about Vark and about what they're going to do with carry potential, but like it could take one well-executed fight for Beta Boy, maybe randomly picks up like a triple kill or something, and all of a sudden, boom, they're right back into this game. And yeah, they have the gold lead. It still feels like this could be Glaive Pripper's game, but this fight execution on this fight right now could be very important.
And the opposite's true as well. We talk about Beta Boy popping up. I mean, Vark's been a monster, has a huge CS lead as well. On that 2-item power spike, if Vark were to get a whole bunch of kills here, they could just turn and burn for burn as well. And the current meta feels like whoever gets burned first can just win a game.
Yeah, and the thing that's scary here is holding on to 1,300 gold is Beta Boy, so they don't have a lot of power they maybe need for this fight, but they're still testing for it. Dragon is now down to half health, and they're continuing to go forward. Chin Chin is getting the pressure onto them. Here's Ricky jumping in from the side, and now the fight breaks out. And here's the combo, all exploding up in the middle, but track the 80 carries and see where they're going. Maybe Powder's going to pick up one. They're going to be traded up with AOS. Will pick up another one there. They're going to take down another. Conk secures the 3rd kill. That's 3K in the round for Glaive Pripper. I've been casting too much Counter-Strike lately, but they get the Dragon, and they are now looking at Baron.
That was what we were waiting for the longest time. Well, partially Glaive didn't initiate that, but the counter initiate was huge, was beautiful. That 4-man shockwave as well was utterly divine. And because of that, Vark was just not punished. Mippo did not land it. And Mippo so far has not managed to land a single, as far as we've seen at least on camera, good Fate Seal, has been able to use it to reposition, but it can't be used as a positioning tool anymore. You need to find Vark, you need to CC Vark more importantly.
Yeah, definitely. They just can't get to it. And we said the Wombo combo kind of broke up in the middle of that fight, which just like meant you couldn't go forward towards them. And Ricky tried to jump over the wall to kind of make that play happen, to try to get on top of Vark, but they just played that really, really well. And and a little bit of credit to Trivia Boy too as well on the peel duty there, and just let the AD carry play AD carry. And it's the kind of an AD carry's dream to have your team play around you like this.
Yeah, pretty much. Like right there and then, I couldn't even tell where Vark was because everybody was just sat on top of Vark. It was kind of like, okay, we'll just initiate. We get the shockwave cyclone combo off and then fall back. Everybody fall back, just peel for Vark. And that's exactly what they did. It works. There's no need. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now they've got burn buff. They can push in here. They need to push in. Huevos did a good job shoving out all the waves as fast as they could once Baron was down. So it buys them 1 or 2 waves, 30 seconds to a minute here. But they still have to fight through roughly about 2 minutes worth of Baron. And that's more than enough to crack a base open.
Yeah, they certainly have a lot to continue to get through in this one here. But here's a fight breaking out. Gong Sonk trying to use their ultimate to save themselves. It will not be enough. Ricky gets her done. And now they're pushing in the mid lane too as well. Vark zoning ultimate, I suppose, as they will get this tower.
And hey, if you have Gronk's off, you take that. You distracted too. You got your team a turret. Was it ideal? No, but it works. And right now, every single bit of lead you can get is going to be massive. They were down, I think, roughly about 2,000 to 3,000 before that Baron fight. They're now up 1,000. So the Baron power play roughly in about the 3,000 range so far.
Yeah, they're certainly enjoying what they're doing in this game, and just kind of comes down to some good team play, good team fighting. If you watch the LPL, that's kind of like how that region at least decides kind of how games are won, and it looks like that's Glaive playing to that same kind of strength.
Mostly, yes. LPL pulls the trigger a lot faster, though, and I'm a little disappointed so far with Gronk and Shinshin, because we're in lobby, and these guys were like, no hesitation, no, I can't remember what they said, but basically, they were saying they were going to go aggressively here, and we've not really seen that so far. That fight was kicked off by Ricky. I want to see Shinshin just flashing it. Magnus right away. Zonk, again, the Cyclone was the follow-up. It wasn't the initiate or the counter-initiate here. It was the Shockwave coming through. So looking at Zonk specifically for Glaive right now, because when you're in the lead, when you've got the better team fight, you got to be the one pulling the trigger.
POS is in trouble. Mippo is right there. Assassin trying to do assassin things, but nice ultimate from POS will slow it down. He also dodges the Fate Sealed, but here's Ricky. You've used kind of everything to try to stop that. Oh, you still had Flash though. You get out. Conqueror Song also teleports in to peel them off of their mid laner. So POS ends up surviving through that skirmish.
And again, Huevos, the one making the plays here. I think they come out a little bit ahead of that. Yes, they burned the Fate Shield, but they got a teleport and a flash. And more importantly, flash on POS here. So if you can potentially find a flank, POS, well, not even a flank here, you can find a pick. We've seen POS sometimes step up a little bit too far. And without the flash this time, Ricky, Mippo, Beta Boy, all of them can run down that Orianna.
Yeah, that's certainly a thing to always kind of be aware of. But right now, Glaive are certainly being the conservative team that maybe like for a cast it's not as fun. You want to see the project that you're talking about. I was trying to hype up Gronk Sonk at the beginning because I was like, yeah, this guy's aggressive and we'll do crazy stuff. But it's kind of just been like, just wait for Aphelios to have 6 items and maybe we'll really fight from there. But But to be fair, it is kind of correct to just play around the power spikes right now of this bot laner. And they got 3 items now. They're working on their 4th, or fairly close to it. The dragon's coming up, spawning here in 20 seconds. So it will be the next thing they fight for.
And with that, Lord Dominic's being picked up by Vark as well. Lord Dominic's does really well, not just into big tanky members, but it also helps a little bit with the squishies as well. And because they're so low on health, you can definitely pop them down. TP being used very aggressively here. So Mippo, free time at the turret maybe?
Yeah, looks like that's where they're going to keep going up there in the top lane, but they're going to grab this dragon, even up the dragon score, barring something crazy by Diopa here. He tried, throw out his Q. But it will be 2 dragons after further stacking Infernos. Mippo, meanwhile, as you mentioned, just securing this tier 2 top lane turret. They should be able to take this down quickly. So yeah, solo gold again onto a solo carry. He doesn't have any kills so far, but you know, his farm's pretty decent in this game. Again, getting that turret for himself is pretty nice. So he's still certainly a threat in this game.
And for the side of Wibbles, they can afford to do that. They got the first 2 dragons. Yes, giving up an Inferno is less than ideal, but you only give up 2. There's still 2 more to go. Soul is not a huge potential win con here. Oh, Lilting Lullaby. Really?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Just get down. Cool. Yeah, sure. Just walk out. That's fine.
I mean,
yeah,
that's a real.
He's gonna get out of that one here, but we have almost a flame horizon from Vark right now. He's 12 CS, 11 CS. Numbers keep moving around that much for Vark to achieve that, if that is their goal, and that's. Oh man, it just it feels like a bot dip, but at the same time, it's actually more of a team thing. So again, early on in this game, they kind of just like said, "Yeah, you don't get any priority. You're crazy weak side right now, Twitch. Deal with it." And now you're seeing kind of like the result of that.
Yep, and that result's about to smash Huevos in their face right now, because in 3 seconds, Baron's about to spawn. And for all that the teams haven't been interacting too much here, neither team can really let Baron slip. For the side of Glape, I feel like all they need to do is just group up and do this, and the Baron's going to be a huge trigger for this. Clonk, Gronk, Zonk, no TP though, so I want to start seeing that monkey rotate towards the top here.
Yeah, he's just kind of is chilling down there. Diopa, of course, does have teleport on his side, so he can join the fight right away. So let's see if they try to use that proactivity and get in on it.
already?
Well, here's proactive. Shin jumping in. He's gonna flash and try to get on top of it. But look at the damage from Vark. He blocks you out of Fate Sealed. He's trying to get on top of the 80 carry. Can he assassinate him now? They're trying to keep him up. Vark's at a quarter health. He still gets himself a double kill. He blows another 2. Quadra kill comes through for Vark. Data Boy just has to run away.
Just cannot shut down Vark, and every time they try, every time they fail, it comes back to bite them. There's no real lifesteal in the kit either. Beta Boy, I said bye Beta Boy, but
I kind of feel like Clonk was like, oh no, I'll leave this for you. Like, Vark was nowhere near close enough to come in there for the Penta. So Baby Powder comes in, secures that last one. And that's basically the game, folks. Who's going to stop this? Shin is now alive here. Can you stop everyone hitting these turrets? That's a negatory. Shin trying to jump in, trying to get on top of Vark, but he gets a big shield, and his health bar doesn't move. But no, what health bar is moving? The Nexus is. This is a win for Glaive Prepper.
very stop and go game for our first one here, Johnny. When it was exciting, it was incredibly hype. Things were blowing up, people were dropping dead, and the rest of the time, you know, a bit of quiet play coming through, but well executed from both of these teams here. Neither of them really overextending, and props to Glaive Prepper. Their experience shows through. These guys have been together for a long time. They play a lot of tournaments, a lot of leagues together, and you can definitely see that coordination there.
Yeah, you can kind of see this was kind of part of their game plan. Remember that Aphios was a very early pick, which sometimes you don't like doing that because the potential for the other team to counter it. But I think they just had a really good game plan in the draft to basically provide enough peel for Vark to just like keep doing this. And again, they got infinite priority in that bot lane. They were able to just push for free. It's one of my like triggering points when I'm like playing bot lane. It's like, I'm just trying to freeze this bot lane. Can I get jungler help? And it just never seemed to come. And it gets emphasized in kind of the team atmosphere when that doesn't happen, because you go, oh yeah, Vark is just gonna go ahead and win this game.
Yeah, and likewise, Mippo did finally land a huge Fate Shield at the end of it, but it just wasn't enough. And I was just tracking Vark's health bar there, how quickly it dropped, and it felt like it dropped to about a quarter health, and then it just didn't move from there. They just could not get the last bit of damage. There was apparently 9% life steal on Vark, I believe, from just the summoners, the rune choices, because there was none in the build, and it was enough, just barely, to keep Vark alive. And Vark was 100% their win con. The damage charts will show that as well. He well above everybody else, almost 18,000. Nick's closest person on their own team, about 15,000, and that was POS in the mid lane there.
Yeah, huge difference there, and it was a good game. There was certainly like early play. Obviously, Ricky got those double kills. There was some like early action that looked like maybe Huevos could run away with this one, but just a kind of good game plan. They let their 80 carry scale up, and they just go on and win the game. Kind of a little bit of textbook League of Legends in that sense. your criticism, of course, would be that maybe they could have actually been more proactive and like actually gotten back into the game earlier and then just snowballed earlier. But in the end, a dub's a dub, and they get to pick up another win on the day.
And with that, that's the second round here. So good job to Glaive Pepper. They continue the undefeated streak, but things aren't over for Huevo. This is only round 2 here of potentially 5 games today. So still plenty of time for them to bounce back. I have very little doubt that we're going to see them later on, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly. We're going to take a quick break here, but first I want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors before we get there. Explore Edmonton. 1 million plus Edmontonians call Alberta's capital home. They're the entrepreneurs, experts, and hosts that can help turn your opportunities into reality. Famous for our festivals, lively arts and music scene, and sprawling picturesque river valley, we offer much more than just places for your delegates to eat, sleep, and be entertained. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. We're going to take a quick break while we set up our next game. I believe it will be Glaive Pepper again versus PG Dropout. Okay, so that's a fun one to check out too. So stay tuned, folks. We'll see you in a little bit after the break.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly.
Go do a little sabotage.
No! Corral double tap. It's over!
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fast.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening.
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.
Like, oh, where did that come from?
You know exactly where that came from.
Yeah.
He does.
Really sorry, folks. That's really funny. I sometimes like to borrow terms.
pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play.
All right, welcome back everyone to the NorQuest Esports series here for League of Legends. Do want to give one more quick shout out to one of our sponsors in Pepsi. We're thankful to have Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar, great taste, zero sugar. And from that, we will get into our next game here. We got the PG Dropouts going up against Glaive Prepper, who we just watched. And this is a level up in play, I think we're going to see right here.
Yeah, probably. And it is Glaive Ripper once again on the red side here. PG Dropouts on the blue side. And PG Dropouts here does not stand for Parental Guidance Failure. It is the Proving Grounds Dropout. So their entire team are basically people who have been participating in the Tier 2, in the Tier 1 Proving Grounds here, with Speedo in the top lane being from C9 Amateur, Maddie and Array, the jungle and bot laners coming in from Supernova, who just barely missed the cutoff for the actual Proving Grounds tournament, and Rovex and Prosperous Cat, also known as Papa Chow, there in the support, coming in from Redemption Arc.
Yeah, that is certainly some great names you just listed off here. So it should be a great test here. Clockwork immediately getting the respect there in this pick ban here with the Kled ban. Thresh also banned out on the one side. Meanwhile, Tristana and Camille have been banned out by Glaive Per. And finally, Oriana will be the third ban there by the PG dropouts.
Yeah, fair enough. I think the Oriana for POS was very, very impactful. And by taking away the Thresh, you kind of somewhat disable the Aphelios as well. Yes, you compare to the Tom Kench, but it's not quite as effective. And Trivia Boy played a very, very mean Thresh. The bans coming out from the side of Glaive here are far more standard bans, and I suspect that's also a function of how these players have been playing the Proving Grounds here. Tristana right now, like we said, one of the highest priorities ADCs. The Camille, which I was surprised got through last game, will be banned out this time here. And Olaf is just generally a very strong pick here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll be gone. Meanwhile, Hecarim, that was banned in the last game we just watched, this time is available and picked up. So Maddie will be playing that one. Hecarim just causes a lot of trouble just throughout any period of the game.
And I've had the pleasure of watching Maddie play quite a bit in Proving Grounds, and that Hecarim is utterly deadly here. A little bit surprised that they didn't actually ban the Udyr, because I think they've struggled against Udyr in the past. Or at least Supernova has, but this is a different makeup of the team, and they probably have ways of dealing with it. The Jhin switch at the last second here will get locked in.
All right, Jhin gets out in there. I'm not in love with blind Jhin, basically in there, because if the team just lines up a bunch of bruisers and tanks, just like what is Jhin gonna do in the rest of the game, basically. But Lilia at least provides some tank shred kind of in there, so we'll see how that goes up there. Viego, which is like banned in a lot of different formats. I think I'd have to double check. We're allowed Viego in this tournament. I'm actually not entirely sure.
Well, I guess, I mean, I wasn't told that it was disabled.
Yeah,
so I guess we'll have to see here. They switch at the last second. They're not going to risk it either.
Right.
The Leona pickup, and I like that a lot because you already know the Jhin here. You know that Thresh is not going to be available. So worst comes to worst, they pick up a Tom Kench. Leona does fine into that, or they have to sort of find a counter pick like the Alistar that we've seen a lot trying to counter the Leona come through. And it just feels like it's patchwork just trying to slap on some duct tape to save your Jhin at this point.
Yeah, and it's tough, and it feels like you've given over some crazy priority picks over on the other side. Like I said, yeah, you banned out the Tristana, but the other premier kind of AD carry, that like S tier AD carry, is Kai'Sa out there. Pairs super well with Leona because they can just kind of lock someone down and really win basically any 2v2 you play right out there. But they're at least going to try to answer something with Galio here, so maybe they're trying to make some sort of global composition kind of go on here. We'll see how the rest of the draft continues, though.
And not only is it sort of a counter to, or giving you the ability to have a global composition, but it is also a bit of a counter here into Kai'Sa compositions, because when you've got a Kai'Sa, you want to go in. And once you have that Galio, you've got a big red circle on the floor, which is a no-go zone here. So I like the pickup here, whether it be support or mid. I think I like it a little bit better as mid, but blind pick Galio mid is a little bit risky here. So we'll have to see what they opt to come out. Nar and Darius being banned here.
Yeah, the flex availability certainly is what makes you kind of be able to pick it in that situation, I think, too. So I agree with you on that one here. But again, I kind of expect them to leave this counter pick up to Klonk once again. I know last time it kind of ended up being kind of muted. You ended up going up against a Gnar there, and then it was just kind of like, he wasn't, I would say he was neutralized kind of in that top lane. So we'll see if that affects this one. Seraphine, that actually made it really far in this draft, will be banned out finally there. And then again, one more Fiora ban for Klonk. He just doesn't get to see any of his top 3 champions, essentially.
And I suspect that's going to be a recurring theme against Glaive. They are definitely used to it by now. Almost every time I see Glaive, they focus the top lane. And that's not to say that the other members of the team aren't strong as well. It just feels like there's... Klonk is usually their go button. So if you do
Yeah.
take that off the table, it does mess with their ability to initiate. Ooh, is it okay? I was gonna say, if you're picking a Mel fight into Silas, you're
Speaking of
asking for
go-buttons.
trouble. No way Speedo's doing that unless Speedo's just like, I am
Hey, you
that
want this
amazing.
cool ultimate? Like,
And
it's
you
really
can always
cool.
flex a Silas top, and then it becomes a nightmare for you.
Yeah, for sure. But then you get the Akali, which is something I've not seen a whole lot at basically any level of play recently, but they also cure that as well with the Aatrox.
Yeah, so Akali's actually popped back into popularity on patch 11.6 because of the changes to her. A lot of people have been calling it a bit of a buff here. You basically take away that early game strength from Akali, the sustainability, the ability to just neutralize any lane, and you pop it into a stronger mid to late game. So having the Akali here, it can be flex top, it can be flex mid. I would be very surprised to see it top, since that is now a Sion top coming through, and Akali just does nothing to Sion.
Yeah,
so,
and you already have Aatrox, so
you'll be running into the Silas in the mid lane, which I think is a much better matchup. Expect to see Rovex kind of get shoved in, but I think with the jungle priority that I'm expecting to see Maddie have on this Hecarim against the Lilia for Baby Powder, that could potentially be a lane where they bait out POS to overstep and punish with repeated ganks.
Yeah, this draft, in some ways, if I compare it to like the game one draft, where I felt like really kind of excited by what was potentially going to go on with that one, they drafted a really good Aphelios composition. And yeah, to be fair, pieces of that draft were just straight up banned out in this game in the Orianna and Thresh, so that you knew they couldn't run that one back. But I don't know. I don't want to just sound like I'm a Jhin hater. I love Jhin. He's like my most played champion recently. Maybe Tristana might be creeping over just because lately I've been playing so much Tristana, but like Jhin in general, I love this champion, but I just I don't know about the blind pick into it, and I don't think you got it to play up against something you want to play Jhin into.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of that, the Leona Kai'Sa, I've always favored Leona into Galio as well. As long as you pop that shield of Daybreak before you get that Zenith Blade in, even if you get taunted out, you almost interrupt it immediately. You can always follow up with the damage. And in an extended trait, the Kai'Sa will win out. Jhin does need to reload. So I still favor this bot lane coming through from Proving Grounds dropouts here. I'm looking at the top side, and that's where my eyes drawn to a little bit, because Sion for Klong Krong Zonk is one of those champions that they can really take over. Sion usually picked as a weak side champion or a neutralizing lane, which has some pressure. But when Klong Krong Zonk gets to Sion, it's not weak side. There is actual potential to carry here. It can do a lot of damage. And when you pair that with Baby Powder's Lilia, we saw the strength that came through as well. You've got physical, you've got magic damage, you've got kill threat on Speedo.
Yeah, that could potentially happen there. And if you just kind of run it through Krong Kong Sunk this whole time, maybe the Jhin pick, it's literally there for the CC. But like most of my criticism is that Jin's gonna do no damage against the other team. But say you pop off Lilia and Sion, they're going crazy things. Silas steals a crazy ult from Leona and then just like stuns them all up, and then you just kind of get in there. Yeah, Jhin maybe doesn't have to be your damage, but we just watched Vark be the main carry, and now they're switching that script and saying, now you're playing utility, the rest of us are going to have more fun. Maybe that was the title. Like, you got too much fun last game. This game, let other people have some damage. So we'll see how that plays out.
What? You're playing League of Legends? You had fun? We need to fix this right now. But we deny you your pentakill. They're gonna put you. We'll put you in a champ which can't bust through these tanks like the Aatrox, like the Hecarim, like the Leona. But we shouldn't undersell Jhin here. Jhin does excel at popping squishy targets, and you do have the Kai'Sa, you do have the Akali here. If that force shot lands, it will almost immediately remove them from the ability to dive here. So I feel like Vark is in a somewhat similar situation where if you can peel for him, great. He can definitely remove carries from a fight, but maybe not putting as much resources into Vark. And POS last game, we aren't talking as much about it, but the shockwaves were absolutely huge. And POS has huge carry potential as well. I've not seen a ton of Akali, unfortunately. I know she's being played a lot in 11.6, but I've not seen, I've not seen a lot of good Akali play. So I'm looking very much forward to see how Rovex pilots this particular Akali into this composition here, trying to find the squishy targets, avoiding the Sion, avoiding the Galio here, and whether or not it's really worth the play rates we're starting to see on 11.6.
Yeah, definitely. And while we're waiting for the rest of this kind of spectator delay before we get into the game proper, do you want to give a shout out to NorQuest College, because they have a beautifully growing esports scene from Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers, all the way to Valorant and League of Legends. Their community server is a host of this and many more. So what are you waiting for? Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel And link in the panel below the stream. And like I said last time we talked about them, community is really the name of the game when it comes to esports, and it's really fun to be part of one. So definitely check that out if you have not yet.
And we are loading to the loading screen, and one thing that I noticed while we were in the loading screen there, Johnny, was the fact that Vark has over 300,000 mastery points on this Jhin.
Okay, so, he likes playing Jhin. Let's go with that.
So very experienced Jhin. I think the next highest was Speedo with about 130,000 on this Aatrox. So almost double here. You know, maybe our doubts are a little premature.
Yeah, well, okay, and that's the other thing. Sometimes you always have to we sit back here in our analyst high chairs and talking about these are the right picks. But sometimes if you're just so bloody good at a champion, you can just play it. It'll be fine. So yeah, Vark is really good at Jhin. Yeah, go for it, man. And again, like you were saying, that 4 shot, if you get that onto a carry, could definitely cause a lot of trouble.
I mean, we see it with Klong-Rong-Zong's Kled, right? So who's to say Vark's Jhin can't do it here? But right off the bat, we're into the Rift, and I'm hoping that we get to see at least one invade today, Johnny, because for now it looks like the teams aren't doing it. We're looking potentially at another line of scrimmage, another 5-point defense here, and not a ton of interaction right off the bat.
Well, maybe when we get into the rookie playoffs, we'll see more of it. But right now, these high-level nerds, they're just like, we don't want to blow up the game at the beginning of it. And we're like, fine, whatever. But we did see Maddie getting at least a little bit of a deeper ward in there, so that's it can be significant.
What? Klong-Rong-Zong did not punish Speedo for walking into the Scion bush? That bush, when there's a Scion topside, that is the Scion bush. It doesn't matter whether you're red or blue. Scion's going to be in there.
Yeah, interesting about that. Wow. We got this little bit of a trade going on before minions are even around. POS is now down to about 150 HP already, so that's a little bit scary. Actually, popping their potion this early on. I actually kind of expected they would just back and reset right away, but instead they decided to pop their potion so that you don't lose any tempo onto this lane. But good start for Rovex here. We're talking about Akali not being as strong early on, but here's Array and Prosperous Cat getting into the jungle too as well to just kind of annoy people over there.
I want to give props to as well to the punish onto POS, because POS started tier Silas. This is a risky, like we're talking about the fact that, you know, POS went the Duran's ring instead of the tier Orianna. Similar situation. Anytime you start tier, your combat effectiveness is going to be a lot less. You don't have as much damage. You don't have as much health. And that's why I think they make the call. Just fight right away, get them low.
Yeah, they're able to kind of get that going too in that kind of mid matchup there. So we'll continue to track that and see if POS could at some point get in there. But aggressive play going on for Prosperous Catch, can jump into it right away. But cleanse will mean Vark can walk out of that.
Also means that the next time that Zenith Blade connects, Vark might not be able to get out. Interestingly, Prosperous Cat actually didn't run the Hex Flash here. So that flash being down is actually down. There will not be that surprise Leona out of random bushes here.
Yeah, so that won't be there. But unlike last game, the priority right now is going to shift over for the blue side here on PG Dropout. So they'll kind of enjoy that. So I want to see potentially maybe Baby Powder kind of help the AD carry in this situation where they're going to have to kind of just be forced back and not have the priority there. But again, same time, maybe they just want to put that as their weak side and put everything towards the top while POS and Rovex here are trading really aggressively. POS forced to pop his other potion there. And like you're saying, just that tier start can be so risky because you just don't have any pressure.
And along with POS being forced back here bot side, we're talking about potentially setting up a gank for Baby Powder. That's not going to happen anymore. Trivia Boy already very, very low.
Yeah, just gonna walk out there right now as Baby Powder is getting invaded on a little bit here. But look at the difference in CS right now, currently in the top lane too as well. Sion will grab a little bit of that. But POS jumps on top of Rovex here. He's in that shroud trying to find them, but a little bit of rope though gets out of there. Now suddenly Maddie's gonna come in here and join the fight. So first blood ends up going to Rovex in the end. Baby Powder then goes pretty low. He's gonna flash out, but Rovex hiding in the smoke bomb and then pulling off that play. Real impressive stuff.
If Lilia is the offspring of Hecarim and Nico, is this considered child abuse, what we just saw there? That was absolutely brutal. And the fact that Maddie didn't even look at POS, just ran right past, recognizing, knowing the team was going to be able to finish that. That's efficiency, and that bodes really well for PG Dropouts. TP in the bot side.
Before coming down here, Vark's getting the VLC. That taunt comes in from Trivia Boy to at least slow down Rovex for now, but they're still jumping in forward. They go getting a ton of damage to the Vark. Oh, you were talking about the changes. We're supposed to make a Kali less good early. Random. And it looks pretty darn good early on, at least in the hands of Rovex.
I guess, you know, that the tier kind of balances out the handicap a little bit here. And yeah, Rovax, like, you don't want to be giving that Akali early kills here. You're negating all those nerfs.
Yeah, and they're just real strong here. You see like a Dark Seal on the other side there with the tier. So just 2 amp tomes, that might not seem like much, but it's pretty significant this early on. Here's Maddie coming towards the top lane. Kronk Song trying to flash out of that one, and will be able to get out of there. But again, flash down from the top laner, so that means maybe a revisit to the top lane soon.
I want to point out as well that that was done before Klonk had the unstoppable charge. Next time we see that particular gank happen here, you can expect to see Klonk just kind of run away. And as fast as Hecarim goes, it's very unlikely Maddie will be able to get in position in time to stop that, well, unstoppable onslaught there.
Yeah, it might be appropriately named. Well, this is a strong lead right now for PG Dropouts. Prosperous Cat is trying to turn that one around. They're going forward, trying to get on top of him. Trivia Boy will get the taunt off. Prosperous Cat will go down to about half HP, but Trivia Boy is down to about 100, and they're forced to back out of that one in the end. But yeah, just tempo advantage all across the board. Huge CS lead too in this bottom lane. They are gapping these lanes right now for the PG Dropouts.
It's looking a bit like Lane Kingdom here for the side of PG Dropouts, and I feel like it's especially worse at the bot side, because every other lane it's a 1v1. But in the bot side right now, Prosperous Cat is playing so aggressively, they're effectively 1v2ing in terms of zoning out Vark and Trivia Boy there. They have to be hyper aware, and right now they're getting a good trade back onto Array, because for the side of PG Dropouts, they're pushing aggressively, trying to make sure that Maddie does not get contested. They can't even walk out to check right now.
Yeah, they certainly can. Maddie will secure that dragon for them, that Oath Drake. Next one will be Inferno. So yeah, they're just kind of getting that nice objective there. They're enjoying all the CS leads they have everywhere. Of course, that one kill too on top of that. And while last time Glaverfur kind of like lost that kill and it felt like they were behind in that sense, it still felt like they were never really in trouble in game number 1. This game, though, it feels like they're in a ton of trouble here. What? They get this nice taunt here and are able to kind of lock down Prosper Cat. That will kill the Bark, but here's Maddie now to try to trade that right back. We'll get one back down. Bark trying to run away here. Teleport now coming through means Maddie is trying to run out of here. Klonk Song in the area. Array has made their way back to the lane. So that will basically mean you use your teleport kind of for nothing.
Completely unanswered here, and even worse is that Klonk can't actually leave right now. The wave is pushing out, and Vark can get soloed here.
Yeah, they're trying to fight for it. Maddie's made their way back on here. Vark is pretty low, and Maddie comes in and secures the kill. Maddie themselves now is pretty low here. Can Klonk do anything? No, he's being kited away. Now Array is putting on the DPS. One more auto attack will do it. Array grabs that kill, and it's now a 4-1 kill lead for PG Dropouts.
Baited Klonk. You got stretched back and forth there. Really well played from Maddie and Array. And this is that pre-existing synergy. We talked about the fact that Glaive is a team that's played together for a very long time, but we have to remember there are players on the side of PG Dropout who play on the same team at the highest amateur levels, and Maddie and Array are precisely one of those roles. And you can see right there, Maddie coming back out, trying to bait Klonk, knowing exactly how much damage they can take and knowing that Array will be on the back end to be able to punish, to get that kill. And not only is it Lane Kingdom, they're starting to get a kill lead as well.
Yeah, everything just going in the way of PG Dropouts right now. That usually kind of makes me look at the junglers in that situation. Like, what do you do in a game that is kind of really slipping away from you very, very quickly?
And Baby Powder right now, as a jungler, is the one person who hasn't really fallen behind, has been able to lead and punish here. Array.
There we go. They try to get a gauge on the Prosperous Cat, but they're just turning it around instantly. Array is now in the air, but here's Baby Powder. This is the difference we're potentially wanting to try to make, but now they're kind of just isolated. Baby Powder down, and look at how much damage that Q did from Array. They're going to flash forward and make another aggressive play, pick up another kill. Speedo, meanwhile, gets the kill over in the top lane, but double kill comes through now for Array, and they're getting Bark pretty low, but here we go. Can this curtain call mean something? Bark hits the shot. They're at least going to get one good sniper kill there from Bark, so he's now 2-1 and is trying to get back in this game.
I'm gonna split minds right now, Johnny, whether it's better for you to sack your one sort of strong player to try and get everybody back in the game, or whether it's better to just, you know, sack your weaker players and continue snowballing their lead, because Varg gets the kill. Great for them, but I don't think that changes the bot lane situation very much. Array and Prosperous Cat can still come back and punish almost immediately once they get back to lane.
Here's Rovex out aggressively. Trying to help him out is Trivia Boy here. Trying to get on top of that. Rovex there. Oh, what a dodge! Now POS ends up going down to the tower. Rovex, what an outplay, my dude. Trivia Boy, meanwhile, is in worlds of trouble. Means a double kill goes over to Maddie.
Oh my goodness, Rovex showing you exactly who's got the original here. POS stealing away the perfect execution, but that just, the only perfection that was the flash coming out from Rovex. They're just getting out of position perfectly. Well done, well placed. Herald dropped in the mid lane as well. I don't know if they have enough damage to take the first turret, but even if they don't take the first turret, that's going to be pretty much all the plates on that mid lane turret there.
Yeah, I think they have it here. Teleport's kind of trying to do to try to at least stop it. It looks like POS will get there kind of in time. Babe Powder is here too as well. Can Rovex do it again? They're trying to avoid that. Meanwhile, Fight's breaking down to the bot lane. Array is going to get on top of them. Prosperous Cat did use their ultimate to lock down Trivia Bot for a while here. And now here comes Speedo to come help this bot lane battle as well. Prosperous Cat gets pretty low, but Speedo suddenly starts tanking the tower, and towers don't do anything. Double kill goes through for Speedo.
My goodness, they ran out of minions, so they called in the biggest melee minion of all, Speedo there, and they get a bunch of damage. Yes, Zonk is getting damage on this turret top side, but even with Demolish here, you're not going to be as quick as a Kai'Sa, as an Aatrox at taking turret damage, and actually, all of PG dropouts, they just reset with a, my goodness, almost 7,000 gold lead at 11 minutes here.
Yeah, they have as many kills as there are minutes in the game too as well. They're just rolling in this one nicely, and it feels very, very hard to see what they get down here. Now, POS just trying to get some gold here. Runs into Maddie, who just walks down the lane. Speedo is coming here to join up as well. POS heals a bunch of the damage he's taken, but is it enough? But here comes NorQuest to potentially help out on this one, but Rovex has now joined the fight too as well. Flash comes from NorQuest as they're going to run away, and no one dies. It's basically the best thing that could have happened there for Glaive Purpur.
And Clonk actually showing up was huge there. If that unstoppable onslaught wasn't there, if the knock up to follow didn't happen, then I think we see 2 more kills being added to PG dropouts. As it is, they delay a little bit here, but mid lane turret is living on a hope and a prayer, and Dragon is being done by Maddie while we speak.
Yeah, certainly what I like about that play too by PG Dropouts is like, yeah, they got away, and you're like, oh man, we had such a chance to get these couple kills, but they don't chase for those kills. They back up. Maddie comes down here, does this Dragon, then they still have the time to push in the minion wave, get the mid turrets. They got Dragon and mid turret because they didn't chase further for crazy kills. So nice play from PG Dropouts to get just net positive play for themselves. But here's Trivia Boy. He's in a bunch of trouble. Maddie's going to jump on top of him. He's trying to taunt someone up, but it won't be enough to save their own life. Maddie will pick that up. They've improved to 5-0-3 in this game.
And topside as well. We're getting a bit of a kerfuffle here, but Speedo's handling this 1v2 like a pro here.
Yeah, Babe Powder trying to find a way to get their team back into this one. Probably a pretty solid gank over towards the top lane, but Speedo just kind of outplays it and lives through it in the end. Just you're seeing skill expression to the max. Speaking of skill expression, Speedo just jumps into you and gets the kill, but it is at least traded back. Shutdown does go for NorQuest, but looks like Speedo's just trying to style right now.
Okay, that was not worthwhile. That was a huge bounty being given over. I believe we saw 700 gold, so that's a 400 gold bounty on Speedo, gifted to NorQuest on a platinum platter there, or diamond challenger encrusted platter. bot side. Array does manage to take down yet another turret right now. And normally, when you see a Silas sort of face off against the Kai'Sa, you worry for the Kai'Sa.
Go. Since plays hit, so he's going to go forward. Trivia bot now is being CC'd
well.
and pounded around, but Bark is trying to get in some damage here. We're getting the teleport in from Klong Krong. Song's going to knock a couple of them up here, but here's now Rovex joining the fight. Curtain Call comes through, and that will blow up Prosperous Cat. 2 shots, 3 shots hit, 4 shot hits. Not quite enough to come out, but eventually is secured by Baby Powder. Meanwhile, Speedo has joined the fight, so he'll get a kill. They're taking out Baby Powder, but Rovex is going to continue this spree of popping off. Gets one more. Speedo now all of a sudden in the middle of 4 champions. He's trying to get alive and trying to get out of here. Really be able to pull it off, but another kill by Rovex. Are you absolutely kidding me? Speedo now is on top of Bark, and you say 80 carry versus top laner. Who wins that battle? Double kill for Speedo, but again, Rovex. Oh, this Akali. You're making it look like an S tier pick, my dude.
Well, I guess we've hit the Akali mid to late game, and this is the power spike apparently Riftmaker completed here. And I want to point out that that fight was not a 5v5. It wasn't even close to a 5v5. That was a 2v3, which then spiraled to a 2v4 by the end of it there. And Rovex and Speedo, the solo laners here, 4 PG dropouts, just played that immaculately.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Again, like, as I don't want to harp too much on the Jhin pick, because we have already done it a bunch. But if you had a pick that did more damage, like, well, maybe it's also the case that you don't have your mythic yet, but still, if you just had a pick that did more damage, you would have been able to maybe finish off that fight sooner and then get out of there before everyone came and rejoined the fight, before Speedo and Rovex came into it. But they just don't have the damage. But again, they are also just behind, so it isn't completely necessarily just the Jhin pick, but it still feels pretty bad right now.
We say that, but Bark is the only one who's really doing pretty well right now.
Yeah,
3-3-1. And it's coming off the curtain calls as well. So, yeah, but I will agree that the Jhin pick right now, besides the curtain call, has been struggling to really express itself in these team fights. And I fear that's not going to change anytime soon.
No.
Now, with the Akali online, with the Hecarim as well, just running at you, it's becoming less and less about the team comps right now, and more for at least Glaive Purper about trying to get there and trying to land the skill shots properly, because Rovex in that last fight just dodged everything. Anything that could be dodged pretty much was dodged.
Yeah, and Rovex is just like, he's got fancy feet in this game, and it's been fun to watch. Meanwhile, yeah, Speedo are fighting over here, but here is Rovex. Just continuing to do Rovex things. Perfect execution takes him down.
Okay, so I think at this point, Johnny, we've got to take a look at what Glaive Purper can do to get back in the game, because it's more than 10k gold lead right now, and Baron hasn't even spawned, and it just feels like every lane's popping up. Actually, Plonk, can they get out?
Yeah, well, able to stop the unstoppable
Speedo's here.
Force there. So now here comes Speedo too as well to come help out Maddie. Klong Krong Song gets taken down. Speedo, as much as we've been talking about Borax all game, we also have an 8-1 and 4 Aatrox in this one.
Yeah. I mean, not as fancy, so we don't talk about it as much. In the jungle, though.
Ooh, here's Array. Let's get another person popping off. Why not? Rovex actually ends up securing the first kill on that one. Array gets the next. So that's 3 members down to Glaive Purper. And yeah, we're trying to talk about a way for Glaive Purper to come back in the game, and it's hard. Something scaling. I don't know. It doesn't look super plausible.
Oh no, honestly at this point, I think PG dropouts, unless they throw this here, and they're diving really aggressively.
Ooh, yeah, Prosperous Cat going a little deep there at only half HP. Just kidding.
Oh no!
Perfectly calculated, not even close. They get another couple kills there. Speedo behind enemy lines. Here's the rest of the team coming in to help too as well. Klong Krong Song's going pretty low. They're trying to focus them down. They will take them out. Speedo picking up that kill. They're going for the next one. They get the next one. 4 members down. All 5 members down, actually. That's an ace. And yeah, I think PG dropouts are winning this game.
With Harrow being dropped as well, are we gonna get to see the Shelly dance?
Oh,
I don't think so. Vark is up, POS is up, and as long as they, I think they are fine here. The rest of the team should be coming up shortly. They just need to not die for 10 seconds. You can sack a turret, that's fine.
Yeah, they get that one turret here, but are they continuing the fight? They're still sticking around. Are we going to see more Rovex magic? BOS is going to get on top of Array, who's going to be able to kite that out pretty effectively. Trivia Boy now is trying to get onto Array again, but they're still somehow still alive. And look at that shield. Array doing a perfect job with the killer instinct to pick up that kill. Does eventually go down, but doesn't really matter because Rovex is godlike. They're grabbing another one. Klong Song is going down once again. Trivia Boy now is in a world of trouble in a terrible spot. Bark is trying to get some damage onto Speedo, but Speedo is just pressing that Q button, my dude. And what are you going to do about it? Here's the next turret going down. This is going to be potentially a pre-20-minute win. But
POS round two?
Spot timers are really low right now. They're all back and trying to fight them off again. We get a shutdown here for POS, and then another shutdown into Baby Powder's hands. So the overstay eventually comes through. Bark getting the third kill as Maddie will finally get out of this one. They were just trying to get that pre-20-minute win, but Purr says, now we still want to fight in this one.
They should be able to pick up Dragon off of the back of this. The death timers are fairly low, but still long enough that you can grab a Dragon. And Johnny, I know they say Kaisa is a marksman, Kaisa is an assassin, but I think Kaisa is a mage, because what just happened in there, making people vanish like that, that's a magic trick I want to learn.
Yeah, certainly. He's locked up a little bit here by Vark's W, but won't go further in there. They got themselves a Dragon. They survive this game for now, but middle inhibitor down, both the Nexus turrets down. It still just kind of feels like PG Dropouts are just going to push in their lanes, and if they want to do things conservatively, grab the Baron and then finish off this game.
If they go for Baron right now, great for can't even contest. If you walk in, it's going to be a bloodbath, and with Baron, they're going to be able to finish. But if you don't, they get Baron, they still finish you anyways. But for the side of PG Dropouts, it looks like forget the Baron, they're just going straight for the base.
Yeah, it's just an ARAM game at this point. They get onto POS, and look, an isolated Q once again for Array will blow them up. There's a double kill as they also take down Klong Sunk. They're going straight towards the rest of them. Baby Powder is trying to survive, trying to get back into their own base, but it is all for naught. Array does tons of damage here, trying to protect them up here. You get Trivia Boy in there, but there goes the Nexus. It is burning down. They're slowly trying to eventually take this out. We do get Bark picking up a kill here, but Rovex takes out Trivia Boy, and finally, the Nexus explodes. PG Dropouts just past 20 minutes, but basically get a 20-minute win in dominant fashion.
Now, Johnny, I don't know if you're familiar with me casting Proving Ground side things for teams, but I'm a huge fan of the amateur system. I love the fact that there's a new way for them to sort of get up to the academy teams and really stand out here. I just want to point out, these are the dropouts of that system. And they just rolled Glaive Purpur. And I'm not saying this because I'm bashing on Glaive Purpur, because I think Glaive Purpur is an amazing team. I've seen them in so many tournaments. And the fact that they got rolled stuns me right now.
Yeah, man. Like, again, I like you said, I like this team. I've seen this team around a few times, and they're a good bunch of players, and they're even good organized players. But there's that next step up you see right there in these players here in the PG dropouts. And again, like you said, like, yeah, there's a team that got bounced out of that tournament. People keep memeing on like NA has no talent coming up, but man, look how good some of these kids are.
Yeah, for sure. And to be fair, in this game, for Glaive Purpur, I think a lot of it came in the laning phase. I think they were a little bit disrespectful, and those early leads they gave up really came back to hurt them really badly. Like POS in the mid lane, getting poked out that early, really bad. Same with Trivia Boy. The fact that you tried to step up, you kind of got poked down. You go to lane a little bit lower in health. Well, at high tiers, that little bit of health can be enough for them to sort of take advantage and just completely snowball a game from there.
Yeah, certainly. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, folks. We're going to get into the rookies semifinals after this. But first, quick shout out to one of our sponsors in Explore Edmonton. Edmonton is a catalyst for change, and we're not talking about the type you find in your sofa. Our dream team will work with yours to take your vision and turn it into an unforgettable for your delegates. How? With creative solutions, a can-do attitude, and a city-wide network of doers and makers eager to roll up their sleeves and get things done. You can find out more at exploreedmonton.com. Like I said, we'll take a quick break here. We'll set up our next match, but stay tuned, folks. We got tons of actions left here in the NorQuest Esports series for League of Legends, so stay tuned, and we'll see you soon.
NorQuest Esports! Exactly.
Go to those sabotage.
I'm sure big gifts for everybody.
No!
Corral double tap is over.
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fantastic.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar. Thank you. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.
Everyone, welcome back to the NorQuest Esports series for League of Legends. Shout out to one of our sponsors that make this possible. We're thankful to have Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. All right, so we got actually a bonus game. I know going into the break I said we're going to do a rookies tournament game, but instead we decided to put on a show for you folks because PG Dropouts we're going to watch again, but they're up against Rock, which we could potentially call PG Dropouts 2 or A or B, whatever.
Yeah, PG Dropouts +1 here. So Team Rock, it looks like a kind of random team, but these guys are all Proving Grounds players. Not only are they all Proving Grounds players as well, yes, 4 of them are also dropouts if you go by PG Dropouts title, but at the same time, their jungler Hayami, Dignitas Mirage's jungler, did actually make it into Proving Grounds. So they have one player who isn't a dropout here.
Yeah. So this could be a spicy game, and I'm looking forward to this one. This is some highfalutin League of Legends action. We're into the pick and ban phase. First up, Rel will not be in this game. We saw it a couple times now. That's already taken out, and then Zillion being taken out on the other side.
Yeah, Tempos, the Zillion god, the Zillion one trick here. Have to absolutely take out that Zillion. He performs so much better on that Zillion than he does almost every other pick. That being said, he's no slouch on other picks as well. His Thresh, also a really good support here. So we might see it banned out or just picked up right away from Prosperous Cat. I feel like every support at the Challenger level plays Thresh.
Yeah, I feel like you have to, right? Like
pretty much.
That has to kind of just be in your pool by default if you get to like that high of a level of support. But we got a couple jungler bans here. Olaf and Skarner being taken out.
Okay, and Skarner as well has been a bit of a counter to the Hecarim. So every time I see a Skarner ban, I suspect Hecarim is going to be something that might come out here. We have to keep in mind that it was PG Dropouts banning it, and they are red side here. So I'd be surprised if they leave the Hecarim open unless they're thinking that there's something that's even high priority here for Team Rock.
Yeah, that is extremely interesting. They do see that there is a Lilia ban over on the blue side there for Rock, and there you go. They do also ban out the Hecarim. So that's interesting. You know, you ban out the Hecarim counter, but then you still ban out Hecarim. But that does leave that Tristana, which we haven't seen enough to see all day, get picked up right away by Rock.
Tristana being banned the first 2 games of the day, and this time because you had to ban that Hecarim, because you banned the Skarner, there's no real good counter to it. You've left that Tristana open, and Tristana ADC, yes, but can also be flex mid, has rarely, occasionally been seen in the top lane as well, so it's potentially a 3-lane flex. And there we go, the Thresh ban. Tempo is going to be forced down to sort of almost the 3rd tier picks here, and Rel isn't available. That superpower support pick also not on the table.
Leona's still there, and the Leona Tristana synergy certainly comes into play too as well. So there's lots of options here for Tempos. We'll see what he ends up with. Volibear, another kind of flex pick here. We do see that sometimes jungler top coming out now too.
Maddie in the jungle, especially for this Volibear, I've seen him pilot it quite a few times here, is a very strong, safe pick. They, I believe, recently really reverted that Volibear nerf, meaning that Volibear does sustain in the jungle still very, very healthily. And it's also a good takeaway as well from Izo in the top side for the side of Team Rock here. Does often take that Volibear to the top to neutralize a lot of top lane picks, pardon me.
Yeah, and the wild thing is we got 3 jungler bans, but it still feels like they got some crazy good junglers in this game. Udyr secured 2 as well. The other synergy that works pretty well with Tristana is potentially this Alistar. Just gives you so much like all-in pressure in a 2v2 early on, and there it is. That is what they're going to secure and have in this game.
Yeah, the Alistar not as strong and engaged, perhaps, as that Leona or Nautilus that we were considering, but much safer and a much, much stronger tank right off the bat at level 6. The Unbreakable will, not just the tankiness, but the ability to ignore a lot of CC is strong as well. The Aphelios, I was actually going to say, what might not be a bad pick into Tristana. You do have to be careful early, but you do scale up quite nicely in the mid game. The Jinx actually going to be the lock in here with that Thresh, a modified Aphelios Thresh combo like we talked about. North America generally favoring that Jinx a little bit more.
And I love the Jinx Thresh synergy too. You get a death sentence in there, you put down some traps, you are rooted forever until someone kills you is essentially what kind of that comes out to. So huge synergy there in the bot lane over here for the PG dropouts. But here we go. We get back into more bans. They're taking out the Scion from the top lane here, and a Kali being banned out. We don't get to see it again. I was honestly when they were hovering it, I was like, I kind of want to see that Akali again because that was real fun. But we won't be able to this game.
And I just kind of thinking too, when the Scion ban came through, it's like, wait, Klong Zonk isn't in this game, right? Like, he's already out, right? This is Izo.
There we go.
But yeah, I mean, it's fair. Izo is a very strong weak side player, does have the potential to carry as well. And I feel like with an Udyr and an Also already, they can afford to give Izo something that's a little bit more aggressive, can carry a game a little bit better here. Instead, last ban coming out, it is going to be the Azir targeted at Robbie Bob here.
Yeah, I kind of like the Azir ban too. It's just they have some crazy scaling over on the other side. You don't also want to give them kind of that Azir too, which would just mean like, hey, if you hit a certain point, you just lose the game. Which like at this level, players are just good enough to do to make sure they can get to a certain point. So it is a nice ban there. Meanwhile, they're taking out some proactive picks here as the Twisted Fate there won't be installed into this game.
I'm also kind of wondering, just because in my head, when I remember watching Robbie Bob, I remember watching his Yone absolutely just pop off and crush people. That is still on the table as well. And okay, Lucian as well would be able to do similar things. It's a good pick into the Orianna as well. Early game, you get a lot of lane pressure, and if you get enough lane pressure, you get it far ahead enough, you can definitely take over the game. But if they do lock this in, then I'm thinking they need a huge source of magic damage. Oh, is it gonna be? Is it gonna be? Yes!
Yeah, we saw earlier Yone being played into the Orianna last time, and it didn't quite work out in this one, but we might be at a different level of player here, to be honest, not meaning to flame previous teams that we've watched, but Robbie Bob can potentially pop off on this Yone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure for me, it's a bit of a bias in what game I happen to watch, but I just remember watching the Yone, and that's huge. So I'm so happy to see it here. We've seen the Orianna Yone matchup. You do kind of lose early because it is the range versus melee, but if you can land that Fate Sealed, unfortunately, Mipple wasn't able to do that, but Robbie Bob, if they can land it on these targets, on that Jinx, on that Orianna, for that matter, even on the Thresh here, it's going to be so strong. The Gragas pickup for Izo, I think, very much needful. They needed AP damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see that ever-popular Everfrost Gragas build, which has come into meta here.
And we're going to see a real big Champions game in Shogath. I actually really like this as that final pick there. Speedo could be able to potentially grab that and be this huge front line for what they've got set up for a carry Jinx composition.
Yeah, and right now, when I look at the compositions here, I'm just thinking PG dropouts here. They're just looking for that Jinx carry. And for the side of Team Rock, a lot. Okay, and this is not a casted bias. I'm going to say this because it feels like I'm harping a lot on Robbie Bob's Yone, but it's going to be a lot on Robbie Bob's Yone to find that Jinx, because who else has really solid backline access? Maybe Izo can do it here, but if they take it feels like it just comes down to this Jinx. Can you kill the Jinx? And for the side of Team Rock, I like the fact that they've got the backup of Kashuna here. Tristana's range does get longer as they get more levels, and with the Q as well, the ability to increase your attack speed, that attack speed steroid, you don't necessarily have to go Kraken Slayer if you want attack speed out of all the mythics, and you can also shred down tanks really well. So I feel like Team Rock's composition edges out ever so slightly, but that's really only if you end the game quickly. If it drags out, that Cho'Gath technically can scale infinitely in terms of health.
Yeah, what I kind of like about it, we're talking about it overall. Definitely, we have the PG dropouts with their comp outscales for sure. But what I kind of like with the Rock composition is that at every stage of the game, they're still strong. So if you get to the point where Jinx has got 5 items and is just rocketing everyone, okay, GG, that's a reality that could happen. But we've seen at this level of play where people know how to finish games faster and know how to kind of pull that off. You have a good early game and a good mid game, and your late game isn't a slouch over here for a Rock. So I really like that composition there. But I also really like PG Dropout's composition too, because it has a clear game plan. It has that, hey, Jinx can sit here and carry, and that's super realistic. Cho'Gath can become bigger than the Nexus and be super tanky and be absolutely insane. So I do like where both teams are going with this one. And again, it's another, after the draft, I feel like it's going to come down to execution again.
For sure, and early game, especially last game, PG Dropouts just ran the game from the very beginning in lanes, just took over here. This time, they've got to make sure the that doesn't happen to them by Team Rock here, because Team Rock have drafted themselves sort of stronger early game here, and if they get run over, they lose. If they can just hold out here, and that mental pressure, I'm sure, will be there for both of these teams. For PG Dropouts, they always have the we scale, just sit back, we scale sort of mentality, whereas for Team Rock, they've got the we need to go, we need to apply pressure, and we need to try and close things out.
Yeah, certainly. So while we're waiting for the spectator delay, going to give a quick shout out to NorQuest. Of course, this is their esports series, and because they have a growing esports scene going on at NorQuest College, from Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers, Valorant, and of course League of Legends, as we're watching today, their community server is a host to many of this and more. So what are you waiting for, my dudes? Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below the stream. And again, community is super, super awesome. But all this, whether it's NorQuest, whether it's the gaming stadium, whether it's and you're just your bros getting together in a Discord server to play some league or whatever you're playing, it's fun. And if you need, just like even more of a community, NorQuest is right there for you.
We talk about community. I want to point out too that these two teams, I feel like, are a good example of the Proving Grounds community here. They're a mix of a whole bunch of different teams across the board here. We talked about PG Dropouts, Team Rock as well. I mean, Izo and played for AOE. Hayami plays for Mirage. Robbie Bob, I think, is George Mason University. Tempo has played for C9 Amateur. It's a huge mismatch, right? And these guys, they just group together. They want to have some fun as well here. It's not always about winning. It's a lot about community, about getting to know some guys. And well, League of Legends is ultimately a game. yeah, it's a game. And as much as, solo queue is so toxic and blah, blah, blah. Well, know how you get away from that toxicity? It's joining a community where you have like-minded people who all want to just get better at the game or play the game or even like watch the game together, whatever the case may be. So shout out again to NorQuest College for trying to make that kind of community happen. So let's get into this game and talk a little bit one more time about the draft while we're still kind of waiting for it to get going here. You have this mid lane matchup here, Oriana versus the Yone. We saw it play out one time, admittedly just lower level players, but now how do you expect this matchup going between Robbie Bob and Rovex? So, like we kind of said, the melee range matchup is kind of rough, and I'm actually looking at jungle intervention to try and change this up a little bit, because if you just leave the Yone alone, it gets really hard for Robbie Bob to find any traction, and then you lose priority over the mid lane. And you don't want to do that at this level of play, because if you lose mid, not only are you losing pressure on Dragon, you lose it on Herald as well, and losing both major objective, that is a problem. Top side, I don't think it's extremely one-sided, so definitely Izo can come back in, Speedo can definitely come back in and push out the lane, and then you don't have Herald priority bot side as well. Yes, the Alistar Tristana are very strong early, but we've seen Threshes sort of stop the engages before, and if you don't manage to find kill pressure with that Tristana, the range advantage from Jinx can poke you down as well. So I feel like that mid lane is key, and specifically the jungles are the ones that unlock that.
Yeah, certainly. And it's like that range advantage does come true here for Array. It's kind of the advantage you just kind of get with that champion there when you're kind of firing rockets now, especially since the change, they come out fast now with the change they made a couple patches ago. And Tristana, I think, doesn't outrange Jinx rockets till like level 16 or something, but at that point Jinx probably has 4 items, 5 items, and is pretty strong themselves. So like you said, there's kind of this scaling versus the team that has a lot of agency here on Rock to do things early on, and will have to kind of do that early and often. And yeah, they have the composition to do it. So this could be an explosive game, or again, it could just be a scale fest to see Array carry. There's a lot of possibilities here.
I mean, with Super Mega Death Rocket, I can't see how it wouldn't be explosive. A little bit of trading top side. Okay, not much happens. I just double checked here. At rank 5 here for Jinx, the Rockets will actually outrange pretty much everything. It's about 725 range there. So even Tristana at max range shouldn't be able to outrange those Rockets.
Oh, okay. I got my facts wrong. My apologies. Thank you for correcting me so that everyone in chat doesn't have to flame the dumb analyst. They can just flame dumb Johnny.
But I had to check it too. I couldn't remember. I was just like, I mean, it sounds about right. So we have to double check that. And I like this already. The zoning out immediately. You don't let that Tristana, you don't let that Alistar hit that early level 2 and look for that kill threat.
Yeah, that's exactly what could potentially happen, is what they want to make happen over here in the bot lane. But we're getting a little bit of priority here for Array. It looks like they will be able to get that level 2 first, which will be good for them. And potentially, actually, they're set up, if they want to cheater back too and make this really tough, because yeah, none of the minions have been touched by Kashuna yet.
Yeah. That is, yes, a big wave piling up, but you have already lost some minions. And for Kashuna and Tempos to not get a single one is absolutely brutal. Ooh. Top side, Speedo.
Yeah, ISO taking good amount of damage there. They're trading real aggressively over here in the top lane, trying to make each other pretty uncomfortable right now. Speedo is going to continue to push that lane pop potion, and still has that biscuit too as well. So they will have a health advantage there. Meanwhile, we tune into the mid lane as we see Robax has taken a decent amount of damage too as well. Robbie Bob has kind of been able to keep up there. We were talking about the range versus melee matchup. Usually heavily advantages the range very early on, but Robbie Bob is playing it pretty nicely so far.
Right now, Johnny, I feel like my whole worldview has been turned over. Every lane I said was going to be winning early is falling behind. And the one lane I called for a good lane hasn't been happening here. This is not usual.
Oh, here outside. We go. Tempo's jumping on top of them. Proper's Cat's got the bomb on him. He's gotten to about 150 HP. Kashuna is continuing to focus him down. One more auto attack will secure it. First blood goes into Tristana. Resets it. The W tries to jump towards the Ray, but now has to get out of there. But here's Robbie Bob too as well. Has teleport and has come into the play. Maddie now flashing out of there because they didn't want to take any more auto attacks to make that bomb even bigger. Hayami continues to chase down Robax, who has maybe 1 mana spell worth in them right now, so they don't really have a whole ton. Did use that 1 spell for that little bit of speed burst, and that will be just enough to get away.
Okay, not quite how I expected it to go, but nevertheless, I'm going to say it. We got the early in the bot lane for Tristana here. First blood is there for Kashuna. The experience may be slightly favored as well once they shove this one in, but look at the collapse on the other side of the map here.
Oh, and they're coming in at fast, and look at this support coming in to help it out. Speedo ends up picking up the kill as they came down from the top lane, so yeah, nice kill there. Could eve up the kill score.
Prosperous Cat, the roam out as well. We talked about it, I believe, last game or 2 games ago about the fact that when on your first back, you can't track where the supports are. And in this particular case, the fact that Prosperous Cat came out, they managed to instantly just flash and find Hayami there. No fear, no hesitation. This is the sort of League of Legends I like to watch.
Yeah, certainly. Just proactive play. And we always talking about NA, not proactive enough, but these guys, these Proving Grounds guys, they're trying to flip that script and they're trying to get up there. And that's why we want to preserve our amateur scene here in North America, because it is pretty cool. And if they can carry over this play and get better at it, it's just exciting to watch for our region. So, all right, so we've had a few kills go back and forth here in this game, and not quite a clear standout yet. But again, that kill on that Tristana is going to feel real good.
And you can see the choices they made there. Kashuna going for that damage with the pickaxe here. Array not having quite as much, had to go with the boots instead. But I think the boots actually might not be a bad idea because it lets you kite out the Tristana. Unless they get the slow, you should be able to deny the bulk of that explosive shot damage. And once the explosive shot is down, a lot of that kill threat, a lot of the trading ability of that Tristana is no longer available.
Oh, yeah, but
speaking of that,
got to get that trade in there. Does a pretty decent amount of damage. Over to on Array as we turn into the top lane as they continue to stack each other. Nice little CS lead here once again for Speedo, who flashes forward and chomps him down. We get back into the bot lane as Kashuna's got a bomb onto Prosperous Cat, but they're going to get hit by the death sentence. Here's Maddie too as well, is going to jump on top of them. Array will pick up that kill and get excited. Tempo's trying to run out of here. Hayami's going to come in there for the stun, but here comes a teleport as they're making their way here now. They stop Maddie from being able to get onto that lantern, so they will finish off Maddie. Hayami picking up that kill. Izo zoning off Array and Prosperous Cat. They're trying to get some damage onto him. He gets ignited up here, but he'll be able to walk out of this one. Tempos, meanwhile, jumps in and picks up a kill for the support as they're going to grab that one. We're now 3-3 kills. And oh boy, the pace of this game is crazy, and it doesn't stop. Fate Seal comes in for Robbie Bob, jumping on top of Rovex. He's going to flash forward too as well, get under tower, secure the kill. 1v1.
And he's out. Oh, Array should not have stuck around here. They're going for the dive. They've got the minions.
Yeah, Array, my motto is towers don't do anything, and that's why. Because you shouldn't have been there, to be completely honest. Ooh, Maddie, though. Oh, it doesn't end. Here's another fight. Death Sentence hits onto Hayami. He's going to try to smite to heal himself up. Will it be enough? Does not look like it. Shut down comes in. Prosperous Cat picks up that kill.
These teams are explosive here. I'm kind of scared that we're not done yet because Kashuna is playing really aggressively considering that Maddie is in the area. But should no more action happen, which theoretically there shouldn't. There's not a ton of advantage right of these teams right now. This should be a PG dropouts dragon right here. Hayami was forced back. Tempos was forced back as well. And Maddie able to start this one up. So we don't have to wait like we did 2 games ago for, what was it, 15 minutes before the first drag. It's a more sane dragon with the Cloud Drake being picked up here. We might actually see, that might prompt more action as we see more ultimates available soon.
It's funny, we start off the day saying, oh yeah, sometimes like get to higher level, they just don't fight as often because they kind of like don't want to like snowball the game in the don't want to risk it. We get to probably just like our highest elo game of the day, and that's it stops. There's 9 kills here at 8 minutes. And they've certainly picked up the pace, which is great to see, because when you combine kind of that crazy play with some players who have like the mechanical ability to do crazy stuff, it leads to a really exciting game like we have here. And right now, if we look at kind of the advantages gained from that crazy play, right now Speedo's got themselves 2 kills. They still have 30 CS lead over their opponent too as well, and Speedo is just he's gonna be unkillable at a certain point.
And more than that CS lead, I'm looking at the level lead. They're 2 levels up for Speedo right now. It's bad enough in an isolated lane, but I mean, I don't know if you win this.
Yeah, he's
Maddie's
trying to fight
well.
on Hayami here. Maddie's come here to help as well. He'll flash in to get the done. Speedo will pick up that kill. Iso will whip his ultimate, and here comes the fate sealed as Rob Bob trying to get onto him now, but Rovex is joining the fight too as well. Tempos is coming in to get in there, knock a bunch of them up. Maddie will grab 1 more kill here. Speedo gets down pretty low, but somehow lives. He's walking out of that one, so Robbie Bob now is trying to at least secure a kill before getting out, but he will not. Double kill comes in for Maddie. Speedo finally might be tracked down here by Tempos. No, Speedo gets away with it again. 4-0-2 on the Cho'Gath.
Game of inches. PG Rovex dropped down to about 20 health there from Robbie Bob. Just any damage item. Oh, hold up here. Update on Kashuna.
And the action never ends. Kashuna here is surrounded here by Prosperous Cat and Array. Hey, remember when I said towers don't do anything? Let's see how it works for Kashuna. Oh, aggressively tries to flash forward and get onto Array and gets focused down a little bit. Super Mega Death Rocket will finish it off. Hey, look, fighting in the top lane. Speedo and Hayami right at it. Speedo does not have ultimate available, so Hayami will win that one.
10 seconds. 10 seconds is the difference between Speedo killing Hayami there and the opposite happening. Good trade back, but a lot of non-stop action right now, and I love it from PG dropouts because normally Rock has the more advantageous lanes, but that's in a state of game where you get to sit back for the most part, play to your strengths. By constantly ganking, constantly fighting, PG dropouts doesn't give them that opportunity to leverage that strength. And the fact that Kashuna on this Tristana isn't able to get those explosive shots off properly has been a massive factor here.
Oh, here we go. Speedo now. Teleported back in, because why not? Let's just keep going. Robbie Bob trying to deal with them, but not able to do so. You get a shield also from there, and then he steals the Rift Herald with his ultimate. Now the ensuing fight continues. Prosperous hits a death sentence, but here's Array 2 to put down more damage. Iso will be the sacrifice. You get taken down. That is, once again, Rift Herald, 4 PG dropouts, and the kill.
They have to drop the Herald top at this point. There we go. Because down bot, while all that was happening, Kashuna on this Tristana, yes, the Tristana has not been able to get explosive shots off in fights, but against the turret who cannot run, who cannot fight back, Kashuna will take that down really quickly, and roll back should be fine. Just a bit of poke. Let's have to snap back. It's a race for first turret here.
Yeah, and it will be won by the Jinx with the help of the Rift Herald, of course, there. So now WinCon with that Jinx looking pretty good right now. As we tune into our mid lane here, as Maddie and Robex have pushed in that lane, but Robbie Bob heads right back here to farm up those minions.
Okay, Tempos and Kashuna have to be careful. Everybody and their mothers are coming to the bot lane right now. And even Array, who's not there, can always send the Super Mega Death Rocket down as well. So wisely backing off, not quite able to finish that first turret for the side of Team Rock here. But your life is more important. Robbie Bomb!
Robbie Bomb in a world of hurt. Death Sentence hits them, and Maddie secures the kill.
A little bit of backstory right now. Robbie Bob actually just, George Mason University beat out Supernova, who Maddie and Array are part of. I believe it was just last night in the UPL. So the fact that Maddie is camping this mid lane a little bit might be a little bit more than just, the optimal play and a little bit more of a personal vendetta.
yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, this has been a really fun day of League of Legends, man. Like, just all the games have been absolute bangers, and this one is not disappointing either. We got 17 kills here in 12 minutes,
wow.
and it's just been a sprint through this game. Let's see here now what Speedo can do against Kashuna and Tempos. He'll knock up the AD carry, and he's looking to feast him, trying to get him low enough, but Tempos will help him get out of there.
They're not done yet.
Yeah, not done yet. Kashuna jumps in because Yami gets the stun onto Prosperous Cat. They're trying to get this happen there, but Speedo goes straight again for that AD carry, trying to get on top of him. Tempos will end up securing the kill on Prosperous Cat, but Feast will be pulled off. So Kashuna goes down there. So 1-for-1. But again, Speedo just getting bigger and bigger.
They're trying. They keep sending more bodies up here.
Yeah. Robbie Bob trying to make a play here onto the enemy AD carry, but Sends Array will pull that one off, and he'll just continue pushing it down this turret.
I didn't even see that bot lane fight because I was watching topside. Right now, survived the 3-man gank, and now they're looking for Iso as well.
Kashuna gets the ball onto Array, and that will explode and take him out. Shut down comes in now for Kashuna. So nice play there by Tristana to pull that one off. We do have a little bit of an invade going on by the jungler of PG Dropouts. They will be able to get that and walk out.
I just hear clown music playing in the top lane right now from that entire fight there. Well, 2 kills happened in the bot lane. It took forever for anything to happen in the top side. And I feel like when there's a Cho'Gath, there's something that you always need to check, which is how much damage they do.
Yeah.
Hold up, Rovex.
Oh, yeah, Rovex in a bunch of trouble here, is trying to get out. Will be able to do so. Nice shockwave to season them up and get out of that situation. But yeah, this is has been a extremely fast-paced game, and I feel bad for Iso, who is like the one person in this game that feels like they won't have any agency to how this game plays out.
Oh, Iso has been kind of put really far behind, has been participating in fights but not finding the assist. It's been really rough here, 0-4-1. Tempos looking to set something up here.
Yeah, he's trying to jump straight forward into it. Kashuna is trying to join the fight and get in on the action, but right now they're focusing down Hayami because, again, those rockets come out real fast right now, but they're actually getting some decent damage onto Maddie, and they're trying to trade that the other way, but Maddie somehow is still alive and is walking out of that. Robbie Bob will take down Prosper Cat, but here's Array, excited and trying to come at it, trying to get into there, or rather trying to get excited, because that would be huge for them, but unable to get anyone there. They're now still, though, pushing off onto this mid turret. Looks like they're trying to secure that. They're getting good damage again. Array does kind of outrange this thing, but is out of mana, so can't even fire any more rockets, but it doesn't matter. Minigun, good enough to take it down. They'll get that out of there. Meanwhile, Robbie Bob was actually trying to make a Fate Sealed play, but will whiff on that, and everyone will back off finally, I think.
Maybe, probably. I mean, 2.5 minutes before Dragon spawns. Herald's coming up a minute, so maybe we'll see more action in about a minute. Top side here, but I think people need a base. People need a back. They're kind of low. They've got gold to spend. And before all that action kicked off once again, Johnny, I want to talk about Speedo and that beast, because 650 true damage right now. In reference, Kashuna has 1,300, roughly about 1,300 health. So the moment Kashuna has less than 50% health, if Speedo is anywhere near them, they're dead. That Buster shot, 100% needs to be reserved for Speedo right now.
Yeah, because that's a big, scary beast there in Cho'Gath, who just wants to eat everything. Oh boy, this is some nutty stuff. Here's a Death Sentence hit by Prosperous Cat. Let's see if Array can do enough damage to keep this going. Oh, nice job by Prosperous Cat to not let Tempos get in there, and a nice W will secure the kill Great job by this bot lane.
Okay, here now Hayami and Robbie Bob trying to get out here. Should be able to scramble, but at what cost here? Because now Array gets the free fire on the turret. And yeah, we talk about Tristana taking turrets. Jinx can do it too here with that power, just constantly firing.
Yeah, just can mow down some turrets too as well. But here's Kachuna trying to answer the other 80 carry here in the mid lane. But right now you got the 2-item Jinx here, of course, with that Runan's Hurricane too as well. This gives them so much ability to push. But if you get on top of the 80 carry and send them up, this might be a good opportunity for you. They got him down. Kachuna picks up the kill. W reset will try to jump towards Prosper's Cat, but here comes the rest of PG dropouts to force them back. They get a nice pick here on Array that was kind of pushing a little too far into that jungle.
While all that was happening, Speedo and Maddie, the reason why they weren't mid was because they were taking the Herald that we're talking about. That's gone down. Dragon up in 30 seconds. I know the teams don't need a reason to fight, but there is one kind of coming up. Prosperous Cat.
Here you go. Prosperous Cat is going to play and then hit the death sentence. Hayami will get into the middle of that. A shockwave is hit by Rovex on a couple of them, but will it matter? Fate Seal comes in. Robbie Bob basically just uses that to get closer up into Rovex. Does a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. Kachuna has now joined the fight too as well. He's focusing down on the Speedo as best they can, but that's a lot of damage they did to Speedo, but he just has so much freaking health. And now the fight's turning around over here. Speedy drops his focus down onto Hayame. Feast will come through to finish them off, and everyone else is running away.
See the Orianna, you see, a Jinx and a Thresh, and you think that a team wants to play it standard. They want to play it front to back. They've got all the tools for it. But that isn't how PG dropouts are rolling right now. They are reveling in the chaos, and it's working so well for them. The other thing to note, too, is we keep talking about Cho'Gath, but another point we haven't talked about is the fact that you can't secure objectives easily against a Cho'Gath with a Smite on your team as well. Hayami's having problems, and it's reflected right now in the neutral objectives. I want to say every single neutral objective so far has been picked up by PG dropouts. Both Heralds, all 3 Dragons at this point, and we're staring down the barrel of a Mountain Soul on a very, very fed Cho'Gath.
Yeah, completely wild. Those Dragons just really adding up, and it's looking like PG dropouts could potentially run away with this one. And again, we saw it last time where it was kind of, you looked at, can Robbie Bob, the person on the Yone, get into this backline and disrupt what is going on here for the PG dropouts? Because it's going to take that in a huge team fight to make that possible. But it's a tall task when you have both your solo laners not really living up to what they need to be at this point in the game, but they got to find a way to get into it. But here we go. We got another fight going in the top lane as Rovex has pushed out pretty far here, so this could potentially help out. Tempos missed the knock-up there. Hayami trying to flash forward, trying to get onto them, but Rovex is going to speed themselves up. Meanwhile, the rest of the team here, PG dropouts, is pushing in the mid lane. They'll get that one turret, but they also have this Rift Herald right behind them, continuing to push on forward. They do get the kill over in the top lane, so Rovex does eventually go down, but again, they are pushing towards this middle inhibitor. They have this Rift Herald doing it all. Izo gets in there with also trying to force them back here. Here comes Robbie Bob. Can they get on top of them? That's a great fate sealed. They're trying to get on top of Array here, but they're still alive. Kachuna jumps in. We'll get one and then jump back out. That's why you play Tristana, folks. It's a 2-0 right now for PG dropouts. They lost their inhibitor, but they're taking the lives of PG dropouts. Brock now continuing to go forward. Tempo's trying to find someone into this jungle. The 3 of them are trying to run out here. They're going to get forward. Flash comes through. Tempo's trying to get on top of them. They will knock up Hayami, who's trying to run into it and onto it. Can they do any damage to Speedo, though, to keep going forward? Kachuna's going to jump in, but he gets knocked up by Speedo now. They're going to continue going forward. They're finally getting the focus down. Front to back team fight without Array should favor Rock. They're continuing to get onto it. Speedo's out of mana. They're chasing him down. He's actually running towards Rock's base as Robbie Bob is right there to get some auto attacks on him. They might finally kill this Cho'Gath, take him down. It will happen. Robbie Bob gets the shutdown in a marathon of a fight.
Speedo just would not die. They sent so much to get them, and as you said, without a raid there, they don't have enough damage, enough sustained damage to win those fights. Already we've seen one great fate sealed from Robbie Bob here. All they need to do is repeat that a couple more times.
All they need to do, no problem, easy.
Just win 5-hit, right? That's the strategy.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see if they can repeat that performance here. Array getting some decent damage onto Tempest. Idol's got in there with the flank. A nice ultimate. It's going to push them in a tough spot. Shuna will pick up the first kill. Hayami will pick up the next one. They will continue to chase them down, but here comes a teleport in as Speedo is going to come join the fight now. Will it be enough? I don't think so. Hayami's going to focus them down, getting a nice little stun on him. Kashuna is going to lay down tons of that damage. That bomb's going to explode. Kashuna will pick that up. He's now unstoppable. Maddie and Prosperous Cat just have to watch as they go towards the Baron.
Okay, so this is risky right now for the side of Team Rock. They've got a super minion in their base right now, taking one of their turrets. Prosperous Cat and Maddie don't need to steal this. They just need to stall. But look how quickly it's going down.
Yeah, they're currently trying to work on that, but they do Dragon pretty fast. Robbie Boss can jump to that big steal. Super Mega Focus does not quite steal the Baron, so that will still be secured by Rock, but trust me, that was real close. Prosperous Cat and Maddie now here, forcing them off here, trying to get down, but none of the base turrets actually went down to that super minion, so huge for Rock.
We're dead even in gold, Johnny. Baron buff, worn in purple by Team Rock here, and they're on even footing. Rock has been finding some amazing fights, but keep in mind, this has been with Array taken out almost immediately, fight after fight here. The next time these two teams go head-to-head in a big fight like that, I need to see PG Dropout set up a little bit properly. They've been surviving, enjoying the chaos, but they need to start learning that, hey, we're starting to lose out in the chaos. We need to fight front to back, and we need to protect Array.
Yeah, another thing to note, I joked earlier how ISO might not have anything in this game, but their explosive tasks have been really good. The last couple of them have really helped them get back into it. Let's see if he can pull off another one here as the fight breaks out. Here we go. Front to back team fight, but this time they have Array with them. Who will win it out? Speedo down to half health already and third health now at this point, so they're actually forced to back off, but they're still doing this dragon dance. Remember, Soul is on the table. PG Dropouts have 3 dragon buffs already, so they don't want to really lose this one, do Rock. But right now it looks like PG Dropouts may have to just back up from it, but right now they're just poking each other. They're still not completely committing onto this fight. Hayami is starting to hit onto the dragon. And Prosperous Cat, here we go, hits a death sentence. There's the trap, but doesn't trap up Iozo quite enough. Here's Robbie Bob trying to come on the other side. They're trying to get onto that back line. Speedo being focused down. Kashuna will pick up that kill. And now there comes a nice shockwave from Robeck to hit a few of them. Will it be enough? So far, no, because Kashuna's got a double kill and another reset. Will jump on and keep going forward. Another kill will come soon. Means Kashuna jumps again. They now have a triple kill. One person left. Will it be that Quadra? It will. Kashuna's got that done. Huge ace for Rock.
And they still have Baron. They've got about another minute of Baron here with a ton of turrets down. Team Rock has only taken 1 turret at this point. So they're set for a huge influx of gold right here. Amazing flank. It wasn't ultimately even the flank. The fact that they just managed to burst down Speedo, I think, is shocking to me because Speedo was so tacky.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of wild, but that's why you have stuff like the Lord Dominic's Regard there on both of kind of your AD champions, and of course the Kraken Slayer too as well, Tristana. It does actually, like, still takes a little while, but it does melt down the tank eventually when you kind of just do shred enough of that armor and do enough of that true damage.
I don't think we'll see a Blade of the Ruined King, but if you add that on, then it doesn't matter how much health Speedo has at that point, they will kind of melt. And PG Dropouts right now, a little bit on the back foot from, you know, being up about, I can't remember what the gold gap was, I just remember it was very, very large. They're now down 5,000, so the gold swing was huge here. And even worse is they don't seem to have quite found an answer to this flank. They need to ward their flanks a little bit better, because if not, even if they don't find Array, if you can force Array to spend more time running than fighting, that's a win.
Yeah, essentially taking them out of the fight as well. But here we go. Yeah, let's track Kashuma and where they're running in there. They're putting on the damage. They go legendary. Jump forward once again. Maddie's going to run out of here. 11, 3, and 6 now on that Tristana. And they will start working on the tier 2 turret.
I almost feel like saying PG Dropouts have to start fighting soon. Like, they can't just keep, like, that pick was very, very unfortunate. Now at this turret is one of the hardest to break through.
Ooh, Robbie Bob trying to get back onto Array, but he's getting it out effectively here. This could be a good one for PG Dropouts. Let's see how it plays out. Hayami's going to come in and he's going to stun onto Speedo. Array's going to use a stopwatch to live and then flash out now. So they're going to continue on in this fight and get it. Oh, Speedo's finally taken down low enough that he has to back off, but Array is doing tons of damage. There's a go! Jinx is excited, but a nice ultimate for Kashuna will force Array back into that. In fact, Kashuna ends up picking up that kill, so the 80 carries on this team are just going off, and now they're chasing him down, and here's Speedo. Here's the big beast running after the little tiny person. Eats them up. Not with feast, but still enough for the ace. Now PG Dropouts are right back in this game.
Wasn't enough Yordle for them to feast, Johnny. That's a tiny little Yordle. And somehow, PG Dropouts find the fight. That choke point at the inhibitor turret is so rough to play through, and that's exactly why. You have to bunch up. You can only run in one direction. There is no flank. And this time, yes, Array does go down. But before they went down, they made sure everything was set up. The team was able to push in. They can't get the inhibitor, but at least... but you know what? It's still okay here. Baron is coming up in a minute here. I want to see them be able to repeat something like this. Maybe send their own Volibear for the flank instead of letting Robbie Bob, instead of letting Izo constantly find that back line here.
Ooh, this is standing out to be anyone's game. Like I said, it's execution heavy. So when we were talking about this draft, talked about how, yeah, like, even though it just seems like, yeah, you got the Jinx late game, but still, like, Tristana's late game clearly is in it too, as well as clearly in play as well. So if they can continue to find more here, but Izo, you saw that he was there. You threw the barrel and saw that they were in the bush, and now they're just being focused down and taken out. Array takes out Izo. Huge pick, big mistake by the top laner of Rock, and now they're going at it. And remember how important Izo's ultimates were into finding their way onto the backline of PG Dropouts. Nice death sentence means they can focus down onto tempos. Robbie Bob is trying to find a way to get in behind them. There's the face shield. They're trying to get on top of it, but Kashuna will pick up one. They're continuing to fight it out here. Kashuna just doing tons of damage. He will use the Buster Shot to knock Speedo away, but he gets knocked up now. So Array can focus them down, and now they're continuing to go off here. Ayame running out here. In the end, it's a 3-for-1 in favor of PG Dropouts, but looks like they'll be able to get the inhibitor as well.
Get the inhibitor. They can potentially look to try and end here. Izo coming up in 2 seconds. No explosive cost, and they have no damage. Kashuna and Robbie Bob are still dead here. Well, that death sentence.
They're trying to do that. Izo is back in the fight, but he will be knocked up and knocked around here. Maddie gets pretty low, but he kites it out to perfection, leaving Array to continue the damage. Speedo will secure that kill, but Array will destroy everything. The Nexus turrets, the Nexus, the game. PG Dropouts in comeback fashion pull this one through.
Oh, Johnny, what a back and forth series here. You know, in chat it was awesome. Let's see if RMC had it right. Will Rock push early and hard? No, I was wrong about that. But I'm happy because the action we got instead of that laning, the trying to find subtle advantages, all that went out the window. Forget subtle. This was in your face. We're going to fight nonstop. What was that? 52 kills in a 30-minute game. That's almost 2 kills a minute right here. And right to the very end, I really couldn't tell who was going to win. It was just that last pick onto Izo happened to swing it in their favor. If that didn't happen, I think we really wouldn't have been able to tell.
And I'm so happy we got this bonus match. That was an absolute banger. And that was complete craziness. And it was just like back and forth. It felt like, again, it felt like at any time someone could come out in this game, Robbie Bob getting in there and Izo hitting huge ultimates were suddenly turning around this game, and it looked like Kashuna sitting here at 13, 5, and 7 at the end of the game was going to be able to carry on to Tristana, but then it just went the other way around. They execute the next fight just much better, and PG Dropouts just come out on top of this one. Like, I want a best of 5 of that one. Both these teams make the finals, please. I want to watch this.
I mean, we might potentially hear both of these teams have performed really well, and I'm happy for Maddie and Array getting their revenge on Robbie Bob. Robbie Bob played well, but it's just so difficult, right? Like, if you find Rovax, it's not enough. It has to be Array. It's so difficult. It's so tight, and I believe we are getting word that we might be still in time to catch the rookie semifinals.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get that one, but we'll take a quick break before we get that all set up for you. But I do want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors in Explore Edmonton, because 1 million plus Edmontonians call Alberta's capital home. They're entrepreneurs, experts, and hosts that can help turn your opportunities into realities. Famous for our festivals, lively arts and music scene, and sprawling, picturesque river valley, we offer much more than just places for your delegates to eat, sleep, and be entertained. So find out more at exploreedmonton.com. So like I said, we will take a quick break here. We'll get into that rookies semi-final after the break and tons more League of Legends action here on the NorQuest Esports series. See you soon, folks.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly.
Go to those sabotage.
No! Corral double tap. It's over!
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fast.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
you now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.
Drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9. Cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple cause it feels like a lie. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. nice to know that they still by my side. Friends are like stars, cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We'd play Halo, and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime.
My baby and I like new silky sheets every night. He buys me fur and whiskey neat and keeps them coming every week. Ooh, he wants to celebrate with schools out for summer, and we live by his brother. I keep my drugs in the car. rush shore when he'll be home. Get into trouble on my own. I don't get lonely. Ooh, he wants the suburbs where school's out for summer. And we live by his mother. I keep my drugs in the cover, 'cause I'm only sweet when I'm high. I'm only sweet when I'm high. I'm only sweet when I'm high.
Okay, folks, welcome back. NorQuest Esports Series League of Legends. We're into the rookie teams now as we get into our semifinals to see who gets to play off for our finals right after that in today's tournament. Well, we saw really, really highly elo, crazy action plays, and now we're a little bit switching gears, but I expect it to be just as crazy as like I said before, I love casting this level of play, and you get like this gold, low plat level of play, and these teams are always hungry to fight.
Yeah, and personally, from having cast a lot of gold and plat leagues, honestly, when you watch it, the only real difference between super high level and gold and plat is that when you watch a gold and plat team do those things, you think, I can do it too. And I expect to see that here. From what I've heard, the rookie division has been just as hot as the contenders division here. And if anything, it's a little bit faster. We've got the final four right here, two of them facing off, and it's going to be Yale B team on the blue side and DC Blaze on the red side.
Yeah, and we're definitely excited to get this one going as we jump straight into the pick and ban. So we're going to see what these all are going to do. What's kind of nice too about this, like, yeah, a lot of the amateur stuff, we might know a lot of those players because of, we cast other amateur tournaments and stuff sometimes, but you get to these kind of gold players, there's a lot of question marks. We don't know what their kind of styles are, what they're going to do. And a lot of times the picks and bans are more based on just like individual solo queue play. So you're seeing stuff like, Articuno being banned out here in Anivia, and then Ari being banned out, which maybe you don't expect kind of if you just watch higher level play. But yeah, we're going to see them kind of get off of their comfort picks in solo queue and then have the play in this atmosphere. It's exciting to watch.
Definitely a lot of focused, targeted picks here. And if you just open up the OPGGs of these players, you can tell usually what the bans are targeted at. Obviously, I mean, Anivia only goes mid anyways, so obviously targeted under the flame. But under the flame plays a lot of Anivia, and I'm pretty sure it's either been banned or they've been getting their hands, or they've been playing it themselves, pardon me, in this tournament so far. The Seraphine ban coming through as well. Now, even if that's not a super popular pick for the support or the mid laner here, I think Seraphine's just worth a ban.
It's just so good. And for whatever reason, it's been Seraphine's been like S tier pick for quite a while, and Riot just leaving Seraphine up there, so it just deserves a ban, kind of almost at every level of play there. Kai'Sa's still being banned out because kind of the same reason. Kai'Sa has received bans, but it's still just super impactful.
I feel like unless you completely gut her numbers, Kai'Sa is always going to be really, really strong. The Tristana ban coming through as well. Now, that's something that's true, I think, in all levels of play right now. Tristana, just so good. I remember back in the day, way back, like Season 1, Season 2, when people weren't as mechanically good, we used to joke that if you have ping issues, just play Tristana, press Q, and right-click.
Yeah. Certainly. And that is still potentially up there. And another kind of just like great pick in any level is the Hecarim. Super impactful pick from the jungle. So that will be gone too as well. So now we get back to the brass taxes and see what these teams actually end up picking here as they're waiting to lock in their first champion here. We're in the Caitlyn. Again, I joked a little bit earlier in the cast how we were talking off air about like, I love Caitlyn. is like, in terms of all-time played champions, I think is my second most all-played. I feel like it's bad in the middle, but you seem to like it a lot. Explain why you like it still right now.
Oh, it's just the range, right? Caitlyn gets to hit you, and you can't hit Caitlyn. That's fundamentally the whole thing about Caitlyn here, especially in lane. It's so oppressive. Tristan, and Kai'Sa, pardon me, generally don't do too well in lane. They have been taken off the table though, so I'm curious to see how they answer. I think we saw a Jinx sort of being being a potential answer, having an even longer range, which can trade back, but is based off mana. Instead, first of all, the Camille Galio coming out, that's a really strong combo, has been in pro play for quite a while, and just really solid solo picks as well.
Yeah, exactly. Camille just kind of jumps in, Galio follows up, and they all just cause a bunch of chaos. And it is great to watch it on top of Camille just being a good split push threat too as well. But on the other side, looks like they're going to pair the Caitlyn with the Lux in the bot lane likely, unless of course that Lux ends up being in the mid lane, which, you know, is one of those things where you hit the binding on Lux, Caitlyn trap means you kill the other enemy.
Yeah, and I do believe it actually might be the mid lane pickup here for Bitnari. It is Bitnari's most played champion here, so the Ahri ban might have pushed them a little bit towards this. I feel like it kind of works against the Galio as well, because you're in such safe range most of the time that it's very, very hard to punish you. But against the Camille, against the Olaf we see being locked in here, those bindings are less useful and might be vulnerable. It is still a potential flex pick, so despite my confidence that it's for Binari here, there is still a chance that they can flex at the last
certainly,
moment.
and they seem to think so too, because they're still banning out supports. They're banning out the Morgana, which is like the classic combo with Caitlyn, right? So they're also going to be able to take that off of the table to make sure that that isn't secured there. So we'll continue to see where they kind of place that priority there. It looks like they want to try to get the carries off of Archer Boy, but we're looking in there now. We find the Samira ban. And that is just a pick that can sometimes really, really snowball. And actually, they were setting up pretty well with a decent Samir composition on the other side. So that's going to be banned out.
And that's one of the things I love about the fact that in Golden Plat, it's not about what is meta sometimes. It's about what you're good at here. And Kinori apparently plays a really mean Samira. And like you said, this composition would have been ideal for it. All of them going in, all of them having the AoE, the lockdown as well. And just to make sure they don't see some more AoE, Diana being banned, which suggests that they think that's going to be a Galio support here.
Yeah, that's certainly what that potentially meant. Unless, of course, you know, that Diana could potentially have been also... theoretically could be played mid lane and stuff too, but anyway, neither here nor there. It's banned out. It won't be in this one. Ezreal will be the AD carry choice here for Kinori. You know, obviously just fits in like every comp essentially. Ezreal's just a good plugin.
Yeah, a very safe champion, kind of does it all here. And with the current build that we're often seeing through that lethality Essence Reaver build for the Ezreal, it comes online a lot quicker as well. The components are cheaper, so you do get a more balanced power curve. It's not that sharp spike that we used to see with that blue build Ezreal here. Okay, so that might be... I'm trying to figure out these lanes here. So Malphite top, Lux mid. Okay, so that is a Lux mid. Yeah. For a second, I was like, wait, is that a Malphite mid and Volibear top? I don't know
actually,
why
it's Thresh jungle and.
Yeah, but for now, you know, more standard Malphite top, Volibear, jungle, Lux mid. So they have really actually long range poke here. They've got a really solid front line as well, and I kind of like that. Ezreal is going to have trouble poking through that Volibear, cutting through that Malphite in these team fights here.
Yeah, and interestingly, they're pairing up the Ezreal with the Lulu, which is not something you see more. You usually see Lulu paired with like that hyper carry, like just auto attacky pew 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 champion, because of course it just gives you so much more with attack speed and all that jazz. But instead, they're basically going to be using that, and I think they just want to like pseudo wombo their knockups. Right, Galio comes in, Lulu, you could even Lulu ult the Galio, get that knockup, keep going, and then just keep kind of that train rolling, and then maybe Olaf and Ezreal clean up the fight from there. So that is potentially interesting, but. We're talking about knockups. You got the knockup king on the other side and Malphite being locked in on the blue side. So that can definitely disrupt that plan.
Sure. I actually find these drafts really interesting from both ends and how they're looking to interact, because we touched on how the Yo B team's comp is. It's kind of straightforward here. You've got good initiate, you've got a good tanky front line, you've got the Thresh as well for peel. Just really solid front to back team fighting here. And you've got the poke as well to start things off. So love it. And what we're seeing from DC Blaze is a little bit different because they want to go win. And I love the fact that you touched that the Lulu can wild growth the Olaf. You've suddenly got a big, tanky berserker running at you. But I'm looking also at the Camille. The fact that Camille can flank, can find ways to get into the back line. And if one person gets into the back line, it means you've got two people in the back line. Because now the Galio can follow up with the hero's entrance as well. Lux and Caitlyn are not inherently mobile. So if you can find them, even without the Hextech ultimatum to lock them into place, you should be able to just crush them. The Ezreal's got, you know, the sort of freedom to do whatever Ezreal wants to do. Just kite back. Doesn't need anybody else. Strong, independent explorer who just does their own thing. So it feels like they countered them in terms of their picks.
Yeah, exactly. It's why I kind of touched on where Ezreal can kind of just be plugged into anywhere realistically. Because, what's kind of nice is like, Caitlyn, you were talking about how it kind of just outranges anyone. So if you picked someone short range, you would just had a really, really rough laning phase. You pick in the Ezreal so that like you'll just be fine. You know what I mean? You can let the Caitlyn push in, but you can kind of just like last hit the minions with your Q and get it in there and be able to get your farm and like stabilize that lane pretty well with the Ezreal pick. So I do like that there. So we're just waiting for the spectator delay, but while we're waiting on that, we'll touch on a couple of our sponsors here. We of course have Pepsi, who we're thankful to have because we're thankful for Pepsi supporting NorQuest Esports series this weekend. Do try out Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. And on top of that, NorQuest is providing a great community for everyone here in our League of Legends community, but not only that, other esports, including Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers, Valorant as well. Their community is a server host for all this and many more. So if you've been looking for an esports community, look no further. Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below the stream. All right, so we talked a lot about these bot lanes, and I touched on the Malphite. We also touched on the Camille in terms of what they're going to do in team fights, but how is that actual laning phase go between Hansoku and Hayden Duh up there in the top lane?
Okay, and I love the fact that we're talking about laning phase now because I feel like Gold Plat often does revolve around lanes, especially if there are certain people with specific power picks here. Now, I'm not super familiar with all these players, so I don't know if necessarily these are their signature champions, but generally, Camille versus Malphite, it's actually pretty comfortable for Malphite early here. You build armor, you can poke down the Camille. You just have to kind of get through the adaptive shielding, but once you do, you're solid on that. The mid lane Lux versus Galio, it's kind of a little bit of a game of dodgeball or a game of tag here, right? Like for Under the Flame, you need to dodge all the bindings. And for Bitnari, just never want to get tagged by that Galio here. So a bit of a back and forth. My eyes are actually kind of drawn to the jungle because while I don't really know the players that well, from what I can see, Kick for Kids in the jungle here for DC Blaze plays a lot of Olaf and plays it really, really well, has a high KDA. And that's what you want to see when you've got an Olaf, because an Olaf that gets a hit early can definitely carry a game.
Yeah, we see that. If you watch Pro Play, it's like you watch Cloud9, whenever they get the Olaf pick, it's just like game's over because an Olaf could run around and just take over the game from there. So definitely eyes on Jungle Relic for that as we watch in this game. It will be extremely interesting. So there is going to be a little bit more of a delay as there actually this game did have a pause kind of at the beginning of it. So we still have to kind of wait that one out. So it gives us more time to talk about kind of the matchups and this laning phase. So yeah, if we pointed out kind of like the Caitlyn pick in there and how it kind of like neutralizes some lanes, but you have the Ezreal here. So if we go back to the jungles and talk about like, do you want to just are both jungles here just focusing on ganking the bot lane, or where do you think they might spend most of their attention?
For DC Blaze, when you've got an Olaf, it's not just about ganking a lot of times. It's about letting your lane set up for you because you actually want to pick up all the kills. And with the Olaf, with the Lulu and the Galio, pardon me, pairing with the Olaf, there is a lot of kill potential here as long as the Olaf gets rolling. So I think for Jungle Relic, you're looking for wherever you can sort of find a good kill. And I'm looking for the lanes to set them up. Lulu Ezreal isn't the best at setting up a kill lane, but at the same time, they often do get shoved under the turret. So if that happens, gank bot. If Hayden topside is looking kind of juicy, Hansoku overextends, punish that. And mid lane, as long as you can reach the Lux, that should be nice, easy kills for the Olaf.
Yeah. And that will be what we watch for this game. And again, we just know how much this Olaf pick can just completely warp a game and make it all about them. And And it's tough because you have like those bindings and stuff, but like that doesn't matter when they pop Ragnarok and they just run at you, because Olaf will find his way to Valhalla any way possible. So we're getting a line of scrimmage here to start the game. So as much as we kept saying that the high level play, we get line of scrimmages, maybe we'll get spicy invades once we get to the rookie games. But no, they're also playing at comp. You also have to remember, this is a semifinal here, right? You win this game, you get to go to the finals, and there's some cash on the line. So of course they don't want to lose it on a level 1 here on this one. So maybe that's that. And it's a best of 1 semifinal, which puts that much more pressure on it.
There's really no margin for error here. I'm just a little bit sad because when I look at EOB's team, they actually have a really good level 1 invade with the Lux Snare, the Death Sentence, and Archer Boy. Even if you go for the Piltover Peacemaker, you probably can push out enough damage to get an early kill here. There's even the Ignite on Ceratosaurus here on that Thresh. So I feel it's a bit of a wasted opportunity, but you know what? I guess the teams feel that strong enough, confident enough that we'll win the lane irregardless anyways. We don't need to rely on any shields.
Yeah, and with all that, it's just like there's all these lanes that have the potential to kind of just like all neutralize each other. So like it makes, again, it just final points to that where jungle's gonna interfere with all of that, because I don't just see a clear win from any of these lanes. Just like obviously just purely based on the champions, not necessarily the players. So it'll be interesting to watch too. And the other part of it is that like one of the interesting like just tidbits about how kind of this tournament went, DC Blaze started off the tournament with a bye, so they got kind of that win, and then they won 1 game and then they lost the next game. So they've only actually played 2 games just before this, and where YLB was able to kind of get up there with their 3-0 finish into this one. So it's like it's hard to measure DC Blaze's strength based on that, because basically they had a bye win and then only 1 other game they won today. So we'll see if they pull it off. If they make their way to the finals, they'll deserve it either way, right? So we'll see how that goes in this game.
For now, we're seeing gender gapped, kind of get support gapped a little bit as well, just getting nailed, and that is that strength of that Caitlyn there, the fact that you're super ranged. Ezreal is a solid pick because of the Mystic Shot range as well, but it doesn't get through the minions, and that's the difference here, where Archer Boy doesn't have to care about the state of the minion wave, is able to go in, is able to punish, and you know what? Having seen that, I think it's a good decision that Jungle Relic didn't start top path from the bot side up instead.
Ooh, right in the mid lane, but Nari gets knocked up a bit here, but will flash out and avoid the gank from Jungle Relic. And yeah, one thing that is interesting to note too is what I actually like that they ended up picking Thresh to be the support here with the Caitlyn, because when you knew they picked up the Ezreal on the other side. Oh, never mind, hold on, fight again, but Nari is fighting again here with Under Flame. Jungle Relic fights right back. Remember, Flash was already used. There's the barrier to well, that's gone. First blood on the Olaf.
Easy ganks as long as you can reach the Lux. I love the fact you burn the flash, you go back, grab the scuttle, come back in for round 2. Nice easy kill, and that Olaf is starting to run. But Johnny, you were talking about the Thresh pick.
Yeah. So basically what I'm saying is you're going to get priority in this lane with Caitlyn that sometimes leads you into being prone to ganks, but Thresh Lantern, right? You can kind of just like piece out of there as long as your vision's good enough, so you can kind of keep this permanent priority here in the bot lane and then deal with that. But however, there is a teleport coming down here, so that might just completely negate the entire point I was just making. And Under Flame has got the Archer Boy, but a nice E is going to get them out for now, and Hatsuko is going to come in here with the teleport. That's GG has come in to help as well, and that's going to be another kill for them. It's now 1-1.
Where are you running, Kanori? Bitnari's right there.
Yeah. Bitnari comes in to secure that one. Yeah, Kanori, that was not your escape route, and unfortunately for you, that will now suddenly mean it's 2-1 here for YLB.
That's GG. I mean, really solid gank from that GG, and that gank actually got set up way before that GG was invading. Was actually doing the Gromp, and then the trigger got pulled a little bit early because of the TPs, and so had to come back down. But very little expended. It was the TP from the top lane from Hensoku where you paid a bit of a price here, letting Hayden get ahead. But Binari was able to just farm that wave out, and then kind of not even coincidentally, but just very by the way, turn around, get a binding, get a kill, and that's going to feel really bad for Under the Flame.
Yeah, another thing is Hansoku basically made it to this lane, lost a few minions to the tower, but not a whole lot of them. So is going to be able to soak up this experience, and like we'll still be behind like 10 CS at the end of it, but still, it's a small price to pay to kind of help your other lane snowball.
Sure. Now that game, even though I joked that's GG, that's the guy's name. It's not actually true at this point. They can still fire back. They're not that far behind, but getting hooked like that is not a good start.
Here we go, another teleport coming down here. Camille's gonna come join the fight this time. See, that'll turn around hugely. GG gets taken out by Kenori, so they'll secure that, and potentially this dragon as they continue to work on that. Remember, Hansuko already kind of used their teleport earlier, and we praise that play, but it is suffering here for the dragon. Here's a nice death sentence onto Under the Flame, but it won't really matter. They'll secure this dragon, and the kills are now even. Oh wait, it did matter because the ignite there from Sorot. Oh my goodness, I should have practiced this before saying it. Ceratosaurus was able to secure the kill.
Really fortunate or unfortunate, depending on which team you're backing here. The dragon take should have been clean. Under the Flame just taking a little bit too much damage here. Now Jungle Relic.
Yeah, Jungle Relic.
There you go.
Gets himself down here in the bot lane, but exactly the reason that I like the Thresh pick comes through. Archer Boy is able to escape and then trade some damage onto Jungle Relic. Here's that's GG now, trying to turn this one around, though. It is pre-6 for him, does not have his ultimate, but Benari has their ultimate. That does a decent amount of damage. They're going to continue pushing in onto this turret, try to get onto some of these plates. And that's a 30 CS lead you have on this Caitlyn, and a couple of plates too as well. So significantly doing well in this laning phase. Meanwhile, Hayden Dog got themselves under the tower, forced a flash away, and Soku is going to continue to fight them. Does not have their ultimate left here. They just already used it here. Is Hayden Dog going to get away with it? Flash comes through. Here's the Hextech ultimatum. It's not enough to save Hayden Dog's life, and Soko picks up the solo kill.
That was closer than it should have been there. And that's just the power of a Camille versus a Malphite. Malphite's got the burst, but if you're relying on just slapping them to death there with your big rocky fist, it might take a little bit of time. Did pick it up though, so that's nice and clean. No TP available because Hayden used that TP on that bot lane fight.
And it was kind of wild. Hayden Dodge put themselves just a little bit too far, right? Wanted to get in behind Hensoko so he didn't have the safety to run to his turret, but then was in turret range. But here's Jungle Relic coming to the top lane, and we're talking about Olaf wanting to snowball with kills. Looking at Hensoku to pick up another one. He's got 2 levels on him, but no HP bar and no mana means Jungle Relic easily gets that one.
Now it's Hensoku back to base with no teleport there. Unfortunately, overstayed a little bit too long. Wanted to get that plate, and that 160 gold.
Now worse.
Yeah, 160 versus 300 isn't ideal, and even more worryingly, like you said, it's on to Jungle Relic. That is very, very scary, and we haven't even seen Jungle Relic really sort of train through a big fight so far. It's just been the ganks, and so when we start seeing those bigger skirmishes, that Olaf is only going to get scarier and scarier.
Yeah, so it's definitely the thing to watch. It's basically kind of watching, okay, can this Caitlyn translate this lead into what they need to snowball and to win, or is Jungle Relic going to translate his lead into what they need to snowball to win? Overall, though, it is about a 1.5k gold lead in favor of ELB, so based on that, it seems like ELB is ahead, but the win condition definitely is there for DC Games.
Yeah, and looking at that gold lead, a lot of it's coming from this bot side right now. Archer Boy is just running this bot lane alongside Ceratosaurus. The CS lead is huge, and they even have kill potential. Anytime that death sentence lands, there's a chance the trap comes down, somebody gets headshot, and somebody's dead.
Yeah, especially if they're able to utilize that Caitlyn combo pretty well. If they get a couple traps, nice E, nice Q. Here's a great death sentence here hit by Archer Boy is now going to secure that kill. There's the Caitlyn combo I was just talking about, performed to perfection. Archer Boy secures that one and still going forward. Wants another one in Kenori here. He's trying to E away from here. He's down to 100 HP, but that's GG is in the area, so that means Kenori, bye-bye. Get away from that. That tower is no longer yours. That's GG is still chasing this one down. Does he go past the tier 2? That'd be a little spicy. I don't think he will. They just zones him out here, so again, they can continue working on the bottom turret. But Nari has made their way over here too as well, so they can continue hitting this turret with safety. And they will get all those plates off of that bottom turret.
Normally, you don't really want to freeze a lane in the current meta here. Tempo is very important, so you want to usually take first turret and accelerate the pace of the game. But because you are the Caitlyn, because you are the composition that scales really well, and you're dominating the laning phase, I can see a world where, for the side of the ELB team, they don't want to necessarily speed this up here. They can afford to slow it down and freeze out Kanori.
Here's That's GG coming to the mid lane, and Surturus is here too as well. Fortunately, Bitnari is not around to kind of help with the actual damage part of this gank, but you're getting ace in the hole from the Caitlyn from far range, and you're getting Hensuko coming down. There's the ultimate from Bitnari. Final spark spells final lies for Jungle Relic and Under the Flame.
The way they gifted it to Bitnari as well, all tied up and wrapped up nicely with a bow on top. And so the patience to wait, first of all, for the Ragnarok to expire before doing that, beautiful. And now, already Under the Flame was struggling a little bit in lane. It's not going to be just a little bit anymore, especially if Bitnari goes back and I don't know if they have quite enough to complete the Mythic yet, but once they do complete that Mythic, it's going to be super rough for Under the Flame.
Yeah, now this is everything the LB wanted over here. Ooh, okay, that was close. That was pretty close. But That's GG ends up securing the dragon. Kanori, nice try. Always respect going for that there. But, well, the big part of that too is Jungle Relic gets shut down a little bit there. And that's the person you just wanted to keep getting kills and keep snowballing if you're on DC Blaze. But for you to end up giving kind of that double kill to Bitnari, who was, like you were saying, kind of like pseudo struggling a little bit against there, now has their Luden's Echo and should be in good shape going forward.
Jungle Relic can still gank mid at this point and can still punish Bitnari, but they do have to be careful. If they fail a gank and they take too much poke, that kind of sets them behind in their jungling here. So the cost is going to be very, very high should they screw up. And at this point, I think you look to the other lanes. Top lane, like they're looking for, is an option.
And Soku has to fight this one off. Here comes Under the Flame, trying to help them out. The 3v1 escaped by Hensoku.
I think they pulled the trigger a little bit early there. Jungle Relic wasn't quite in position. Generally, you want the Olaf to basically be there, and then when there's no way out, that's when, or when they're about to get away, pardon me, that's when you drop the Hexset Ultimatum to lock them in. Nice try. Didn't quite pan out this time, though.
A little bit execute off there. Caitlyn's moving their way over towards the top lane. They're currently 1v1ing right now with Hayden down. Hayden does potentially the backup. Let's see if they go for this play, though. They're gonna grump onto it. Jungle Relic is in the area too as well. Can Archer Boy outplay this? Does have the flash, and the good couple auto attacks will get Hayden up pretty low. So Archer Boy avoids that. Here comes their support in Ceratosaurus, trying to help them out with a kill here. Jungle Relic's gonna drop down the Rift Herald. Ace in the hole will put Hayden to under 100, but they will walk out of here. But here's Jungle Relic now using Ragnarok to secure one kill. Under the Flame and Soko are here too as well. Archer Boy gonna escape with their life barely, but Gender Gaps makes their way here to secure one for themselves. But here's Bitnari, and that's GG. Final Spark is gonna pick up another kill here, 2 for 2 in this extended team fight. Hayden does gonna flash back into this, rather teleport back into this, but then gets instantly rooted up by Bitnari. And that's GG. Stormbringer trying to use that onto Hayden Doe, who's trying to run back to the turret. Bitnari's gonna miss. Oh, he's gonna get minion blocked their Q, but it didn't matter in the end. They still secure that kill, get to 5, 1, and 3, and a long T fight. Tons of people died. In the end, 5,000 gold lead for LB.
The biggest loser after all that happened was Hayden. You die in lane, you teleport right back in, and you die immediately again. You also lose your top lane turret, and Bitnari right now, with that Luden's Tempest at 14 minutes, is potentially the most dangerous person on this map here. With the range on that final spark, nowhere is safe, and no one is quite tanky enough to want to be able to eat that final spark.
Yeah, and it's come on pretty well, this Lux pick in from Bitnari, and like you mentioned, they're just like one of their most confident champions that they're on. And you know, and when I'm just looking at just kind of champion select in general, I'm thinking, oh man, that's going to be really hard for them to lock down on Jungle Relic and do all that stuff. But sometimes if you just outplay them, it doesn't even matter what champions they have. You can kind of get those going on, and he's played really, really well and lined up those final sparks perfectly.
Yeah, and even though, yes, you can win off just your skill with the champion just getting ahead, the composition does kind of matter, because now for DC Blaze, it's so difficult to come back in.
Oh, no, where did your health bar go? Bitnari just completely melts Gender Gap. They get this tower as well.
Yeah, apparently need a wall growth that. And the point I was going to make before Gender Gap just disappeared there was that basically with the comp they have, Yo B team can initiate or counter engage. Hensoku still has ult, should be able to get out.
Well, this is pretty decent there. They will use that ultimate to get out. Almost gets hit by Pinori there with the True Shot Barrage, but will avoid that one. Meanwhile, 3 members here of ELB are taking out the Rift Herald, so that'll be good. They've already actually pushed down all the tier 1 turrets too as well, so they're gonna look to use that to really snowball in.
And normally you want to drop Herald, you want to push alongside it, take a turret here. Yobi team actually has a different option. Should they choose to exercise it, they can drop it in a side lane and siege up the mid lane. They have the Lux, they have the Caitlyn. We've already seen what happens when, you know, a Lux lands a single binding.
Turtles got himself in a little bit of trouble, but nice trap there. Will make Hayden just walk away. But here is the dragon now spawning up. It is a Cloud Drake. Again, it is 1 dragon apiece, so it will be Cloud Soul in play here. Let's see if this fight breaks loose in it. Ace in the hole comes through. He's going to do the first amount of damage to Hayden Dub, but Binari is going to be able to pick up 1 more kill here. Das GG will follow it up with another 1. Cerberus will take down Jungle Relic, jumping on top of them. Under the Flame does take down Bitnari, but they're now just running away. Oh, barely dodges out the Q. Archer Boy. Cerberus is going to come in there to secure the ace. They'll also get the dragon. And again, they have that repair to keep the push on.
It's in the bads with that fight, Johnny. Okay, let's start with the good for Yobi team is that they just crushed. That was an ace and dragon in your pocket. The bad thing is who they lost there. But Nari dying was already bad enough because there was a huge bounty. But on top of that, Binari actually bought Vijay Soul Stealer before that fight.
Oh, yeah.
And actually had, I think, fully stacked it, or was it either 24 or 25 stacks, and then died. So they lose a lot more than just the bounty. They do lose a lot of damage, though I would argue that any damage lost from Vijay at this point is strictly gratuitous.
Yeah, it's still at 16 stacks, and kind of like the gold break is that it's kind of still worth it at least 10. So I think they're happy. They're pretty happy in that situation there, and right now they just don't seem to have an answer for kind of the amount of CC that's coming out of ELB's team. Again, like you have Jungle Relico's Ragnarok, but that's just kind of it. When it comes to that, you haven't seen Gender Gap use their wild growth in a really significant fashion in this game, which maybe could have turned around some fights. And right now, it's just ELB snowballing.
And for GC Blaze, we've not seen really any signs of a comeback. Well, I should say any signs. We did see that one topside gank with the Camille, Galio combo and the Olaf. But other than that, we've not really seen much. And because they are so deep in a hole right now, they simply do not have the damage to burst through Hensoku or That's GG. They need to catch them and have 3 or more members to really cut through these tanks. But Nari so far, never alone. Same with Archer Boy, always making sure they've got backup.
Oh, what a death sentence. Max range hit, but Nari, final spark, finishes Gender Gapped off again.
100% death sentence right now would spell death for anybody who gets hit by it, because Ceratoris with Bitnari, with Archer Boy, both of them have more than enough damage to shred people.
Hey, look, another Rip Herald. they got a second one at some point, and they're now pushing over here with the bot lane. So, yeah, running away is Under the Flame, but a death sentence will hit them once again, and then it's being followed up. They're trying to get on top of them, but really they're also going to get down the turret, which is their real prize too as well. They are forcing them back out here. Jungle Relic is trying to run at them, but he's being poked a little bit here. Archer Boy playing frontline here on the Caitlyn, but we'll take the Thresh Lantern and get out.
I mean, there was a lantern, so it's not as risky as it looks. The only risk there is that you play around too long and forget to take the lantern and it expires. Not saying that from personal experience, saying that for a friend. But
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I've done that.
Try not to call you up again. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, so right now, ELB team, Baron's coming up in 10 seconds. I like the fact that actually they didn't take the inhibitor. If they wanted to, it'd be fine. but you will have pressure because your minions do push a little bit harder when the turrets are down. It's very minor, but it matters when it's isolated lane. So you can now Baron dance. You don't have to worry about DC Blaze being able to soak all the minions in because it takes so long for them to push. And you're in a perfect position to just bait out the Baron here. First thing, and all really they need to do is set up the vision for it.
It's kind of funny. I'm looking at the Caitlyn with the Kraken Slayer, and again, this entire tournament right now is apparently just this lesson on you should believe in Caitlyn. And I even talked about how like it's bad against tanks, but you can build Kraken Slayer. I'm like, yeah, but I don't like Kraken Slayer on Caitlyn. But then here we go. We're seeing a Kraken Slayer Caitlyn work really well in front of some tanky members on the team, and it's working out perfectly fine. So. There you go. Maybe I'm just being proven wrong here today. Ceratosaurus misses a death sentence, but will matter. Hayden does get on top of Archer Boy, but they got a lot of help with them. But Nari's final spark will do enough damage to help Archer Boy secure that kill. Ace in the hole coming through as well. That's GG. It's gonna jump on top of them, pick up a double kill with the Stormbringer. Gender Gap now trying to walk away. Ace in the hole was canceled because That's GG secured the kill, so they're able to use that onto Gender Gap, who is barely going to survive, but what does it matter? They're taking out the turrets.
It feels like they've got Baron buff the way they're pushing right now, Johnny. They're so strong. And now they can take the inhib down. They can take inhibs in both lanes simultaneously, but that GG does have to be a little bit careful. That siege minion hurts, and you're not healing up when you're hitting that inhibitor.
Yeah, they're getting that done. Everyone's rotating now towards this bot inhibitor, trying to finish this off. Archer Boy trying to do some damage here, but people are respawning over the other end, so it could mean they have a chance to fight for this one. Does DC Blaze? Hansoku's trying to run out of there. He's going to get a little bit of shield there from the Lux too as well, and they don't have the CC to chase them down.
Oh, boom.
Oh, there's half your health bar, Jungle Relic.
And that was a Styx gauge popped and absolutely just melted through. I know that light technically doesn't make a sound, and if anything in any sort of media, if you see a laser, it's like a pew sound. But as far as I'm concerned right now, when that final spark goes off, it's not a pew, it's a boom, because people are getting popped and exploded here.
Yeah, 25 stacks on that Magi now, too, as
fully
well.
Stacked.
Yeah, fully stacked. Luden's Echo, Horizon Focus, so they got they got tons of penetration for any sort of magic resist they have there. Yeah, but Nari hurts at least a little bit.
Well, if you're going to say that, you know, Binari hurts a little bit, then I think we're going to have to describe the health bars of DC Blaze as pieces of tissue at this point. Because realistically, I'm not even sure if Hayden did not build tanky. So I think Hayden gets popped, Kinori gets popped, Gender Gap gets popped. The only two who might not get popped are Jungle Relic and Under the Flame. And I'm not sure about Under the Flame right now.
Yeah, Under Flame real behind in this one. And now they're looking at the Baron. They're securing a bunch of vision over here in the top side of the jungle. Ceratosaurus is kind of playing with his Zvoot over there, just forcing back Gender Gap. And now they're starting up the Baron.
The feels when, as a support Thresh, you can zone out the jungler and enemy support, and not only just any jungler and support, it is the Lulu Olaf combo, which should be a big nightmare here. Relic?
Jungle Relic's trying to find a way to get in there for the steal. Binari, meanwhile, takes out Gender Gap. Ceratosaurus will end up securing that kill on Jungle Relic. There's no chance for any steal. Maybe the Ezreal ultimate. We'll see that coming through. It's not going to be enough for that. It will be secured by Dats GG.
That True Shot Barrage did no damage.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the Essence Reaver, you've got the Serrated Dirk, but the pace of the game has accelerated so much. 13,000 gold. And if we look at the ADCs here, there's like 4,000 gold difference between the two of them. That is a gold diff we normally see team-wide, not in a single position.
Yeah, and yeah, that's one way to get over the Caitlyn Paratrop. It's just be 2.5 items ahead or something. Yeah, kind of nutty there. Yeah, they're just taking down these inhibitors. It's now all 3 inhibitors down. That's going to be double super minions. They got Baron buff, but they're just going to relax a little bit.
This almost feels BM here. Like, they're basing with Baron buff. You've got double supers coming in every lane. I almost feel like DC Blaze had to pick a fight right then to stop the back. Now that they don't, you can actually sit back with 6 super minions, which are burned up, and watch an enemy team die to that.
Yeah, especially when you're kind of this far behind. When you're at the 25-minute mark and you don't have like anyone finish the second item on your team. It's I'm wrong. Under the Flame technically has 2, and Jungle Relic I think just did. So okay, whatever. It's tough. You just have a couple members finishing 2 items. And you don't really have a premier wave clear champion on this team either. It's they're just going to watch their base die.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even wave clear effectively against a Baroned up team unless you've got maybe like a Sivir or not really Tristana, maybe a Caitlyn who's got like a Rune Arcane or Jinx or something like that. But, they don't have any of that, as you rightly pointed out. And now, oh, it's like shooting fish in a bear. Oh, Under the Flame doesn't even get to play the game. Won't be there.
He just leaves. Oh no. Well, Yale B, we're gonna see you in the finals. That one will be a best of 3, and we'll see how well they do that. DC plays GG, my dudes. Here's the last fight. Let's see if they can do anything. But Under the Flame's gonna jump back into it, try to get up. But look at their health bars disappear. Final Spark hitting 3 of them, blows them all up. Archer Boy will pick up that one. Binari will get another. They're trying to run back to their base, but it's not enough protection. GG, Yale B wins this one.
GG will be Yale B, and they also pick up the ace at the end of it too. On the button, the ace no coming out the very last second. That was a massacre.
yeah, that was a little tilted in one favor.
I mean, PG dropouts versus Glaive Purper felt kind of one-sided. We've now been shown that no, we can top that. Rookie just kind of telling contenders, hold my drink, I got this.
Yeah. It's technically a longer game. They lasted longer. It went to 26, but at the same time, I felt like that was more of a case of just Yale B doing it slowly because they knew they essentially won at 20 minutes. Like, let's be real. And then it was just kind of like a victory march for 6 minutes. Still, they got it done.
And you know what? We're probably just now waiting for the other semifinal match between Horse, Bird, Bear, and Party Dads. Both those names are awesome. I'd love to see it. And I'd be slightly disappointed if we don't see Horse, Bird, Bear pick an Udyr.
Or like that's got to be 100% pick bad with a series with them, right? You can name your team after Udyr, and you're not expecting it to be 100% pick bad. Yeah, could be kind of crazy. So, well, let's just take a quick break while we wait to set up our next final, or our first final in the rookie division here. We'll see who ends up winning on that other match there. But I'm going to give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors in the meantime and Explore Edmonton. Edmonton is a catalyst for change. And we're not talking about the type of change you find in your sofa. Our dream team will work with yours to take your vision and turn it into an unforgettable for your delegates. How? With creative solutions, a can-do attitude, and a citywide network of doers and makers eager to roll up their sleeves and get things done. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. So like I was saying, we are going to take a quick break here and get set up for our rookie final. It'll be a best of 3. So we got at least 2 more League of Legends matches for you folks here at the NorQuest Esports series. So we'll see you soon, folks. Don't touch that browser.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly.
Go to those sabotage.
I'm dropping gifts for everybody.
No! Corral double tap. It's over!
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening.
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
you now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar.
if you
Taste the difference.
All right, folks, welcome back to the NorQuest Esports series for League of Legends. And before we get all of it started in our final here for the rookie division, I just want to give a big thanks to having Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. And here we are into the finals now for our rookie division, and it's going to be an explosive one, I think.
Should be. I mean, it is also our only best of 3 today here. So for the first time, if you mess up the first game, you still have a chance. And not only that, you have the ability to adapt to the teams here. On the blue side, we've got ourselves Horse Bird Bear. I'm so happy we got that. I love the name. And they're in here. And on the red side, it is going to be Yobi, who we did just see absolutely, utterly dismantle DC Blaze in the semifinals.
And from what I hear from the other side, even though it was a bit of a longer game, it was still a kind of dominant game by Horse Bird Bear. So now we're seeing these two teams with lots of momentum coming into this one. And with the picks and bans, we already have the Caitlyn being taken out as well as Yone.
Oh, and the Lux, of course. Bitnari, these are very targeted bans. So the Caitlyn Lux were both played in the semifinals. The Yone as well was played by Crowfeather in the other semifinals, where I believe they only died once or twice the entire game on that Yone.
Yeah, and just was completely popping off and helped them get that. Meanwhile, Udyr being banned out, so we don't get Horse Bird Bear Phoenix on one team, just Horse Bird Bear as their team name, so that will be taken out.
No, but you see, Johnny, you can't ban the horse now. There are 2 horses. So Machado,
oh wait, sorry,
the 3 horses. So
yeah,
you'll get at least 1 horse, maybe.
Too many
right?
animals.
Like that's how the thing works, right?
We could still get a horse, and theoretically, you could still get a turtle if someone plays like Rammus. Anyway, there's a lot of champions that could happen here. Graves being banned out. Kaisa then being the other ban here in the end.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But there's the horse. We got the horse.
Insta-lock, no less. I was just going to say, there's a Tristana as well. So I don't know if you necessarily want to prioritize that Hecarim or whether you want to let it slide, pick up the Lilia yourself. Well, Horse Bird Bear said nothing about Yordo, so it's 100% the Hecarim lock-in.
Yeah, we certainly got that. So we'll see if they fill out their own team name in the end. But seeing Thresh on the other side, which has been just all day been such a key pick in so many. I believe the Thresh, at least on stream, has been 100% win rate, if I'm remembering correctly. It's been a lot of League of Legends today, but it's been a real good pick.
I don't remember either, Johnny, so I'm just going to go Thresh. Good pick, strong pick, great. And the Olaf now being hovered. It's interesting because Yo just beat a team which ran the Olaf, but they're more than happy to run it themselves here into the Hecarim. Now, we have the horse. The next should be the bird. Do we get Azir, Anivia, Zaya?
Or one of like Zaya or Set, because they're bird people?
Vasayans, yeah, okay. Fair enough.
I'll accept that.
Not a bird. That's about as far from a bird as you can get.
Yeah, pretty much as deep down into the ocean as you get. Not a bird, but it is Nautilus, which is just a good pick for League of Legends as they're grabbing that. And the Yasuo hover is spicy.
It would actually kind of make sense right now. You do have the Nautilus with a whole bunch of knockups, or the depth charge knocks a whole bunch of people up, I should say. And Yasuo, Yone, I feel like most players who play Yasuo can pick up Yone and vice versa as well. But no, they're just trolling. It's the Sivir lock-in. Gotta go fast.
Ooh, yeah, this is certainly a gotta go fast kind of composition as Hecarim is in there, gets the speed up from Sivir, and zoom, they will be gone. So that's going to be the bot lane locked up there, and the last 80 carry pick over here being secured will be Vayne, barring that being a top Vayne or something, but looks like Archer Boy will have that.
Okay, and Vayne, I personally love watching Vaynes. They are so rare right now. Hardly anybody plays it. But Sivir is actually one of the few matchups you can do pretty well into with that Vayne. Both of you are short range. You can trade your autos here. You can tumble away from that boomerang blade. And so you can actually win out the trades. My issue, though, is with your supports. Generally, Nautilus is considered a counter to that Thresh here. And Depth Charge is a point and click. So going to be a little bit tougher still, despite the easier ADC matchup. But hey, Archer Boys Caitlyn look really good, going from super long range to super short range. I'm excited to see if they can still play just as well as they did before.
Yeah, certainly. And you'd think with Tristana up, that maybe that would kind of be the pick. But I also kind of like, say you're like a Kaisa player, I kind of like Vayne being like your other Kaisa in some senses. Does a lot of things similarly. So we'll see if they're able to pick a crazy carry pick there. But the bands that kind of went through too as well, we have Gnar and the Swain band out here by one side, and then on the blue side they did ban out the Darius and the Ari there on Horsebird Bear. So we get Echo to be our next pick here in R4.
Ari, we saw the Ari being banned. The Lux was almost immediately picked up here in the first rotation in the semis. So now both are banned. We're going a little bit deeper into this champion pool here. You do have the Echo, and I'm not going to respond to that, Bird.
It's a bait. Or is it a bait? Probably.
I mean, Echo Olaf doesn't feel like that's your dive buddy, I guess, you've got going with you here. And I feel like you need to basically cause as much chaos as possible to allow your Vayne to excel. So I'm looking for more hard CC, more AoE CC, maybe something like potentially a Mel fight in the top lane, or would have been good if it doesn't get locked in by the side of Horsebird Bear here.
Yeah, they are grabbing the Silas and then looking at seeing what they pick up in the top lane. They go back and forth for a moment there to Sage, but it will be that Ornn, so that just gives them a real beefy front line for Sivir to kind of continue doing work there, ADC from the end of it.
Yeah, and more importantly too, they've got a lot of heavy engage here with the way this composition goes. Your Nautilus, your Ornn, and your Hecarim all have so much wombo combo ability, the ability to engage from different directions, and Silas as well for Crowfeather in the mid lane. Depending on what gets locked in here, you've got even more. And I like the Malphite pick for Yale in that you wanted chaos, you wanted sort of the disturbance here to allow your Vayne in. But the problem is you've now gifted that over the way of Horsebird Bear here. And it's even scary because that's not going to be a tank initiating into you. That's an AP champion who's going to do a ton of burst damage when they go in.
Yeah, that's kind of the name of this composition. It's just burst damage, a lot of upfront damage that could just kind of blow you up, but it's still kind of followed up nicely kind of in the long run, of course, with Vayne there, able to do so much damage in longer team fights too as well. So it's a nice team composition you got on this side. Meanwhile, on the blue side too as well, they kind of just like put a bunch front line and let Sivir, as I'm being ganked by my cat, let Sivir and Silas kind of take over the damage from there. So it is basically two team fighting compositions wanting to run head to head against each other.
Yeah, subtle differences here in how these team fights want to be played out for the side of Horsebird Bear. They need to kind of land the damage appropriately here. They're very, very front loaded in the way the damage goes down. And if Flying Quinn gets killed, they don't want to they can't win a sustained fight. Whereas when you look over the way of Yo, they do have that initial upfront burst. It's not quite as high. Yes, you've got the Echo. Yes, you've got the Malphite. But in sustained damage, even should Archer Boy go down, Bitnari and that's GG should be able to continue to pump out damage a little bit here. So one side needs to land the engage perfectly. The other wants to try and soak up the initial engage a little bit. If possible, just flat out disengage. Don't let them land all that damage. And then once the initial burst is expended, then you go in. Either that, or when you find a perfect positioning, when you can find Flying Quinn, maybe Crowfeather with that unstoppable force, then you pull the trigger right away.
Yeah, and that'll just come down to execution again. And what I've really liked, pretty much all day, there was maybe one draft I call slightly sus, but virtually all day we've seen kind of banger drafts coming out of everyone, and definitely chances for both teams to win, and no just like clear, oh, let's just get to the next one because we already know one team won because of the draft, blah, blah, blah. No, I actually really, really like how everyone's drafting, and we're getting into here now. We're in the rookie final here. Again, it's best of 3, but you don't want to drop game 1. It's real hard to reverse sweep on a best of 3 because once you lose 1, you have no room for error after that. So it could be awesome, this series. So before we get into kind of the rest of that, while we're waiting for our spectator delay, quick shout out to NorQuest College for their growing esports scene. Everything from Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers, all the way to Valorant, and this beautiful game of League of Legends as well. Their community server is a host to many of this and more. So what are you waiting for? Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below stream.
Okay.
And yeah, We're just gonna do have another minute for this delay, so let's keep talking more. But maybe let's go into lane by lane and see what we think about these compositions. Maybe Ord and Malphite lane is going to be the least interesting, but either way, we still have an Echo versus Silas lane. How does that play out to you?
That's going to be the key lane in this particular matchup here. To a certain extent, the side lanes don't matter as much as we, like you talk about Ornn, Malphite, like it's not that big a deal. Maybe igneous versus sedimentary rock. Are those rock types? I don't even remember. Geology was a long time ago.
I'm not the person to ask.
And in the bot lane, the Sivir Vayne matchup to me matters a little less because Vayne's always going to be relevant. The true damage will come through, percent health damage always big, and Sivir has utility. So it's the mid lane where I feel like it really matters because Silas and Echo, both of these can be almost assassin. Well, Echo is a flat out assassin, but Silas can be an assassin, can be a bruiser depending on how laning goes. And it's the most volatile lane here. So I don't think any has a huge advantage in the 1v1. It's going to come down to, as you like to point out, Johnny, execution mechanics here. But even more so, whenever you get two assassins, two melee champions who have not a ton of health, but a lot of damage, things get really dicey and things kind of get a little coin flippy at times.
Yeah, and that could it could explode one way or the other, and then it'll be like, oh, this person's just absolutely dominating, absolutely gapping this person, but because of the just kind of the nature of the champions they're playing, it might just look like one person's way better than the other, but they might have just gotten there early. Maybe they got the gank that they needed, or they got that roam from the support that just leaded them to snowballing, or straight up, sometimes you just get a little bit luckier, and then from there you snowball. But it'll be very, very cool to watch, especially since we saw how strong Bitnari was on stream last game we just watched on Lux, but just looking at the score from Crowfeather, he was going nuts in their game too as well. So both these mid laners are coming into this game with a ton of confidence.
They're both seemingly carry-oriented players here. So, and not to mention for Bitnari, we saw a Lux. That's a very different playstyle from this Echo as well. So there's a question here. Can Bitnari sort of repeat their performance here with an assassin-style champion? We are in loading screen, so we can't see the summoners here. And there is one sort of important difference. Crowfeather is running Flash Teleport, which is very normal in the mid lane. But Bitnari opted for the Ignite instead. So less map pressure, but more in-lane kill pressure. And for two assassins, a simple difference between a teleport and ignite could very well be the difference between winning and losing lanes.
Yeah, certainly. That could definitely end up with that one. And again, we also still have that kind of Olaf in this game too, who, as much as we're talking about the mid lane, we're talking about the Vayne too, kind of going on there. Olaf still is another threat too. So you kind of have these options depending on who is kind of snowballing, who's kind of going off, that you can kind of then focus all your attention to. So look to see how well they play around their strongest member at the time.
And this time it won't be that Olaf buffed with the Lulu here coming through for the side of Yale. It's more Olaf with other threats with some damage overload. So you can't just focus on the Olaf, try and take him off the picture and it's kind of go, okay, we remove the main threat, we can proceed to carry on. Because that's kind of what happened to DC Blaze here. This time, you've got to take out multiple people. And again, the Vayne, even if you shut down a Vayne for a short while, she'll always bounce right back.
Yeah, and that's always the scary part. I always feel that way when I tend to like to play kind of like lane dominant champions, and I'm always just like, yeah, we kind of like shut down this Vayne a little bit. But like if the game keeps going, Vayne just always finds a way to be back in there and be relevant. They just kind of get in there, they use the final hour, and then it's a long hour after that when Vayne is going in there and killing everyone. So we'll continue that, and we still don't get a spicy invade today. Not in this one, once again, but one day. We have a whole weekend still. There's still another day tomorrow.
True.
And we still have this best of 3.
I guess I feel like if you're ever the safest time for you to invade in a tournament is at the beginning of a best of 3 or best of 5, right? Because even should something go wrong, you can still come back a little bit here. Whereas when you do best of 1s, there's no margin for error whatsoever. And once you're past that first game, maybe the winning team, the one which is up 1-0, might look for the invade because they have a bigger margin of error. Maybe, fingers crossed.
Yeah. We want that. We just like I'm play-by-play. Of course, I want that, and even from your perspective, of course, of color, like there's so much nuance to actually what goes into an invade. It's not just like just walk in there every single time and go for it. There's where you're warding and where you're doing stuff, but we're not getting any of that lately, and it's stuff I do like talking about. So hopefully we do at some point, maybe in game number 2, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? We'll get at least a little bit of that because invades are cool part of League of Legends, and it's kind of really unique to the game in general. So one day, random.
It feels like the highest sort of expression of mechanical skill too, because there's no minions, there's no, it's the
no gold
rawest
advantage,
form.
right?
Exactly.
It's just like, what can you do with your one ability? That's really smart, and how you work that well with all your whole team. Like,
Can you right click at the right time, at the right place?
Yeah. Do you flash? But again, we're digressing a little bit. None of that ended up happening. They're just in their lanes. People are just farming up. We got kind of pretty standard stuff going in from the jungle, as well as kind of in the lanes. No early mad trades yet so far. So this game might start off with a little bit of a round game.
I think the most action we've seen so far is in the bot lane, where Flying Quinn and Coleslaw were kind of trying to zone Archer Boy and Ceratosaurus a little bit, but ended up taking the bad side of the trade, and Flying Quinn ends up with a little bit less health, but it's still not hugely significant. Top side, Hensoku taking a bit of poke, and they're trading back. The two fat tanks are actually doing, I think, more damage to each other than any other lane right now.
Yeah. We were talking about how, like, even when I wanted to go lane by lane, I looked at the top of the lane, I was like, never mind. But, hey, yeah, they're trading, and if they end up kind of exploding that lane, that'll be interesting. Spell Shield will take care of Ceratosaurus' death sentence there, as they're just continuing to farm here. Archer Boy putting on a decent amount of damage towards that front lane. We might be seeing our first gank of this game as TJK has made their way towards the mid lane. Will Bitnar be able to get out of this? They're pretty low on mana, but do have Flash. They'll use that as well as they ignite, and the turret will mean first blood goes to Bitnari.
No, it was a digression when we were talking about can you right-click properly, Johnny? But that mid-lane gank exemplified that perfectly. The flash timing from Bitnari not only saved their life, but baited the charge as well. Because the right-click came through, TJK found themselves way too deep under turret with no way back out.
Yeah, that is, I call it unfortunate, or a huge outplay by Bitnari. It's potentially one of the two. I'm going to side with outplay because that's cooler. So great play by Bitnari to bait that out and make that happen. Meanwhile, Archer Boy gets hooked up a little bit and takes a little bit of damage. Flying Quinn is trying to walk up and get that rare, but that's GG is now in the area. And remember, they did just use a couple cooldowns here. Heal comes through for Flying Quinn. That sentence hits onto Coleslaw, and they will get out of there. Trade a little bit of damage to Archer Boy with a Q from Sivir, but no one's dead yet. But that's GG's still hanging out.
I love that. Just literally running around the wall looking to get into hook lands.
Dredge line hits now. Flying Quinn goes pretty low with that ignite. Archer Boy will secure that kill, but that's GG looks to want to get another one. Don't need to hit a hook. That's GG. We'll just walk up and kill them. 2 kills go in favor of the LB team. They're now up 3-0 in the kill score.
That's something you've got to keep in the back of your mind when you just got ganked, that the jungler might still be around. Even if they walked away, how far can they really get before engaging again? And so, unfortunately for Coleslaw, yes, you're under your turret, but it's not safe enough. You end up giving 2 kills over. I feel like the best thing about that particular gank for the side of Horsebird Bear is that at least not both of them landed on Archer Boy. If not, that bot lane would be nigh unplayable if you're giving Vayne the early lead here.
Yeah, but the other thing is that with that being a turret dive, those minions you lost out too. You lost about a wave and a half of minions there. That's your 10 CS lead right now. Enjoy it as well. So even though, yeah, you didn't get both those kills, you still got a pretty decent gap there in the bot lane. We're watching Crowfeather and Bitnari trade a little bit here. Ceratosaurus coming by. Potentially think about a roam. He's actually going to get some vision in deeper into the jungle here as well. But we'll see if Horsebird Bear now have an answer towards that, because there's a ton of snowball potential, especially since a lot of kills went to strong members on LB.
The Noon Quiver already coming through for Archer Boy here, and you contrast that to just a double longsword for Flying Quinn. That is less than ideal here. The good thing is that at least you can still poke out with the Boomerang Blades, but you cannot get into an auto attack war. Dragon being started up, I like this adaptation because they knew that GG was topside when they cleared a ward.
Yeah, excellent. So that at least they'll get something kind of out of this, you know, the meme that it's just a Cloud Drake, so whatever. But, you know, it's kind of something for nothing, because, like, you weren't going to push too heavily more onto the bot side. You're waiting for the Vayne to kind of clear out and break that freeze kind of over there anyway. So you kind of get this objective free and get yourself a little something closer to evening up this matchup.
Being down 2K this early, it's not only a difference in gold, it's more a difference in mental at this point, right? Like you don't want to be fighting, so you want to play safe. Taking an objective with 0 contest is about as safe as you can get. And we do see topside, just a bit of a duel here from these top lanes.
Ooh, Archon questionably tries to dive away, and Suku gets knocked up, so that means turret hits him, and Archon goes down 1v1.
Oh, and this is one of those super rare scenarios where, because Archon bought an item in lane, they ended up suffering for it. They drew turret aggro because of Bomby Cinder. If not, that wouldn't have happened. I think they forgot that Bomby Cinder was going to draw the aggro. So literally all Hensoku had to do was walk up and then press R.
Yeah. And how you're doing is this Flying Quinn trying to bait out the hook from Ceratosaurus, and Ceratosaurus knows it, but it's always when you're playing support, you're like up against Sivir, you're like, I want to hook you so bad. I know exactly what you're doing. You're trying to bait out the hook, but it's just like, damn, I want to hook you so bad, but it just won't happen, of course, as Flying Quinn playing that pretty safely. But again, Archer Boy does have the advantage right now in this lane, as look how much damage just that did. Move from Archer Boy, so that will already force Sivir back. Meanwhile, we get back to the top lane as Call of Fort Guard is used by Archon, trying to secure another kill to Hensoku, who's forced to flash away. Flash down the top lane, and again, we memed about this top lane matchup, but it's where all the actions happen lately.
Apparently, I will say though that Ornn actually should be winning this lane because you do have the true damage, you have magic damage as well in your kit. So you kind of got all the tools for it. And that Archon isn't winning is bad. The fact that they're about to get ganked and might fall further behind is even worse.
Ooh, yeah, that's GG's coming as well. That Hensoku teleporting back in will secure this kill. It will go to That's GG, which is the ideal member to get that there for ELB team. They're now up 5-0 in kills and about 3.5k.
I love this rotation from the supports here. Both of them moving up. That is something that we see a lot in higher level play. We don't see it as much in Gold and Plat. And the fact that both these supports decided to do that, really well played. Also recognizing that Ceratosaurus was missing for a while, just like, hey, just in case, I'm going to roam up. You'll be okay down bot. And Flying Quinn was perfectly fine. Archer Boy actually ended up eating a bit of damage there in their trades.
Nicely done. Support's playing pretty smart here, but here's Ceratosaurus wanting to make a play here, and there's that hook that I said just feels useless up against Sivir. But sometimes you also just want to test it. You just want to see, hey, do you actually have the reaction times for this? want to see that here. But meanwhile, and Soko's gonna press R over towards top lane, and Archon is in a bit of trouble. But here comes TGK to help him out as well. TJK, rather, I should say. But it doesn't even matter what your name is, because that's GG picks up the kill on Archon anyway.
Wow, they just ignored TJK completely there. Like, I was actually a little bit surprised. It's not so much that, okay, yeah, the Hecarim's not going to kill you, but it's just that the amount of CC that they put out kind of didn't do anything at all. And Archon is now 0-3. It's getting harder and harder for this top lane tank to have an impact. And normally we're like, oh, it's a tank, it's okay. But you're facing another tank. So both of you will still have impact, and whoever gets ahead just does that little bit more damage.
Yeah, and that too, when you're using that to get kills in the Death GG, like that top lane matchup being like that, that's pretty good. But here's the fight breaking out. Archer Boy has gotten down pretty low. Ignite is onto Roof. Flying Quinn's going to flash forward and be able to secure that kill. They then start focusing down onto Ceratosaurus. The Q will be enough for the double kill, and Flying Quinn is right back in this game.
Not only is Flying Quinn back into the game at this point, they can start to take over a little bit. They were down CS, they were down, and they were still able to apply pressure. That's GG. I don't think you can make this gank work too well here.
Full stalls, you're going to be able to get out of that one. That's GG's going to throw his axes at him. The Flying Quinn will force them back. Also in the area is TJK, and Dragon is also spawning up here in about 30 seconds, so that is also in play. They're going to reset for that.
And you can already see Flying Quinn Coastal had to back. There is a small window right now that Yale can take advantage of if they just go running for this. They won't be able to take it down because Dragon hasn't even spawned yet, but they can set up the vision. They can start it up, and then should Horsebird Bear try and contest here, odds are Dragon gets finished, they get turned on, and they might not actually have enough vision to fight in this river.
Yeah, see where they're going as they move up towards that. We tune into the top lane, trading again. Over here, Call of the Forge God coming in from Archon. It's going to get Hensoko pretty low. No follow-up still from that, but is just applying more pressure. Meanwhile, that's GG is just working on that dragon by himself. Potentially just secure that on their own.
But there's no need for really assist from Olaf here, as long as they're uninterrupted. And because TJK went back to base, there was just no way to contest it. So a dragon apiece right now, Cloud for Ocean. I know Ocean is preferred, but generally, if you're actually just looking for these big team fights that both these teams look like they're setting up for with their compositions, Ocean Dragon is less impactful once you leave the lane.
Yeah, and the lane phase is going to end kind of soonish. We'll see that. Hensoko, meanwhile, he's sitting in the top lane, just can't do anything right now. TJK's right there, but here comes TJK going for that. But Nari's going to try to come in and help too as well. Archon ends up going pretty low. Proudfeather's going to flash in. He's jumping on them. He's going to use Hensoko's ultimate against them. Get him really low. One more auto attack will take him out. Is he actually walking away from this? Unreal. Hensoko somehow lives. So many of them are low, and somehow all of them alive.
I was thinking here that Hensoku was baiting, but it was Horsebird Bear whose trap card was activated there. But they couldn't find the kill. And that was 50 health. That's basically one auto from pretty much anybody involved, and Hensoku would have gone down. Horsebird Bear, after throwing in so many resources, they failed to convert that there. And once again, the mental is not a good thing. When you try, it should have been an easy clap. You don't find the kill. You don't lose much for it. It just doesn't feel very good.
Yeah. You always go like, man, yeah, getting away with so little can sometimes be a wee bit tilting, but yeah, especially since I felt like, you know, you get a couple kills onto you, maybe you could start snowballing here. Maybe Crowfeather is the one that starts snowballing if they were able to get themselves a couple kills here, but now they're sitting here, you know, they got good CS at 114 minutes. That's like okay, but definitely wanted to get some kills to start getting into their own power spikes.
For both these teams, you haven't really seen their big wombos tested right now. I almost still want to give it to Horsebird Bear just because of what they can potentially bring to the table. But if they lack the damage to finish people off, like we just saw here, that could potentially be fatal. So I'm watching the ADCs, particularly now Flying Quinn, to see if they can provide the damage they need, because so far, Crowfeather has yet to really hit that point where they can show that off.
Yeah, it hasn't come through yet so far, this composition, but you kind of see that potential there, right? With what they did up there, especially with Crowfeather stealing the unstoppable force. It felt like the right play, but again, just shy of that little bit of damage as they weren't able to secure that one. But they do get some good vision over here, the BLB team, over into the deeper side of the jungle towards Horsebird Bear. So they have kind of like a good avenue, potentially grab that Rift Herald at some point. Next Dragon's still 2 minutes away, so that's pretty much the only neutral objective in play right now.
I like the rotation up from Ceratosaurus to try and secure vision on Herald, but unfortunately, because Scuttle was already taken, they opt not to go for it. Now I'm thinking they just wait out the Scuttle here, and you potentially turn gun for that one here, especially if you can afford to spare Ceratosaurus one more time. And I think actually mid-side.
Ooh, TJK using the Onslaught of Shadows defensively to get out of there. Crowfeather now in a little bit of trouble here. DashGG is right in their face. But they're getting some good priority here. Again, it's still a minute 30 away from the Dragon, so that's not what they're going to get for this play so far. But they're trying to build little temple plays, and right now, with them behind, Horsebird Bear has kind of stalled out this game, put it in a lull state, and that might be what they need to actually help come back in.
It looks like for the side of the OB team, they're not happy with the slowing down of pace. They're going to force the gang to the bot side.
Yeah, here we go. Teleport is going to come try and help them out here. Judgment comes through. Archer Boy trying to run out of that one. Flying Quinn also using their ultimate to give themselves a bit of a speed burst. Here's the Call of Forge Guard's going to knock up a couple people. Flying Quinn will pick up that first kill, but Bitnari's going to come by and pick up a one for themselves. Archon ends up going down. Ceratosaurus secures that one. Hensoku runs in and blows them up with Unstoppable Force. 3-for-1 in favor of the LB team.
That really could have swung the other way so easily, but unfortunately, a Call of the Forge God did not land. Archon did not manage to get the second cast off, and everybody was lined up in a choke point. Nobody got knocked up, and They end up losing 3-1. In fact, Bitnari actually didn't need to go down. Just could not press the chrono break fast enough. The CC was a little bit too much, and they might lose top lane turret for it. So the gold lead as it stands right now, this 2,500 gold lead will likely go down. It's still significant, but it won't be quite as big as it looks right now.
Yeah, TJK will get that first turret, but here's another dragon over here going to Yale B. They've beat 2 in a row, assuming no crazy steals. And yeah, no one is around for that, so they're on their way 2-1 in the dragon count. Vayne will back off here, but see what Das GG does, looking to get into the enemy jungle a little bit. Meanwhile, Rift Herald being taken by TJK here, Crowfeather helping out with the scout ban.
To be fair to Horsebeard Bear, yes, they're behind in kills, especially in the early game, but they've recovered really well since that point here. They've been able to answer back. You take a dragon, we took a dragon, you take the second dragon, we take Herald, and they're kind of trading first turret as well going down. They could potentially look to pick up a second turret with that Herald as well, and that would basically almost equalize the gold at that point.
Yeah, and that could be fairly good for them if they can kind of get that going for themselves. It feels like Yale B team probably should pick up the pace, because like you saw how well that last team fight went for them when they went for that dive towards the bot side, and maybe they need to do that some more, because there is this scary, like, the old mythical 6-item Sivir. Now that's really far away, 6 items, but you let Sivir keep getting these items, and this is the lethal tempo Sivir, not the lethality Sivir you may have been seeing lately. You mostly only play that as the other team is playing like no tanks at all, but this classic version of Sivir can certainly do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the fact that we see Noon Quiver, I suspect that's the crit Sivir build, which is that 6-item Sivir, which can shred a team. Yes, you are short range, but those boomerangs that bounce around, they don't mess around. They hurt everybody in the fight. On top of that, you've got ornaments coming through once Archon starts hitting, that level 13 mark here. So far, Archon doesn't need to win the lane. Has actually done amazingly well, if not for the little fumbles here. They just need to keep scaling.
Yeah, he's farmed pretty well, despite kind of the ganks that have been paid attention to him. He's third on his team in that mark, but doing pretty darn well. Meanwhile, we'll get some pressure over here towards the bot lane now, as the LB team here's got 4 members in and around the area. Looks like they just want to secure this turret for themselves. Archer Boy and Ceratosaurus will share the gold on that one. So they're going to push that one up and then potentially roam towards the mid lane, where Crowfeather has pushed up his lane and is backing out from Bitnari.
You've taken the bot side down. You can unlock Archer Boy. You can unlock Ceratosaurus. I want to just see the rolling death ball comp here from Yale B team. If you find anybody, and you've got that Malphite, you've got that Olaf, you've got the Echo Vayne here, anybody that gets caught out should instantly die. You don't have to wait for that big 5-person knock up here, the Unstoppable Force onto 5. You just need to catch 1 or 2, and if you burst somebody off right off the bat here, even if you don't have your big ultimates, you can still win a 5v3 quite handily.
Yeah, you win that, and then maybe that means you can walk up and get the turret, because like now they don't have the numbers to stop you. Even if you blow all of your ultimates to make sure you get a pick on 1 or 2 of them, it certainly is where Yale B can push the tempo of this game and then snowball it to their victory. But Horsebeard Bear is just kind of effectively chilling out, to be completely honest. And sometimes it happens, especially with Sivir. It's really hard to kind of just like push into Sivir. They have like the best wave clear essentially in the game, so any lane they're at, you're not gonna push into their turret, even if you're all there trying to do so. So they've stalled this game out, but hey, maybe Coleslaw's trying to speed up the game themselves. Maybe they're bored. Sometimes, you're playing a sport, you get a little bored of not fighting. But
I'm gonna lie, Johnny, I'm bored that they're not fighting. You got the two big team fight comps.
It's what it is. But here's a Rift Herald.
Yeah, are we gonna get action? I don't think so. Nobody is there to take advantage of it. They are grouped up for the side of Horsebeard Bear, but once they take this turret down, we're likely to see them back out here just because they don't have enough vision. They could get collapsed on, and great. We're getting some macro. It's not necessarily the cleanest or most exciting macro here, but turret does go down. And now that we've got 3 turrets down across the map, I'm hoping, I'm praying that we start seeing some action here. Baron is up too early for that probably, but Dragon come up in 45 seconds. That's something worth fighting over.
Yeah, Dragon's coming up, and the LB team, they're the one with all the vision in that. Look at the couple pink wards there, and you don't see any blue right up near the Dragon. They just kind of have a couple wards in their side of the jungle there, so they can at least leave their base, essentially, right? But here we go. This is a spot where Horsebird Bear don't have any wards, and Benari goes forward, but Coleslaw is not the target they actually want. But they're still trying to take this red buff, but it looks like Flying Twin was able to secure that still. Dragon still spawning in 7 seconds here, and it looks like Bird Bear might be content with just giving it up to them. It would put ELB on sole point, but they're not in position to contest this whatsoever.
Oh, and kind of just walking away in the jungle there. Yeah, you already knew you weren't going to do it. Archon has TP, but without vision, you just don't feel safe. I understand it, but you can't keep ceding these objectives away. Like you said, at Mountain Point now. And Mountain Soul might not feel the best, but having the shield does help. And you give it to a Malphite, you give it to an Olaf. That does get a little scary here. I'm not sure it's worth trading off for ornaments.
Yeah, it does potentially make this game, it does potentially turn this game, that objective, if they just able to kind of stack all that all together. But yeah, we're sitting in this loss state for quite a while, and we were, so many games today, we had like 2 kills a minute or something. It was just kind of going wild. And this one, we're having a relaxing time. Maybe they're just trying to save my voice because they know we got a full best of 3, and then of course more action tomorrow here at the NorQuest Esports series. But man, don't save my voice. Let's go. Let's fight.
We've rested, we've recovered. It's been 7 minutes since we saw the last kill here. Roughly 7 minutes. I don't remember the exact time here, but it's been a hot minute here. And on top of that, I understand that it's the grand finals. Teams are, playing a little bit more passive here, but unless you pick the amazing scaling team, you don't want to keep sitting back. Vayne scales really well, but another thing to remember about Vayne is that your damage goes up as the game goes up, but so does everyone else's, and Vayne's health does not go up. So if you do ever get tagged by anything, pretty much, you get burst 100 to 0.
Yeah, and again, like, Sivir doesn't even have to be on you. He could be attacking the tank, and those bounces will just hit you anyway. So it is potentially tough there. There is some setup over here on the Baron. They're clearing wards here. DatsGG gets rid of that vision ward, as well Certosaurus using the red trinket to clear up some more. So now they're committing their vision over to here, and it seems like Horsebird Bear might have to at some point contest for that, but all we're really seeing is like this mid tower that's been alive forever, mostly because Flying Twin can just clear the wave by pressing a couple of buttons pretty quickly. But they're going to put some pressure on here so that they're going to finally take this tower. It does certainly help them out with trying to have priority towards that Baron. Meanwhile, we're going to fight in the bot lane. We'll be finally get a kill for the first time in like 8 minutes. And Soku's going to use their ultimate. Crowfeather is going to jump into that one. And we don't actually get that kill. And Soku somehow keeps surviving. He has not died this game. And it's not like he's been sitting back. He's 1-0 in 3, but somehow keeps surviving.
Are they not killing this Malphite? And that's the second time. It's Crowfeather specifically. That's the second time Crowfeather has just barely failed to secure the kill. Now, Archon here in a bit of a dicey situation. 3-man collapse here.
Yeah, Archon, this turret is not going to do a whole lot, especially when they destroy it right away. Archer Boy's going to focus you down and take you out. Kill onto the 80 carry for Yelby team.
Okay, Johnny, that stated my addiction for blood. We can move on to objectives now. Barret is on the table potentially. I kind of feel bad for Archon because I feel like Hensoku survived multiple times with something similar like that happening, whereas Archon just keeps dying. Archon wins the lane, finds ways to catch gold, and then just can't seem to survive the moment people start looking top or gank in here.
Okay, tempo being pushed up now by Yale B. Can Horsebird Bear respond to it? Baron feels like they'd be able to crack open the base of Horsebird Bear if Yale B is able to get it, but no, they're actually going to back off. They feel too threatened by Horsebird Bear in the area, and they're going to get out of here. Meanwhile, Hensoku just kind of pushed the bot lane towards the turret, so he's getting the most out of this play.
You can tell that there were communications going on there. Do we turn? Do we finish? If they wanted to, then Hensoku needed to teleport, but they decided, no, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's kind of risky And they didn't have a great teleport point for Hensoku. Ideally, in a situation like that, you want the Malphite to be able to flank. You don't want them to come in from the front with the rest of the team. But their minions were pushed out. There was no wards behind. The only ward close by was near the blue pit, which would have put Hensoku on the same side as the rest of the team. So I think it's a wise choice, if not an exciting one, to back off for now.
They back off there, but now Dragon gets into play as that's spawning 30 seconds again. It is soul points for Yale B. So they certainly want to get on top of this one. So they're setting up for it fairly nicely here, getting a lot of vision onto the area. But let's see if Horse, Bird, Bear are going to be able to respond, because I feel like at some point you have to fight over something, kind of just conceding all this to Yale B. Eventually you lose the game in the same way. It's not like the stomps we watched recently, but it almost feels that way in a sense, because it's like you just slowly lost the game instead of speeding towards that finish line. But let's see. They are now doing the Dragon Dance. Ceratosaurus will hit a Decimus onto TJK. Will they fall for that? Here's the call. Force Guard. It's going to knock up Archer Boy. Archer Boy gets blown up. Ceratosaurus is down here. There goes Archer Boy's life finally. They're continuing to move it onward. Bitnari gets taken down too. This is the play Horsebird Bear wanted. This is the play Horsebird Bear needed. And they'll also get this Dragon.
Play that the fans deserved here. They finally pulled the trigger, and I want to point out that was a 5v4 because Horsebird Bear pulled the trigger so decisively. That fight just kept rolling in one direction, and Hensoku was looking for the flank we were talking about. The fact that they were on the back line and simply could not keep up with the speed of the fight. By the time Hensoku got there, everybody was moving away and away and away, and Archer Boy was dead, Bitnari was dead. There was just no follow-up, and now, not only do they get the dragon, they should probably be able to get this dragon, this Baron.
Yeah. And another huge note here, Hensoku does something crazy here and steals this one. Archon, you know, that's why you play Ord. Even though, like, yeah, you're 1-5, that laning phase wasn't super fun, you kept getting bullied, you just land that ultimate and you get it onto the enemy AD carry, their main damage threat. You blow them up. They're able to get Bitnari after that, as you mentioned too, and it was just like, yeah, it just doesn't matter. All the ganks he spent on top lane, he can still press R twice.
That second time being, of course, very, very important here. And now, now that Yobi is on the back foot, now that they are being pushed up by a Baron buff team, one of the weaknesses of their composition is going to be exposed here. Their lack of safe wave clear. Archer Boy has to step up to wave clear. Bitnari as well doesn't have the best of wave clear, much less into a Baroned up team. And for Horsebird Bear, they just need to siege this up and let the let the Baroned up minions, do their job.
Yeah, and this is one of those kind of indirect nerfs that happened to Vayne, basically Static Shift no longer being an item, that kind of gave you some of your ability to wave clear on that champion back when that was an item, but now you're all single target DPS. Well, we have a fight breaking out here. Ceratosaurus is being focused up on top of right now. Flying Quinn will pick up that kill. They'll use their ultimate to try to run away from this one, but Crowfeather has joined the fight again too as well, so they want to actually keep it going. It's a 1-for-1 currently as TJK did go down. Archer Boy is putting on a bunch of damage. He's trying to use the fancy feet to try to get out of there, but Crowfeather will knock them down and knock them out. They get this next turret. They have Baron buffs, so they'll likely get the inhibitor turret as well.
This all happened with Bitnari not present. Bitnari was pushing the side lane, was able to answer one of the inner turrets, but you lose an inhib, is it worth? Not really. They need to find an engage, and Horsebird Bear might be pushing a little bit too far here.
Yeah, they're going for more. Can they get it? They get another turret here. Watch Flying Quinn here. If they can do damage from safety, this might be okay for them. They're trying to get it on top of them. Archon's pretty tanky, but Flying Quinn is now forced to walk out of this. Bitnari's trying to flash forward and get onto them, but won't be able to find Flying Quinn, just get out of here. You're still trying to fight them. Oh, actually, Archon ends up killing Bitnari. Never mind. I'm wrong. They're turning this fight around and taking them out, but eventually Archon goes down. Now Flying Quinn for real is gotta get out of there. So yeah, a few members of them go down in the end, but again, they did break that middle inhibitor. Now it's about what you use with that advantage.
And that was actually pretty huge to just be able to shove that down, take the inhib. They took one of the Nexus turrets as well. And the other one that's standing has less than 900 health. So you could potentially see a backdoor here from Crowfeather or Flying Quinn. I like that Crowfeather has opted to go the Mirror Mana. That is a newer build that we're seeing from Silas here, which requires you to weave autos in between your spells in the midst of a fight. But it also gives them the opportunity, the option to potentially try and backdoor here.
Yeah, crazy. It's a cool build. I don't think I've seen it personally anyway, but if that's what people are doing lately, it makes a lot of sense now that you kind of explained it. So cool, very cool stuff, Crowfeather. Let's see how that ends up working out for them in the long run. And again, you're starting to get some of those Ornn items upgraded. You do have the Typhoon now on the Sivir, as they've got that upgrade going for them. So that 4-item Sivir right now, they're just going to keep building stuff and get super strong.
I also like the fact the mortal reminder for Flying Quinn has been completed, because in the last fight around the mid turret, we saw Datch GG suddenly get incredibly tanky between the Gore Drinker and the Sterix Gauge there. And having that mortal reminder will really help to cut the healing coming out, meaning it's easier to cut through that front line, because Hensoku really isn't the issue. Once that Unstoppable Force is out of the way, you can kind of ignore Hensoku there. It's Datch GG that's been the issue here. If you ignore them, they will hurt.
Crowfeather split pushing out here, answered by Bitnari. 20 seconds for this next dragon, so another attempt potentially for the soul for ELB. We'll see if Horsebeard Bear can deny it once again, and it feels like they're at a stronger point than them, and the gold suggests that they are certainly as well. Here comes the teleport as they're committing Hensoku and everyone in here, so this could be essentially the fight for the game. So let's check it out. Remember, Hensoku's got that Unstoppable Force, the key ultimate. If they can get that onto Flying Quinn, they can get a good fight off here, but if they're able to avoid it, Flying Quinn can certainly carry this fight forward. And again, Archon's ultimate 2, Call of the Forged God, has completely exploded fights as well. So we're just waiting to see kind of who pulls the trigger first. We do see Bitnari in there. There's Hensoku. He's pulling the trigger. He's going to go for it. He's got to stop that. But again, he didn't get on Flying Quinn, who is right now 1v1ing with the jungler. That means they got to back off and back out of there. So really, the real fight is over here. Archer Boy is getting in a ton of damage. Flying Quinn jumps back over the wall, but gets blown up instantly by the Vayne. 2 for 1 right now. Can they get out of this? Hensoku's pretty darn low. Gets taken out. Crowfeather is going to get in there and pop off. He picks up a couple kills. He goes golden and then gets back out there to finish off the kill. SGG actually ends up taking out TJK, but triple kill for Crowfeather. Him and Coleslaw are the last one standings, and they're just pushing in the base. Crowfeather is on the Nexus. Like he said, those autos hurt. That's going to end the game. Game 1 victory for Horsebeard Bear.
Not the game I expected for the grand finals here, Johnny. Very, very slow mid-game. But when the teams finally decided to fight, they, once again, did not stop. They just kept going at it here. And you know what? I liked it. Yote B team did end up losing. But if anything, I attribute their loss to their reluctance to pull the trigger sooner there. By the time they started fighting, you saw how close it was there. Archer Boy almost managed to turn the tides because they didn't get blown up immediately. But it just was too late. The ornaments had come through. Crowfeather was online with the Mirror Mana. Flying Quinn with the 4-item spike as well. Just a little bit too long.
Yeah, and it looked like, because like basically DatsGG was able to zone Flying Quinn kind of out of there, that maybe that was going to be their fight there. But yeah, like you mentioned, Crowfeather kind of in that last fight played that super well. That kind of like backup damage for this team ended up working it out for them, and they were able to, you know, ultimately win that fight and then win the game. So huge stuff there. Great execution put together by Crowfeather, who you almost felt bad for so long in the game, because all those almost kills he got on Hensoku, and he was at 0 kills for a very long time. And you know, Crowfeather wanted to find a moment to pop off, and if you're gonna pop off in the final team fight to win the game, well, that's the one you want to pop off with in anyway.
Definitely. I will say as well, for the side of the OB team, not enough healing cut. They were relying only on Hensoku, and Crowfeather doesn't even want to look at Hensoku. Like we said, you can ignore them. Flying Quinn might accidentally proc it, but Crowfeather won't. So Crowfeather, you could see the sustain coming out. But this is a best of 3. This is only game 1. We still have potentially 2 more games. And judging by how that game went, it's not a huge gap between the teams here. YoB definitely could fire back really strongly in game 2. And frankly, personally, that's what I'm hoping for, because I want to see a full 3-game series here.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to set up that game too, but we'll take a quick break. Let's give a shout out to one of our sponsors and explore Edmonton as we wait for that. 1 million plus Edmontonians call Alberta's capital home. They're the entrepreneurs, experts, and hosts that can help turn your opportunities into reality. Famous for our festivals, lively arts and music scene, and sprawling picturesque river valley, we offer much more than just places for your delegates to eat, sleep, and be entertained. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. Well, we'll get into game 2 in a little bit. We'll take a quick break while we set that up. Are they going to clean this up, and will it be a 2-0, or will the reverse sweep happen? We'll have to wait to find out. We'll see you soon, folks.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly.
Go to those sabotage.
No! Corral double tap. It's over!
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fast.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
you now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.
Everyone, welcome back to the NorQuest Esports Series League of Legends final between these two teams. Horse, Bird, Bear up 1-0 in the series up against Yale B team. Before we talk about the action we just saw, quick shout out to one of our sponsors again in Pepsi. We're thankful to have Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports Series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. And there was no sugar in that game there for Yale B team, because it really felt like there was just this scaling clock that ended up ticking off. Eventually, there wasn't a lot of fighting in the game like maybe we wanted, but eventually they just were able to come back and win this one. But now we're into game 2.
And I feel like we didn't give enough props to Horsebird Bear for their patience in that particular game. The early game was incredibly rough for them, and they didn't rush it. They didn't try and force any ganks because they didn't have to. Instead, they played very, very patiently. They skilled up, and then when it mattered, then they turned it on. They picked the fight they needed, and they closed the game out very, very decisively after back-to-back wins.
And we're seeing the same two first bans coming out. Again, Yone and Caitlyn being banned out. Archer Boy, of course, just played so well in that Caitlyn, the one game we saw. They're not going to deny that. But of course, Crowfeather played so good on the Yone in the semifinal that we didn't get to see. But just look at the stat line. They were completely nuts in that game. So not going to be able to see that in game number 2 here. They're also going to ban out the Udyr. So once again, the whole namesake doesn't get to happen. Lux still being banned too. Just getting rid of a lot of comfort still.
I don't necessarily think that the drop needs to change for either of these teams here. I think both of them were fairly comfortable running what they were running, and it didn't come down to say, oh, somebody got counterpicked really hard. I will say, though, I was very surprised that the Vayne coming through for Archer Boy was actually able to take turrets repeatedly from Flying Quinn on that Sivir, who we talked about being one of the best sort of wave clear ADCs in the game, and yet the turret kept going down against a short-ranged ADC.
Yeah, they were still kind of like get it down. Sometimes you just kind of out macro team. It sometimes doesn't matter what your wave clear is. They at periods of time, they were able to kind of take those objectives. But again, it did feel a lot like it was ELB conceding what they knew they could concede, or at least what they felt they knew they could concede, and then eventually come back. And it looks like they might want to run it back here with the Sivir once again. They go, hey, yeah, that worked so well last time. I want to see if you know how to counter it.
Okay, I honestly didn't think Sivir is the first pick worthy here. I mean, it does block the Tristana pickup, though, right? Sivir counters Tristana. If you try and put the exploding shot, you just shield it, and that's half the trade gone from the Tristana right away. So it's not a bad pick, but it does kind of pigeonhole you here, because now Sivir does want to play that sort of press-R composition. And if you pick a good disengage comp, like you can pick something like Cassiopeia, and that will completely stop it. A Gragas pick wouldn't be out of the picture as well. Both the Gragas probably a bit more meta to come through here, and either of that would really ruin a Sivir's day.
Yeah, it definitely could potentially do that, but we'll see if they do have the answer. They so far are locking in an Olaf, and where are we going to see it? Oh, to tease. The mad tease there. We're going to see our first Seraphine of the day, and the Seraphine Olaf synergy is through the roof.
100%. So there are quite a few pro analysts or pro players such as Kajol up there who like to say that Seraphine works better, more with bruisers than they do ADCs here. So pairing that with an Olaf is definitely very, very scary. And this could be a mid lane Seraphine. It could be a support Seraphine here. We don't know for sure. And you could potentially run sort of a double support style composition. And then that Olaf becomes super, super scary. You just need a front load damage. That's really the only way to handle the Olaf at that point.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, we're seeing Volibear and Thresh being locked in B2 and B3. Volibear, again, another pick that I like, kind of its flexibility in the jungle or the top lane. Flex picks always feel super, super great, so that's available. And then Thresh, like I said, all day has been such a key pick in this one. Again, if you're going to get permanent priority with Sivir and keep pushing out the lane, Thresh gives you that safety with the Lantern. And meanwhile, Kalista will be the AD carry on the other side. The first time we're seeing Kalista today.
Okay, Kalista. I've always liked Kalista, but she has fallen out of meta play because of her lack of range, her safety. It takes time to stack up her arrows there, but does do pretty decently into the Sivir. More importantly, that Kalista pickup signals that that's likely to be a Seraphine mid here. Seraphine does not like laning with the Kalista, does not like being thrown into the middle of the enemy there.
Yeah,
So-
I don't think that's what they want.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Anything's possible, but I would
True.
be very surprised if that
Yeah.
is a support Seraphine going with that Kalista here.
Yeah, that seems it would be at least a little sus from my end. I will say about that. Meanwhile, Nar banned out. Ari banned out once again from Bitnari. So again, their Lux and Ari being banned out. We've seen when Binari's kind of forced on it. The Echo was like okay, but it wasn't everything it needed. But they're gonna push down Bitnari's pool even further. So yeah, Echo gone too as well. We'll have to see Bitnari adjust to another champion.
And I like this. I actually really like this strategy coming out from the side of Horse, Bird, Bear here. That you target the mid laner, you target Bitnari, who has had some questionable performances now, and Crowfeather. Yes, they struggled a lot last game in lane, but the Silas came in clutch, and Crowfeather feels like that clutch player for them. The target here seems to be Archon. I'm not sure that's the right call here. And there we go. There's our tank support coming in for that Kalista here.
Yeah, likely that tank support. And yeah, and the other thing is, yeah, you're going to put Seraphine on Crowfeather. You kind of basically know that they try to lock down Archon's pool, but Ornn's still just there.
Yeah, that's
true.
true.
Just play Ornn again. Sure, the laning phase was kind of awful, and yeah, he was 1-5 or whatever it was. But again, Call of the Forge God is just a very good ultimate, and that might be all it needs. And they still farmed really well, despite all the pressure put onto them in the top lane, which allowed them to still be tanky enough in the late game to help them out there. So that's all still available for them. But Riven is going to be locked in, and they're going, hey, if we're going to win this game, it's going to be through a beautiful performance.
Hensoku plays a lot of Riven here, a lot of Riven. So that is a huge pickup for them here. I love it. You want the carry potential here. Hensoku on the Malphite, just they got some great engages, but the team just was not able to follow up. It felt like, and the Fizz lock in here into the Seraphine, not a bad choice by any means. Very, very squishy, very, very mobile champion, and it feels like any ganks into the mid lane should enable Bitnari to really pop off on this fish.
Yeah, that's exciting stuff over here. They are looking to burst their way into game number 3. Will we see the Ornn in the end for Archon? It looks like it. They just locked that one down again, so they're just going to play that one again. So here we go. They have the Olaf composition here. They have all these frontline Bruiser members with them. They're going to be able to toss Leona in with the Kalista ultimate with that follow-up damage and see if Olaf can run away with this game. But on the other side, we got Riven. We got Fizz, Sivir to speed all of them up into it. Like, if there is a giant gap in laning phase, this might be a disappointing game in that sense, because it just might mean you won lane, you won game, or whatever. If if that ends up happening, but if this ends up kind of being the similar kind of like lull state of a game that goes on for a while, but or in either way the teams are kind of even, it'll be an exciting game because it'll be hard to figure out who's going to win on that spec.
Just based on the draft, I doubt we're going to see as big a lull phase as we saw in game. I'd be very surprised to see it. And you know what? I think if the teams do manage to win lane, win game, they kind of deserve it. Because for Yale B team here, they've picked really strong laners. They've picked a lot of kill potential here. So if they win it, they deserve it off draft. But for the red side here, for the side of Horse, Bird, Bear. So I keep having to remember the order here. I'm pretty sure I'm botching the order, but for Horse, Bear, Bird here, their comp, if they somehow win the lane with an Ornn, with a Seraphine, they completely deserve to win the game off of that. Those are losing lanes here. And if anything, I'm actually a little worried for the low damage that we're seeing come through right now for Horsebird Bear. Ornn's not going to be your big damage source. Seraphine's not really... Well, I'll withhold judgment on the Seraphine, because normally we see Moonstone Renewer Seraphine. And if it's Moonstone Renewer Seraphine, I think you lack damage. But there is the alternative, the Ludens or Liandry Seraphine that we sometimes see coming through. I think I prefer... Ludens this time, because you've got a whole bunch of squishies here rather than a whole bunch of tanks. if you build the damage, and then that would alleviate some of my concerns. But if it is Moonstone, I just don't necessarily see how or where they're going to get the damage to win the fights. Riven shows up, Fizz shows up, and you don't have anybody to burst them down quickly enough before you lose Flying Quinn.
Yeah, and it just puts a lot of pressure on basically TJK to potentially be kind of like that hyper carry Olaf we've seen. But again, like with a little bit of nerfs to kind of a little while. Yeah, we haven't seen lately because of a part of that, the nerfs they did to the jungle camps a little while. You can't just farm forever and then suddenly be an unstoppable force. It's not as viable as a path. Like farming is still good, but it's not just like, that's not all you have to focus on in order to take over the game and win it. So it potentially does spell a little bit of trouble there. But on the other side there too, though, they just got like boom or bust champions too there in Riven or Fizz. So if they can kind of hold off and not get boomed on, and then the other team will bust, right? Analysis. So that's what we're kind of potentially hoping for. If you're hoping for a game 3, though, it might be through the hands of Riven, and that would be so exciting if Hensoku just goes absolutely off in this game, because we saw them gank top a lot, but they weren't on Riven that game. They were on Malphite that game. If they gank top the same way and get all those kills on Hansoku this time, it could be absolutely crazy. So we're still waiting for the spectator delay, but in the meantime, I do want to give a shout out to NorQuest College and their growing esports scene, from Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers, all the way to Valorant and League of Legends. Their community server is a host to all of that. Great stuff. Great esports stuff. So feel free to come by and join it. Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below the stream. And yeah, it might be one game, we're done. You got to go join the community, or we might have a beautiful game 3. The reverse sweep is what we all dream for, right? That's what we all want.
Well, not so much the reverse sweep. I feel like that's a bit far, but like the game 3, I definitely want a game 3.
But at least game 3, yeah.
Exactly, at least game 3. And I mean, again, like every time I see a Riven, I like to see Rivens pop off, because they are Riven is actually a very mechanically skilled champion. I know people joke that you just face roll like Sona, but not really. You actually do have to time everything right. Yeah. It's one of the few champions that actually has animation canceling, but the potential to do animation canceling here. So it does take a lot of familiarity with that champion. And I see the potential for it this game, because you've got an Olaf. Olaf should not be able to reach a Riven. If you see that Olaf run at you, you just Q away, or you W away, E away. You just basically, you walk away, and the Olaf shouldn't be able to reach you. Same thing with the Fizz as well. If Olaf runs at you, you walk away. If they throw an axe, you troll pole. You should be fine. You should be safe. And so they should be able to avoid ganks. Whereas for the other side, Seraphine and Ornn, when a Volibear runs at you, you don't have quite the same escapability here.
Sorry, I'm not entirely sure if we lost you there for a second there, RMC. But oh, there we go. Sorry.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, sorry. It sounded like we lost you there for a moment there. Sorry. You want to repeat your last point you were just making?
Basically, Olaf gank, very hard. Volibear gank, very easy.
Sum it all up. There we go. And yeah, but that's the thing with that, and that's why you kind of need a heavy CC in your lanes when you kind of have Olaf, and they do have that. They, like, obviously, whether it's top, mid, or in the bot lane, they do have a ton of crowd control with the Ornn, with the Seraphine, as well as with Leona down there. So that's potentially what they're going to need to be able to secure some kills. And again, they are going to want to get some kills onto TJK and get that going, or at the very least, maybe TJK just invades a bunch and forces the issue and forces the fight there. So we'll see. It could be again, this could be one of those games that's heavily explosive.
I don't know if I want to see TJK invading, though. I feel like a Riven collapse or a Fizz collapse is so much more threatening than an Ornn backing you up, or a Seraphine. Like, what's Seraphine going to do? Just cheer for you in the background? Like, it's
see, this is why I don't juggle, because I'd be like, I need to invade, and then I would just die to what you just said, and I'd be like, I'm going to go back to 80 carry. This role sucks. But yeah, we'll see. We're getting into the rift here. Once again, Horse, Bird, Bear up 1-0. Yale B team got to reverse sweep to win the finals here today, and no invade again.
Fair enough. I think for the side of Yale B team, you don't want to invade on this. It's risky enough as it is. As you mentioned, these are boom or bust champions, and they're level 1. looking a little bit more bust than boom here. So
Yeah.
play a bit safer. Once that Fizz hits level 2, level 3, the kill pressure is incredible. That is that time where you kind of want to all in right away. But till then, play a little bit safer. I think Riven right off the bat probably can try and match the Ornn a little bit here, as long as you don't get hit by that Bellows Breath. But it looks like Archon's starting Volcanic Rupture. So you can go in, you can trade, and you don't have to worry about that true damage.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this. Normally, a lot of games, especially like last game, we joked like, ignore the top lane or whatever. This is a game where I almost want to lock in to top lane, you know, just see what Hensoku is gonna do and get done. But of course, on the other side as well, TJK is gonna want to try to get ahead and get going early and often. The bot lane matchup kind of interests me because we don't see a lot of Sivir into Callista these days, mostly because Callista just doesn't get played a whole lot these days. How does the 2v2 look in the bot lane, you think?
I think the 2v2 is going to have a lot more to do with the supports in this particular case here. For the Callista Leona bot lane, their main goal right now is not to get harassed down too much. Don't eat too many boomerang blades. And if you can do that, you should be able to win the all-in. Whereas for the side of the Sivir Thresh here, it's a lot about disengaging, trying to time that play just right to make sure that Leona doesn't get in onto that Sivir, or if they do, that Sivir has the spell shield ready to go.
Yeah, that'll be extremely important here. They're trying to get to level 2 first here on the blue side. They do get that now, so Flying Quinn is backing up. He does get hit by Death Sentence, but Zane's Blade also hit by Coleslaw, so they are basically smacking each other's front line here in terms of the supports. But a bit of a win trade here for Yale B team.
And if your tanks are the ones soaking up the entire damage, it will favor Horse Bird Bear because Leona is a little tankier. But that wasn't the case there. We did see Archer Boy getting the damage down onto Flying Quinn. And whoever gets damage onto the ADC, that's the real win here.
Yeah, and they're going to continue that as we look into our hype top lane matchup. And Soku hoping to be able to, if they can repeat the performance of the first game, of course, on Riven, it could end up spelling really, really well for them. Archon was able to kind of weather a lot of a storm in the top lane, but Hensoku on a much more snowball-y champion for themselves. But we're seeing Archon knock them up over here and win out on that trade there at least. So it'll certainly be something we can keep tracking in this one. Hensoku going in a little bit here. He's jumping on top of them. He takes a turret shot, though. So the trade is basically even. They're both so low.
Little bit too far there. Mid lane's getting kind of dicey too. Bitnari getting poked down, that's expected, but Crowfeather might have overextended a little bit here.
Oh yeah, they're jumping forward now. That's GG is right here. TJK also in the area. They're gonna get on top of it. Bitnari's getting low. First blood ends up going into That's GG's hand. Bitnari flashes away. TJK now with a 1v1 essentially with That's GG, but That's GG's running away. Won't get out of there. TJK picks his field. Meanwhile, getting into the bot lane. Zenith's Blade hits onto Ceratosaurus. Coleslaw is going to be exhausted up. He flashes forward and stuns them up. Here we go. Flying Quinn and Coleslaw now with a 2v1. But Flying Quinn is super, super low. Will they be able to win this one? Nice stun. Will slow down Archer Boy for now. Zenith's Blade hits once again. The minions are trying to think about, but Coleslaw picks up 2 kills in the bot lane.
Flying Quinn single digits. I saw 8 health, which means that they were lower at some point there. And yet they managed to win it. Coleslaw 2-0 in the bot side. Took all the kills, but at this point, it's not a kill steal. It's a kill secure, and more importantly, they kept Flying Quinn alive. What an explosive start to this game too here.
Ooh, that's what we want to see. None of that, like, let's just wait till later and Sivir will come and do damage in the late game. Nah, none of that. This fighting. They got down. 1,000 gold lead now here for Horse Bird Bear. They're playing from in front instead of from behind in this one. And like you said, if they can get a lead on this one when they theoretically have all their losing lanes, that is a real good thing for Horse Bird.
On top of that here, it was Yobi team who got an early lead, and then we saw a huge lull last game here. I'm really hoping that Horse Bird Bear don't do that here with their lead. Whether they win or not is less important to me than the fact that they don't just sit on these leads, give it away. And speaking of giving away things, Free Ocean's Dragon picked up by Yobi.
Yeah, it's alongside the best first dragon is the Ocean Drake, because it gives you so much sustainability there. Meanwhile, TJK kind of came into the area when you heard they just took down Dragon and just kind of gave up your life for free there. Big mistake by TJK.
Yeah, you got to be aware your bot lane's not there to back you up. That's definitely not just one person. Now, Sid bot lane has to run.
Well, that's one way you'll be can get back to. So another way potentially be winning this fight. That's GG is down here, but Coleslaw and Flying Quinn are fine for now. But that's GG still trying to stick around there, trying to get rid of a ward, but will decide to back off, and Flying Quinn will get the Vision Ward taken down instead.
Coleslaw played that one really, really well to get out the gank, to bait them away. Zenith Blade in to the safety here. Well played. The other lanes though, Hensoku's starting to get a lead in the top side. That is what we expected. But mid lane, Crowfeather has just been poking Bitnari out here, taking huge advantage of their range.
Yeah, it seems like, again, this is Bitnari being forced down on Champions here. Oh, but here's a teleport coming in from Riven towards the bot lane. Flying Quinn and Coleslaw trying to get out of there. They're going to get the stun up onto Flying Quinn. They're focusing down, and Soko and Flying Quinn will secure the kill there. Coleslaw now trying to break out and get out of here, but Bitnari will jump in there and get the shutdown on the support that, of course, got the 2 kills from earlier. So that's more gold into Bitnari's pockets they needed. Riven eventually goes down, but it is a high-speed play that I like seeing.
I think rather unnecessary, but very in line with the Riven. The only problem is Hensoku didn't even get the assist for that dive. That is worth it for the team. They get a bit more plate gold, but very, very much not worth it for Hensoku there, because Archon gets to sit top, gets to soak the wave, gets the level lead as well. At least they don't lose all the minions, because that GG was there to slow it down, and Hensoku manages to make it back just in time to pick it up.
Yeah, that'll be certainly good for them. They're able to kind of get that out there. So basically, they kind of gave up the lead they had straight up on Archon, and then to basically kind of just be even now in top. But they will likely still be kind of like in a strong position to bully them out for a little bit longer as laning phase continues here there. So all right, we're settling the situation. The kills are now 4-3. Small gold lead in favor of Horsebird Bear, but kind of evened out by the Ocean Drake currently by ELB. So we just basically have an even game.
Yeah, and that Ocean Drake, for this particular game is going to be huge. In lane, Hensoku on this Riven is going to want it to be able to trade. Same thing in the mid lane. Bitnari, every time we look at the mid lane, it's Bitnari kind of having to walk away because of the poke coming through from Crowfeather. Now, with that Ocean Drake, you can sustain a lot better. And for Fizz, a lot of it is about biding your time, being patient, eating that damage till the moment that you can turn around and burst that Seraphine 100-0 here.
Yeah, exactly. Watch the cooldowns on Crowfeather. If they blow a lot of it and giving you an opportunity to just all in on them, Crowfeather doesn't have very good escape tools on their own, so you could potentially win a 1v1 fight that way. So continue watching that while we turn into the top lane. And yeah, we're seeing that CS lead kind of being re-established by Hensoku. Archon just trying to CS over here. Look how much damage Hensoku can do with a combo there. It's one of those abilities to play on a champion like Riven when it's one of your most played. You just get that ability to do that. We're seeing a fight break out in the bot lane as Coleslaw's using their ultimate over here. Flying Quinn trying to pull them out with the ultimate of their own, but that GG is here now too as well. Stormbringer is going to be used on top of them. It's going to secure the kill onto Flying Quinn. Coleslaw will get a flash away and get out of that situation, but that means Flying Quinn is down and another kill for Datsuji.
Really well timed as well for that GG to rotate to the bot lane, because it was Coleslaw kicking that off with the Zenith Blade into a shielded archer boy there. The problem was kind of what came after. The exhaust coming down to Flying Quinn is doubly deadly. For most ADCs, it's bad enough to not put out the damage, but for a Kalista, it also means you're not hopping very far. You can't actually get away, and then that bear is going to maul your face off.
Yeah, and that's not exactly what Horsebird Bear want to do. Getting mauled, they're supposed to do the mauling with all the animals in their stable.
Happens when you don't pick the bird. I mean, they didn't pick a horse, they didn't pick a bird, they didn't pick a bear. They kind of deserve it. They only took was a goat.
Yeah, none of them. None of it. Ornn is almost a bear. That's the best you got.
He's a goat bear man thing.
TJK, Bitnari fighting over here in the bush, but Bitnari will step out of that one. So we're back at another lull state in these two teams, unfortunately for those wanting highfalutin action. But it's an even gold game, but again, that Ocean Drake is significant. potentially see what they want to do about this dragon here. Looks like Horsebird Bear will come and get it. And honestly, if I'm the LP, I probably just let them have it. It might be a non-consequential dragon in the long run anyway, and you don't have position on it currently. Maybe just pick up some other stuff on the map.
Yeah, 100% here. The big ultimates aren't exactly on the side of Yobi. If you can deny it, great. But you're not necessarily playing around all those huge ultimates here. Whereas Horsebird Bear, they've got quite a lot of big ultimates, so they'll be more than happy to pick this one up here. So both teams, I think, going to be okay with this trade. The problem is Yobi did not get anything off of that dragon here. They grouped up, they were looking at it, considering, do we want to go in? Decided no. And it's not like they found a CS lead anywhere.
No, yeah, they didn't really get anything to that. Meanwhile, Archer Boy is walking up to a bush that TJK was standing in. You're going to miss the solar flare there, so that means Archer Boy does not get stunned up. He's able to escape from that using the lantern from Certosaurus. So they get out of there despite what could have been a disaster face checking that bush.
And I think, to be fair, this game, it's not so much that we aren't seeing action here, it's that a lot of the action is kind of being negated. People are able to get out. Your Fizz has the escape button. We won't talk about top lane, because that lane is nothing's happening. It's a tank and a Riven, and so far Riven can't quite find the kills. But bot side, for example, a lot of the shielding, blocking, that Coleslaw able to soak up the hooks, kind of stand in front, and you don't want to necessarily go in the tank. So that's why we're not seeing the kills, despite seeing the ganks come through from both sides.
Yeah, what's kind of interesting is DatsGG spent kind of most of their time just ganking towards the bot lane, when last game they ganked towards the top lane when they had a Malphite. This time you have this like carry Riven, and you haven't been up here, but now DatsGG is coming to this lane as Archon's pushed all the way up. See if they're going to be able to get onto that. DatsGG does get on top of him, gets half health. Meanwhile, TJK has made their way over to the mid lane too as well. Crowfeather is going to use the encore to try to take him down. Nice. But it looks like Bitnari actually ends up trading out the kill. In fact, he doesn't die either. So he actually just lives. He outplays the 2v1.
Okay, it wasn't quite the 100-0 we expected on the Seraphine, but you'll take it on an Olaf, especially when they overdive. All the CC immunity in the world doesn't help you against turret damage there, so you do have to respect that. And that's one of the things about Fizz, is how much damage you can pump out there. You don't need to apply the CC, you just need your own escape and the ability to do damage.
Also looking at the white, they want to make a cheeky play here, but eventually they will back out from that one. We see that in the mid lane they have a Rift Herald pushing into the turret. It will, no one will actually get the plates off of that because they all kind of back off, but just a bunch of damage onto the turret.
I think DatsGG still gets it just for dropping the Herald. It's just that DatsGG was off screen, so
fair.
Believe that's how that works. But yeah, I mean, it's still going to be nice. And DatsGG is actually quite significantly far ahead of TJK, which is not what you want to see when you're the Olaf. You want to be the one up. Yes, you're over farming, or not over farming. You're beating out DatsGG in terms of farm, but in terms of impact in lanes, in terms of kills, in terms of gold right now, you are behind. And for all that Horsebird Bear started this game well, it feels like we've gone back a little bit to last game, where Yobi finds a lead, and then Horsebird Bear are just looking to sit back and stall out.
Yeah, and right now, Yobi they're the ones with the Sivir there that's kind of happy with a game stalling out, though. Though, to note, they are going for the lethality build, so it's like kind of less of like the hyper carry late game Sivir build. They do have Dark Harvest and have a Manamune onto them, so it's a little different what you can kind of expect out of the damage from the Sivir, but those Qs hurt a lot in this build. Ooh, here's a core coming through. It's going to hit two of them, but will it be enough to survive? It will not. Meanwhile, Archon got a solo kill in the top lane against this Riven. Huge play there, and it ends up being 1-for-1 on different sides of the map.
I want to point out to that kill between Archon and Soku, where we're seeing the Mastery Splash here, unassisted, and there wasn't like a turret or anything. It wasn't like Hensoku misplayed. It was just Archon's burst damage is very, very high if they play it right.
Oh, here's Archon. Oh, yeah, he's trying to run away from DatsGG. Potentially tries to just get himself executed if DatsGG can't do any damage to him, but Flash will come through to make sure he secures some gold for that. So, yeah, Flash for 300 gold. Sure.
While that was happening mid lane as well, Bitnari manages to get that mid lane turret. And this is very good for the B team because Bitnari was not enjoying the lane, was not having a good time of it. And as a Fizz right here, you don't really want to farm minions. You want to farm champions. You want to get kills. And so for Horsebird Bear right now, you're entering a scary phase where Bitnari can just push the lane out and look to roam. For Crow Feathers to try and keep the lane shoved, they have to overextend, and that means you could potentially get ganked from behind or from a Fizz returning from a gank here.
Dragon in play now. It is Mountain Drake, by the way. Mountain Soul is the one that both teams will be looking at. Archer Boy pushing in the bot lane. Here's TJK making his way down the river, but so is everyone else from Yale B. They now all have position on this dragon. Horsebird Bear gonna back up for a bit, so basically be a free dragon here for Yale B.
They just make the call. We aren't even going to try and attempt this right now, right here. They don't have call for Forge God. Instead, and they don't have the Encore. Crow Feather instead was looking to maybe try and get in the top side, help Archon again, which is a wise decision. That is your winning lane here. And it just to me shows how reliant Horsebird Bear right now is on their ultimates. If the big ults aren't up, they can't fight at all.
Yeah, and it's important that they recognize that, to be completely honest, because sometimes it goes, oh, we can't give up objectives, you just kind of go for it, but like, no one have ultimate, or you're just feeding. That's essentially what you're doing at that point. Speaking of maybe feeding, it will be unintentional. Hansoku's got to deal with 3 members up here. Here's Crowfeather messing up their day. Call the 4-drop's going to knock them up. Encore is going to keep them stand up. Archon will pick up the kill. Maybe you want it on TJK, but either way, you'll take it. You'll also destroy the town.
Pretty much. Right now, you just take what you can get. They answer back at least 1 turret here, but they have no control elsewhere on the map. Right now, mid lane completely shoved in by That's GG, and I honestly feel like the Encore wasn't necessary. A beat drop would probably have been sufficient there. As it is, that's 2 big ultimates down. They still have the Fates Call, they still have the Solo Flare, so they can still look for another pick. But it's going to be a little risky, and I think we're going to see Horsebird Bear again sit back until those ultimates come back up.
Well, potentially just want to wait for that. Spend a lot of resources to secure that top tower. Spiritosaurus just throwing it a hook just in case it hits something. But here you go. Again, you just kind of have like the team with the Sivir able to kind of just slow down the pace of the game here once again. And they're just going to keep pushing in the mid lane and essentially play around for themselves here as Archer Boy.
And the same problem as last game. You don't want to slow down the pace as EOB right now. You've got sort of the dueling top laner with the assassin mid. Your biggest spike is the mid game, not the late game. You are still once again faced with the Ornn as well, who will, you know, eventually skill up. The only bright spot in terms of skilling is the fact that Crowfeather is that Moonstone Renewer Seraphine, so maybe a lack of damage come the later end of things.
Yeah, one thing I want to comment on is that like Horsebird Bear are probably like a little angry that RNG didn't give him that Infernal Drake could have been the soul for it, but instead potentially it's gonna make the LB team tankier, which would be very, very bad considering maybe the lack of damage your team. Look at the damage that Q does, as I was mentioning here on the lethality build of Sivir, getting that onto Flying Quinn here. Archer Boy gets out with another Thresh Lantern, so they'll back up from this one. It's 40 seconds away from the Baron spawning up. Let's see if they try to take the Rift Herald. They won't be able to do it without any carry or something, so Bitnari will ignore that.
They can't burn it quick enough. Odds are it will despawn in the middle of it, so I think just not going for it's perfectly fine. Archer Boy, though, I think they can afford to siege. We just saw Archer Boy kind of hits about 40% on Flying Quinn on the way in, on the way out. You've got the On the Hunt to disengage, so you can kind of safely siege up. Top lane turret's kind of low as well. Ooh, good sidestep.
Yeah, TJK getting out of that will not be harmed by, I guess, the big dog in that skin, not a big fish. But yeah, we got a boring mid game again. I don't want to say, folks. They're just kind of chilling out and waiting for the explosive fight. And to be fair, the fights at the end of the last game were actually super, super exciting. I'm just waiting for those.
Just wish we could just kind of fast forward past this. It's weird to me. EOB team finished the game in like, what was that, 23 minutes? Like they were in the base threatening the Nexus pre-20 minutes in their semifinal game. Horsebird Bear took about 30 minutes to close their game out, which I guess is kind of true to form, but they were incredibly dominant throughout, and there were a lot of fights. Whereas I guess maybe because these teams are respectful, because they are more evenly matched, they just seem very, very trigger shy. And for the most part, it has been Horsebird Bear who gets to choose when they want to pull the trigger here. They're happy to see seed objectives, and I need EOB to step up. I keep saying that, and still hasn't happened.
Yeah, and we're both kind of just waiting for it. But at the same time, though, if Horsebird Bear keeps not having the kind of commitment to vision and everything on these dragons, VLB could just take up these mountain drakes, and then like Horsebird Bear won't be able to do enough damage to them. But maybe this is their time to go for it now. TJK is trying to run an ass. You got Flying Quinn coming in from the side of here. Here is the call. Forge Guard's gonna knock up a couple of them. That's GG's gonna fly out of there. Flying Quinn, meanwhile, takes down Cerotosaurus. So now it looks like Horsebird Bear are gonna have complete control of this dragon.
That was rough to watch. First of all, the late TP from Hensoku, not great. And then Hensoku actually failed to get over the wall, which probably saved their life here. And now that's GG. No flash, does have the ult, not going to go for it. I think that's wise, and I like what Archer Boys are doing here as well.
Yeah,
we lost the dragon. Let's just get a turret back out.
Yeah. Kind of the generic same force. If you can get like 600 gold worth of stuff while the other team is doing a dragon, you're pretty happy with that trade. Archer Boys going to use the blast cone to be able to get out of there. But TJK is coming in now for the side. So basically, can they trade the worth here? Going to use ultimate as well as that. Hensoku has come to join it his way, but is Henjoku just join it to die? Potentially. Uses the flash, unfortunately, with the lantern right there. But here comes the storm. That GG is going to jump onto that with his ultimate there. They're trying to get forward onto it, but they can melt them down. Flying Gwyn is doing a ton of damage. It'll end up being secured by Crow Feather. Here's Bitnari now joining the one at a time, coming into the fight spree, which never really works out super well. 3 members of Yale B suddenly are down.
And Baron's on the table here once again. I am so glad, Johnny, we didn't have to wait 10 minutes for the next kill here. It was much faster pacing. There's 0 healing cut on the side of EOB right now against a Moonstone Renewer Seraphine. The healing that kept coming through was massive, and that it really hurts them. I hate Moonstone Renewer because there's no clarity on when the heals come through, and I really felt like that hurt EOB a lot in the crosshair.
Yeah, certainly. And what could have been just like Sivir taking down a tower and them getting out, they try to save the Sivir, and of course that just leads to 2 more deaths hitting onto them. So Yale B kind of misstep on that one, and Horsebird Bear just kind of enjoying taking advantage of a mistake.
Here's the thing with the OB's composition. They don't need the Sivir to stop a Baron. If you have the Sivir, great, that's your poke. But just having the Volibear threat and the Riven threat and Bitnari as well with the Chum the Waters, you throw that into a Baron pit, and I guarantee you, Horsebird Bear, walk away. Yeah. They are not going to want to fight you in there with Baron hurting them. So it felt like a little bit of overprotectiveness, perhaps, which really came back to bite them.
Yeah, they certainly tried a little too hard to try to save the 80 carry on that one, but here's Horsebird Bear taking down that tier 1 mid turret finally for themselves. They actually hadn't had, they only had 1 tower before that moment there, so there's a lot of gold on the map potential for them to take out if they continue taking the turrets. It's been mostly LB taking out turrets so far. TJK gets hit by a hook, but it's not inconsequential. It is inconsequential. That's what I'm trying to say. Archon, meanwhile,
I was just waiting for you to work through that one there, Johnny. Yeah. Glad you finally got that.
I was saying a lot of words today. Forgive me if I get a couple wrong here and there.
This is why I wanted game 3, so we can hear what happens to Johnny after something.
Yeah, exactly.
But for now, the Baron push has been less than stellar so far from Horsebird Bear, and a lot of that does come from that Sivir pick. Baron buffs up the minions, but it really stops AP, magic damage wave clear. Against physical wave clear, it's less effective, and that's really been helpful here. The second turret which dropped was that bot lane turret, and it was because nobody was there to stop Archon pushing.
Yeah, Hensoku now here trying to stop Archon from continuing that push here, but it's an 0-3 Riven. It's not as exciting as potentially we wanted to see kind of happen. And basically Archon can soak up more damage than Hansoku can do right now. Here's Benari coming down here. TJK clearing out a ward as the rest of their team is rotating towards this bot turret. Ceratosaurus is trying to hit out a hook. Will not get that. Archon is going to improve an item there. We now have the Worm Fallen Sacrifice on Flying Quinn. They just continue taking down turrets. They still have this Baron buff here, and when they're sitting there as 5, ELB can't contest.
The Baron buff actually just about to expire, so that's going to be the last turret they take there. But that was a good solid rotation because they rotated quickly first. They get the damage down. Archer Boy actually had to go back to base, and now Mountain Dragon about to come up again in 30 seconds here. TJK does not get to base, but doesn't have too much gold, so it's not the end of the road. And Horsebeard Bear need to start running out now. Yes, they'll get there before Dragon spawns, but it's not just about Dragon. It's about the setup. And right now, they have no vision in the river.
Yeah, they're potentially have to face check into this, and with someone like Ceratosaurus there with the death sentence, that could be hugely trouble. They are walking straight into it. That hook will hit onto Coleslaw. The fight begins. Call of the Forge God comes through, will knock back onto the back line, but it won't matter much. Here they go. Flying Quinn is going to go golden as the fight continues on towards the back line. They're trying to get onto them. Crow Feather will finally pick up a kill in this fight. It's going to be a 2-for-2 now as it goes on. The fight's happening on 2 different fronts. You finally get a kill onto this Riven at least. Archon barely able to get the Osoku. Archer Boy also so low, but they're essentially out of the fight, which means they can then focus down onto this dragon.
Horsebeard Bear has no damage left on their team there.
Yes.
Their damage dealers did go down, but TJK managed to zone out too with the help of Archon. And more importantly, Horsebeard Bear, no damage, but Yobi team had no health.
Yeah.
So Archer Boy and Hensoku could not actually contest this. They do pick up another dragon. I expect to see the pace of the game accelerate at this point. 2 minutes before Baron comes up once again. And with a Mountain Soul on the table here, the teams can no longer afford to sit back. They have to fight. And so far, it's looking like, once again, Horsebeard Bear, they just scaled up through the mid game and the ornaments are coming through.
Yeah, they're getting that going on for Archon. It's just free real estate right here for Archon, as he's just be able to improve all their items. Like I said, the ornaments coming out. Starcaster now on Crow Feather as they improve their Moonstone Renewer to that. And yeah, it might be another case where we have a little bit of a lull again before this Baron is up, but it is up in 1 minute, so I do expect a dance for that.
And step one to the dance is to set up your venue. In this case, you need to set up the vision so that you can actually see everybody dancing about. And notice how Yobi did not really get any vision down. Even though they were there, we did see the recall from Ceratosaurus there. They only cleared the vision and they couldn't put any down of their own. And this might spell doom because now Bitnari is a little bit too deep here.
Yeah, Bitnari's there. They wait out the troll pole and they're able to jump on top of it. Blast Cone not going to be enough to save. Neither is Flash. But the Lantern from Thresh will at least save out Bitnari, but does mean get out of there. Call of the Forge God is a little ambitious, to say the least, but they will force them out from there. There's still 12 seconds for this Baron to spawn up, so we'll see a reset and see if Bitnari can get back into it.
Normally, blowing 2 big ults is kind of huge, but actually, never mind.
Ceratosaurus out, caught by themselves, will get blown down. Flying Quinn will take them out, and now they're going to turn towards this Baron.
So normally, your support getting caught out is not the end of the world, even if there's a Baron there. Especially if they don't have a huge game-changing ult. But this time, because of no vision, look how nobody can walk in effectively. They're so scared, and they took so much time. Yeah. The Rend is going to take this Baron.
Are they going to go for it? Oh, that Q was actually relatively close for Archer Boy. It ended up being Flying Quinn, of course, securing that Baron. And now they're walking forward into this Coleslaw, getting speed up a little bit. Was wanting to get onto someone, but they have backed up. So we'll get a reset here from Horsebeard Bear, a second Baron power play for them.
And we've seen this happen before. Yobi, good job pushing out the waves, but it's kind of not enough to just push out the waves. We can see another siege coming in. Last time they sieged up mid, sent Archon to split push in the top in the bot lane. They can flip it, send Archon to the top side now, or maybe send TJK. I feel like that would be a faster turret take here.
Right.
And Archon has already soaked up so much experience. They're level 17 right now. I think you can afford to give some to TJK. You want your jungler up ahead in terms of levels here. It makes the smite a bit easier.
Yeah, well, certainly need and want that. Here's Archon here. Might meet up with Ansoko and the support, but he does have a ton of levels on them, so that's huge for Archon. He's just a beefy boy there on the Ornn. Meanwhile, tons of jungle pressure being put on here. Hansoko just has to watch as Archon pushes in the lane. Here we go. They're trying to set up another play here. They got 2 pink wards in this brush, just in case. But looks like they should be able to get this turret. I don't expect a big contest from the LB for it. They do take that one down. Meanwhile, again, Archon is just pushing in the bot lane. And Hansoku, again, just kind of can't do enough damage to this wave to thin it out.
And with the Thornmill Forge Firecrest as well, Archon isn't worried about dueling Hansoku 1v1 anymore. Okay, so what they've done right now is really, really good. You cut all the vision and you pressure in the wave so that every time you go out of vision, Yobi doesn't know where you are, and therefore they have to respond. And now, actually, they took the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor is free real estate, and if you fight them, you lose, it's game over. So they kind of have to give up the inhib, and with inhib down the mid lane, topside's gonna be very doable.
We heard Sivir scream. They want to go for it. The Death Sentence will hit onto a Ragnarok TGK, though, so he does not get hooked up. And in the end, Archon just continues pushing the bottom nexus. They're just being played around like a fiddle here, is Yale B, because they just forced to go back and forth, trying to deal with this siege that Horsebird Bear is doing very effectively with the Baron bot.
One inhib is a hard fight, but they still can only come at you from one direction. 2 inhib turrets down, now you've got a problem, because they can flank you, they can force you. If you try and respond anywhere outside the Nexus turrets, they just pull the trigger.
Yeah, and where are they going to go now? Sortosaurus essentially trying to look final play, and this might be the game-winning fight. It might be the championship fight. Sortosaurus has gone down pretty low, gets eventually thrown down by Crowfeather. Grabs that one. They're going to get another one onto Flying Quid. They're trying to jump towards the back, but the Crowfeather will go golden. Double kill comes through now for Flying Quid. Archer Boy is now dealing with 2 members. He's trying to run away, trying to kite him out. TJK will go down. Archer Boy does pick up one, but eventually Archon takes him down. It's a 4-4-1. Only person alive is That's GG, and that might be GG as Horsebird Bear are looking to win the finals.
Trying to think that name is bait. It's not about them picking the Horsebird Bear, it's about the opponents picking it and getting wrecked, as we do see the bear finally go down. You know what? I respect the choice from that GG. Game was over. You know it's done. And Horsebird Bear, they take the finals in 2.
And it will be a clean sweep. Horse, bird, bear, turtle, hawk, who cares what animals they name themselves? What they can call themselves are champions.
100%. Really solid play as well. I know that I've been criticizing the slow pace of the game, but again, it's not on Horsebird Bear to speed things up. They were the ones who wanted to slow it down, and their patience was rewarded once again here, despite a rough early game, a weaker early game, simply wasn't exploited. And I guess we've got our champion of rookies here from the Horsebird Bear. The Zoo's apparently going to run the rookie division here.
Yeah, exactly. The menagerie gets it done. Whatever you want to call them. Just keep naming animals and animal references. It doesn't matter because, again, at the end of the day, they can call themselves victors, and they do it in pretty impressive fashion and get it done against a pretty darn good opponent too. Like those games weren't easy, and again, the game 1, it took them kind of a little bit of a comeback fashion in order to make that happen, and this game 2 as well, they didn't completely roll them over. It was still a hard fought game.
Yep, and 100% Yobi deserves to be up here in the grand finals because they won most of their early games. It does feel like, okay, if we win, we stomp. We just take over early. If you can kind of stall us out, then maybe we run out of steam. But how many teams can really say that they did manage to stall out Yobi?
Yeah.
Not many.
Not many, and no one else today other than Horse, Bird, Bear. So that will end it tonight, folks. That's it for just today. There's still a ton of action coming out tomorrow. Quarterfinals start off with a best of one in the quarterfinals. Then we have our semifinals and finals as well for our Contenders division. Those will be best of three. So be sure to be following this Twitch channel for that. But I want to give one last shout out to one of our sponsors here in Explore Edmonton. 1 million plus Edmontonians call Alberta's capital home. They're the entrepreneurs, experts, and hosts that can help turn your opportunities into reality. Famous for our festivals, lively arts and music scene, and sprawling, picturesque River Valley, we offer much more than just places for your delegates to eat, sleep, and be entertained. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. To all the sponsors of the event today, NorQuest as well, Pepsi, thank you for helping us host this event. Has been a really fun one, RMC. I enjoy casting with you, and it was a long day, but it was certainly a fun one.
And I'm looking very much forward to tomorrow, Johnny. It was great. Tomorrow should be better. I expect to not see lulls, or if I will blame those contender division teams if they do at that point. And yeah, if anything, we saw a lot of action. Those 2 kill-a-minute games actually came from the contenders division. So should be a banger tomorrow, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I really hope we get a rematch between PG Dropouts and Rock. That's what I'm hoping for. Those two teams do look like potentially the best teams in the day, but there's lots of great potential out there. Glaive Per we saw out there, super strong. Lots of teams. I'm excited to see again. Quarterfinals start tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. But that will end the day, folks. We'll see you then. I've been Johnny Esports this whole time. Thank you for joining me, Random Minion Caster. We'll see you all tomorrow.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly.
Go to those sabotage.
I'm dropping gifts for everybody.
No! Corral double tap. It's over!
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fantastic.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening.
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
you now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.